the letter of Aristeas. Since I have collected material for a memorable history of my visit to Eleazar the high priest of the Jews, and because you, Philocrates, as you lose no opportunity of reminding me, have set great store upon receiving an account of the motives and object of my mission, I have attempted to draw up a clear exposition of the matter for you, for I perceive that you possess a natural love of learning, a quality which is the highest possession of man to be constantly attempting to add to his stock of knowledge and acquirements. Whether through the study of history or by actually participating in the events themselves. It is by this means, by taking up into itself the noblest elements, that the soul is established in purity, and having fixed its aim on piety, the noblest goal of all, it uses this as its infallible guide and so acquires a definite purpose. It was my devotion to the pursuit of religious knowledge that led me to undertake the embassy to the man I have mentioned, who was held in the highest esteem by his own citizens and by others both for his virtue and his majesty, and who had in his possession documents of the highest value to the Jews in his own country and in foreign lands for the interpretation of the divine law, for their laws are written on leather parchments in Jewish characters. This embassy then I undertook with enthusiasm, having first of all found an opportunity of pleading with the king on behalf of the Jewish captives who had been transported from Judea to Egypt by the king's father, when he first obtained possession of the city and conquered the land of Egypt. It is worthwhile that I should tell you this story, too, since I am convinced that you, with your disposition towards holiness and your sympathy with men who are living in accordance with the holy law, will all the more readily listen to the account which I purpose to set forth, since you yourself have lately come to us from the island and are anxious to hear everything that tends to build up the soul. On a former occasion, too, I sent you a record of the facts which I thought worth relating about the Jewish race, the record which I had obtained from the most learned high priests of the most learned land of Egypt. As you are so eager to acquire the knowledge of those things which can benefit the mind, I feel it incumbent upon me to impart to you all the information in my power. I should feel the same duty towards all who possess the same disposition, but I feel it especially towards you since you have aspirations which are so noble, and since you are not only my brother in character no less than in blood but are one with me as well in the pursuit of goodness. For neither the pleasure derived from gold nor any other of the possessions which are prized by shallow minds confers the same benefit as the pursuit of culture and the study which we expend in securing it. But that I may not weary you by a too lengthy introduction, I will proceed at once to the substance of my narrative. Demetrius of Phalerum, the president of the king's library, received vast sums of money, for the purpose of collecting together, as far as he possibly could, all the books in the world. By means of purchase and transcription, he carried out, to the best of his ability, the purpose of the king. On one occasion when I was present he was asked, "How many thousand books are there in the library?" And he replied, "More than 200,000, O king, and I shall make endeavor in the immediate future to gather together the remainder also, so that the total of 500,000 may be reached. I am told that the laws of the Jews are worth transcribing and deserve a place in your library. What is to prevent you from doing this?" Replied the king. "Everything that is necessary has been placed at your disposal." "They need to be translated," answered Demetrius, "for in the country of the Jews they use a peculiar alphabet just as the Egyptians, too, have a special form of letters and speak a peculiar dialect. They are supposed to use the Syriac tongue, but this is not the case. Their language is quite different." And the king, when he understood all the facts of the case, ordered a letter to be written to the Jewish high priest that his purpose which has already been described might be accomplished. Thinking that the time had come to press the demand, which I had often laid before Sosibius of Tarentum and Andreas, the chief of the bodyguard, for the emancipation of the Jews who had been transported from Judea by the king's father, for when by a combination of good fortune and courage he had brought his attack on the whole district of Coal Syria and Phoenicia to a successful issue, in the process of terrorizing the country into subjection, he transported some of his foes and others he reduced to captivity. The number of those whom he transported from the country of the Jews to Egypt amounted to no less than 100,000. Of these he armed 30,000 picked men and settled them in garrisons in the country districts. And even before this time large numbers of Jews had come into Egypt with the Persian, and in an earlier period still others had been sent to Egypt to help Antiochus in his campaign against the king of the Ethiopians. But these were nothing like so numerous as the captives whom Ptolemy the son of Lagus transported. As I have already said, Ptolemy picked out the best of these, the men who were in the prime of life and distinguished for their courage, and armed them, but the great mass of the others, those who were too old or too young for this purpose, and the women too, he reduced to slavery, not that he wished to do this of his own free will, but he was compelled by his soldiers who claimed them as a reward for the services which they had rendered in war. Having, as has already been stated, obtained an opportunity for securing their emancipation, I addressed the king with the following arguments. Let us not be so unreasonable as to allow our deeds to give the lie to our words. Since the law which we wish not only to transcribe but also to translate belongs to the whole Jewish race, what justification shall we be able to find for our embassy while such vast numbers of them remain in a state of slavery in your kingdom? In the perfection and wealth of your clemency release those who are held in such miserable bondage, since as I have been at pains to discover, the God who gave them their law is the God who maintains your kingdom. They worship the same God, the Lord and Creator of the universe, as all other men, as we ourselves, O King, though we call him by different names, such as Zeus or Dis. This name was very appropriately bestowed upon him by our first ancestors, in order to signify that he through whom all things are endowed with life and come into being, is necessarily the ruler and Lord of the universe. Set all mankind an example of magnanimity by releasing those who are held in bondage. After a brief interval, while I was offering up an earnest prayer to God that he would so dispose the mind of the king that all the captives might be set at liberty, for the human race, being the creation of God, is swayed and influenced by him. Therefore with many divers prayers I called upon him who ruleth the heart that the king might be constrained to grant my request. For I had great hopes with regard to the salvation of the men, since I was assured that God would grant a fulfillment of my prayer. For when men from pure motives plan some action in the interest of righteousness and the performance of noble deeds, Almighty God brings their efforts and purposes to a successful issue. The king raised his head and looking up at me with a cheerful countenance asked, How many thousands do you think they will number? Andreas, who was standing near, replied, A little more than 100,000. It is a small boon indeed, said the king, that Aristeas asks of us. Then Sosibius and some others who were present said, Yes, but it will be a fit tribute to your magnanimity for you to offer the enfranchisement of these men as an act of devotion to the Supreme God. You have been greatly honored by Almighty God and exalted above all your forefathers in glory, and it is only fitting that you should render to him the greatest thank-offering in your power. Extremely pleased with these arguments, he gave orders that an addition should be made to the wages of the soldiers by the amount of the redemption money, that 20 drachmae should be paid to the owners for every slave, that a public order should be issued, and that registers of the captives should be attached to it. He showed the greatest enthusiasm in the business, for it was God who had brought our purpose to fulfillment in its entirety and constrained him to redeem not only those who had come into Egypt with the army of his father, but any who had come before that time or had been subsequently brought into the kingdom. It was pointed out to him that the ransom money would exceed 400 talents. I think it will be useful to insert a copy of the decree, for in this way the magnanimity of the king, who was empowered by God to save such vast multitudes, will be made clearer and more manifest. The decree of the king ran as follows: All who served in the army of our father in the campaign against Syria and Phoenicia, and in the attack upon the country of the Jews, and became possessed of Jewish captives and brought them back to the city of Alexandria and the land of Egypt, or sold them to others, and in the same way any captives who were in our land before that time or were brought hither afterwards, all who possess such captives are required to set them at liberty at once, receiving 20 drachmae per head as ransom money. The soldiers will receive this money as a gift added to their wages, the others from the king's treasury. We think that it was against our fathers' will and against all propriety that they should have been made captives, and that the devastation of their land and the transportation of the Jews to Egypt was an act of military wantonness. The spoil which fell to the soldiers on the field of battle was all the booty which they should have claimed. To reduce the people to slavery in addition was an act of absolute injustice. Wherefore, since it is acknowledged that we are accustomed to render justice to all men and especially to those who are unfairly in a condition of servitude, and since we strive to deal fairly with all men according to the demands of justice and piety, we have decreed, in reference to the persons of the Jews who are in any condition of bondage in any part of our dominion, that those who possess them shall receive the stipulated sum of money and set them at liberty, and that no man shall show any tardiness in discharging his obligations. Within 3 days after the publication of this decree, they must make lists of slaves for the officers appointed to carry out our will, and immediately produce the persons of the captives. For we consider that it will be advantageous to us and to our affairs that the matter should be brought to a conclusion. Anyone who likes may give information about any who disobey the decree on condition that if the man is proved guilty he will become a slave. His property, however, will be handed over to the royal treasury. When the decree was brought to be read over to the king for his approval, it contained all the other provisions except the phrase "any captives who were in the land before that time or were brought hither afterwards," and in his magnanimity and the largeness of his heart the king inserted this clause and gave orders that the grant of money required for the redemption should be deposited in full with the paymasters of the forces and the royal bankers, and so the matter was decided and the decree ratified within 7 days. The grant for the redemption amounted to more than 660 talents. For many infants at the breast were emancipated together with their mothers. When the question was raised whether the sum of 20 talents was to be paid for these, the king ordered that it should be done, and thus he carried out his decision in the most comprehensive way. When this had been done, he ordered Demetrius to draw up a memorial with regard to the transcription of the Jewish books. For all affairs of state used to be carried out by means of decrees and with the most painstaking accuracy by these Egyptian kings, and nothing was done in a slipshod or haphazard fashion. And so I have inserted copies of the memorial and the letters, the number of the presents sent and the nature of each, since every one of them excelled in magnificence and technical skill. The following is a copy of the memorial. The memorial of Demetrius to the great king. Since you have given me instructions, O king, that the books which are needed to complete your library should be collected together, and that those which are defective should be repaired, I have devoted myself with the utmost care to the fulfillment of your wishes, and I now have the following proposal to lay before you. The books of the law of the Jews with some few others are absent from the library. They are written in the Hebrew characters and language and have been carelessly interpreted, and do not represent the original text as I am informed by those who know. For they have never had a king's care to protect them. It is necessary that these should be made accurate for your library, since the law which they contain, inasmuch as it is of divine origin, is full of wisdom and free from all blemish. For this reason literary men and poets and the mass of historical writers have held aloof from referring to these books and the men who have lived and are living in accordance with them, because their conception of life is so sacred and religious, as Hecatus of Abdera says. If it please you, O king, a letter shall be written to the high priest in Jerusalem, asking him to send 6 elders out of every tribe, men who have lived the noblest life and are most skilled in their law, that we may find out the points in which the majority of them are in agreement, and so having obtained an accurate translation may place it in a conspicuous place in a manner worthy of the work itself and your purpose. May continual prosperity be yours. When this memorial had been presented, the king ordered a letter to be written to Eleazar on the matter, giving also an account of the emancipation of the Jewish captives. And he gave 50 talents weight of gold and 70 talents of silver and a large quantity of precious stones to make bowls and vials and a table and libation cups. He also gave orders to those who had the custody of his coffers to allow the artificers to make a selection of any materials they might require for the purpose, and that 100 talents in money should be set to provide sacrifices for the temple and for other needs. I shall give you a full account of the workmanship after I have set before you copies of the letters. The letter of the king ran as follows. King Ptolemy sends greeting and salutation to the high priest Eleazar. Since there are many Jews settled in our realm who were carried off from Jerusalem by the Persians at the time of their power, and many more who came with my father into Egypt as captives, large numbers of these he placed in the army and paid them higher wages than usual, and when he had proved the loyalty of their leaders he built fortresses and placed them in their charge that the native Egyptians might be intimidated by them. And I, when I ascended the throne, adopted a kindly attitude towards all my subjects, and more particularly to those who were citizens of yours. I have set at liberty more than 100,000 captives, paying their owners the appropriate market price for them, and if ever evil has been done to your people through the passions of the mob, I have made them reparation. The motive which prompted my action has been the desire to act piously and render unto the Supreme God a thank-offering for maintaining my kingdom and peace and great glory in all the world. Moreover, those of your people who were in the prime of life I have drafted into my army, and those who were fit to be attached to my person and worthy of the confidence of the court, I have established in official positions. Now, since I am anxious to show my gratitude to these men and to the Jews throughout the world and to the generations yet to come, I have determined that your law shall be translated from the Hebrew tongue which is in use amongst you into the Greek language, that these books may be added to the other royal books in my library. It will be a kindness on your part and a regard for my zeal if you will select 6 elders from each of your tribes, men of noble life and skilled in your law and able to interpret it, that in questions of dispute we may be able to discover the verdict in which the majority agree, for the investigation is of the highest possible importance. I hope to win great renown by the accomplishment of this work. I have sent Andreas, the chief of my bodyguard, and Aristeas, men whom I hold in high esteem, to lay the matter before you and present you with 100 talents of silver, the firstfruits of my offering for the temple and the sacrifices and other religious rites. If you will write to me concerning your wishes in these matters, you will confer a great favor upon me and afford me a new pledge of friendship, for all your wishes shall be carried out as speedily as possible. Farewell. To this letter Eleazar replied appropriately as follows: Eleazar the high priest sends greetings to King Ptolemy, his true friend. My highest wishes are for your welfare and the welfare of Queen Arsinoe, your sister, and your children. I also am well. I have received your letter and am greatly rejoiced by your purpose and your noble counsel. I summoned together the whole people and read it to them that they might know of your devotion to our God. I showed them the cups which you set, 20 of gold and 30 of silver, the 5 bowls and the table of dedication, and the 100 talents of silver for the offering of the sacrifices and providing the things of which the temple stands in need. These gifts were brought to me by Andreas, one of your most honored servants, and by Aristeas, both good men and true, distinguished by their learning, and worthy in every way to be the representatives of your high principles and righteous purposes. These men imparted to me your message and received from me an answer in agreement with your letter. I will consent to everything which is advantageous to you, even though your request is very unusual. For you have bestowed upon our citizens great and never to be forgotten benefits in many ways. Immediately therefore I offered sacrifices on behalf of you, your sister, your children, and your friends, and all the people prayed that your plans might prosper continually, and that Almighty God might preserve your kingdom and peace with honor, and that the translation of the Holy Law might prove advantageous to you and be carried out successfully. In the presence of all the people I selected 6 elders from each tribe, good men and true, and I have sent them to you with a copy of our law. It will be a kindness, O righteous king, if you will give instruction that as soon as the translation of the law is completed, the men shall be restored again to us in safety. Farewell. The following are the names of the elders: of the first tribe, Joseph, Ezekiah, Zechariah, John, Ezekiah, Elisha. Of the second tribe, Judas, Simon, Samuel, Adalus, Mattathias, Ashlemias. Of the third tribe, Nehemiah, Joseph, Theodosius, Bazias, Ornias, Dacus. Of the fourth tribe, Jonathan, Abras, Elisha, Ananias, Shabrias. Of the fifth tribe, Isaac, Jacob, Jesus, Sabatus, Simon, Levi. Of the sixth tribe, Judas, Joseph, Simon, Zacharias, Samuel, Selemias. Of the seventh tribe, Sabatus, Zedekiah, Jacob, Isaac, Jeshus, Nathas. Of the eighth tribe, Theodosius, Jason, Jesus, Theodotus, John, Jonathan. Of the ninth tribe, Theophilus, Abraham, Arsamos, Jason, Endemias, Daniel. Of the 10th tribe, Jeremiah, Eleazar, Zechariah, Benias, Elisha, Dathas. Of the 11th tribe, Samuel, Joseph, Judas, Jonaths, Cabu, Dositheus. Of the 12th tribe, Asaelus, John, Theodosius, Arsamos, Abiates, Ezekiel. They were 72 in all. Such was the answer which Eleazar and his friends gave to the king's letter. I will now proceed to redeem my promise and give a description of the works of art. They were wrought with exceptional skill, for the king spared no expense and personally superintended the workmen individually. They could not therefore scap any part of the work or finish it off negligently. First of all I will give you a description of the table. The king was anxious that this piece of work should be of exceptionally large dimensions, and he caused enquiries to be made of the Jews in the locality with regard to the size of the table already in the temple at Jerusalem. And when they described the measurements, he proceeded to ask whether he might make a larger structure. And some of the priests and the other Jews replied that there was nothing to prevent him. And he said that he was anxious to make it 5 times the size, but he hesitated lest it should prove useless for the temple services. He was desirous that his gifts should not merely be stationed in the temple, for it would afford him much greater pleasure if the men whose duty it was to offer the fitting sacrifices were able to do so appropriately on the table which he had made. He did not suppose that it was owing to lack of gold that the former table had been made of small size, but there seems to have been, he said, some reason why it was made of this dimension. For had the order been given, there would have been no lack of means. Wherefore we must not transgress or go beyond the proper measure. At the same time he ordered them to press into service all the manifold forms of art, for he was a man of the most lofty conceptions and nature had endowed him with a keen imagination which enabled him to picture the appearance which would be presented by the finished work. He gave orders too, that where there were no instructions laid down in the Jewish scriptures, everything should be made as beautiful as possible. When such instructions were laid down, they were to be carried out to the letter. They made the table 2 cubits long, 1 cubit broad, 1.5 cubits high, fashioning it of pure solid gold. What I'm describing was not thin gold laid over another foundation, but the whole structure was of massive gold welded together. And they made a border of a hand's breadth round about it. And there was a wreath of wave work, engraved in relief in the form of ropes marvelously wrought on its 3 sides. For it was triangular in shape and the style of the work was exactly the same on each of the sides, so that whichever side they were turned, they presented the same appearance. Of the 2 sides under the border, the one which sloped down to the table was a very beautiful piece of work, but it was the outer side which attracted the gaze of the spectator. Now the upper edge of the 2 sides, being elevated, was sharp since, as we have said, the rim was 3-sided, from whatever point of view one approached it. And there were layers of precious stones on it in the midst of the embossed cordwork, and they were interwoven with one another by an inimitable artistic device. For the sake of security they were all fixed by golden needles which were inserted in perforations in the stones. At the sides they were clamped together by fastenings to hold them firm. On the part of the border round the table which slanted upwards and met the eyes, there was wrought a pattern of eggs and precious stones, elaborately engraved by a continuous piece of fluted relief work, closely connected together round the whole table. And under the stones which had been arranged to represent eggs the artists made a crown containing all kinds of fruits, having at its top clusters of grapes and ears of corn, dates also and apples, and pomegranates and the like, conspicuously arranged. These fruits were wrought out of precious stones, of the same color as the fruits themselves, and they fastened them edgeways round all the sides of the table with a band of gold. And after the crown of fruit had been put on, underneath there was inserted another pattern of eggs and precious stones, and other fluting and embossed work, that both sides of the table might be used, according to the wishes of the owners, and for this reason the wave work and the border were extended down to the feet of the table. They made and fastened under the whole width of the table a massive plate 4 fingers thick, that the feet might be inserted into it, and clamped fast with linchpins which fitted into sockets under the border, so that whichever side of the table people preferred, might be used. Thus it became manifestly clear that the work was intended to be used either way. On the table itself they engraved a meander, having precious stones standing out in the middle of it, rubies and emeralds and an onyx too, and many other kinds of stones which excel in beauty. and next to the meander there was placed a wonderful piece of network, which made the center of the table appear like a rhomboid in shape, and on it a crystal and amber, as it is called, had been wrought, which produced an incomparable impression on the beholders. They made the feet of the table with heads like lilies, so that they seemed to be like lilies bending down beneath the table, and the parts which were visible represented leaves which stood upright. The bases of the foot on the ground consisted of a ruby and measured a hand's breadth high all round. It had the appearance of a shoe and was 8 fingers broad. Upon it the whole expanse of the foot rested. And they made the foot appear like ivy growing out of the stone, interwoven with acanthus and surrounded with the vine which encircled it with clusters of grapes, which was worked in stones, up to the top of the foot. All the 4 feet were made in the same style, and everything was wrought and fitted so skillfully, and such remarkable skill and knowledge were expended upon making it true to nature, that when the air was stirred by a breath of wind, movement was imparted to the leaves, and everything was fashioned to correspond with the actual reality which it represented. And they made the top of the table in 3 parts like a triptychon, and they were so fitted and dovetailed together with spigots along the whole breadth of the work, that the meeting of the joints could not be seen or even discovered. The thickness of the table was not less than half a cubit, so that the whole work must have cost many talents. For since the king did not wish to add to its size, he expended on the details the same sum of money which would have been required if the table could have been of larger dimensions. And everything was completed in accordance with his plan, in a most wonderful and remarkable way, with inimitable art and incomparable beauty. Of the mixing bowls, 2 were wrought in gold, and from the base to the middle were engraved with relief work in the pattern of scales, and between the scales precious stones were inserted with great artistic skill. Then there was a meander a cubit in height, with its surface wrought out of precious stones of many colors, displaying great artistic effort and beauty. Upon this there was a mosaic, worked in the form of a rhombus, having a net-like appearance and reaching right up to the brim in the middle, small shields which were made of different precious stones, placed alternately and varying in kind, not less than 4 fingers broad, enhanced the beauty of their appearance. On the top of the brim there was an ornament of lilies in bloom, and intertwining clusters of grapes were engraven all round. Such then was the construction of the golden bowls, and they held more than 2 firkins each. The silver bowls had a smooth surface, and were wonderfully made as if they were intended for looking glasses, so that everything which was brought near to them was reflected even more clearly than in mirrors. But it is impossible to describe the real impression which these works of art produced upon the mind when they were finished. For, when these vessels had been completed and placed side by side, first a silver bowl and then a golden, then another silver, and then another golden, the appearance they presented is altogether indescribable, and those who came to see them were not able to tear themselves from the brilliant sight and entrancing spectacle. The impressions produced by the spectacle were various in kind. When men looked at the golden vessels, and their minds made a complete survey of each detail of workmanship, their souls were thrilled with wonder. Again, when a man wished to direct his gaze to the silver vessels, as they stood before him, everything seemed to flash with light round about the place where he was standing, and afforded a still greater delight to the onlookers. So that it is really impossible to describe the artistic beauty of the works. The golden vials they engraved in the center with vine wreaths. And about the rims they wove a wreath of ivy and myrtle and olive in relief work and inserted precious stones in it. The other parts of the relief work they wrought in different patterns, since they made it a point of honor to complete everything in a way worthy of the majesty of the king. In a word, it may be said that neither in the king's treasury nor in any other, were there any works which equal these in costliness or in artistic skill. For the king spent no little thought upon them, for he loved to gain glory for the excellence of his designs. For oftentimes he would neglect his official business, and spend his time with the artists in his anxiety that they should complete everything in a manner worthy of the place to which the gifts were to be sent. So everything was carried out on a grand scale, in a manner worthy of the king who sent the gifts and of the high priest who was the ruler of the land. There was no stint of precious stones, for not less than 5,000 were used, and they were all of large size. The most exceptional artistic skill was employed, so that the cost of the stones and the workmanship was 5 times as much as that of the gold. I have given you this description of the presents because I thought it was necessary. The next point in the narrative is an account of our journey to Eleazar, but I will first of all give you a description of the whole country. When we arrived in the land of the Jews, we saw the city situated in the middle of the whole of Judea on the top of a mountain of considerable altitude. On the summit the temple had been built in all its splendor. It was surrounded by 3 walls more than 70 cubits high and in length and breadth, corresponding to the structure of the edifice. All the buildings were characterized by a magnificence and costliness quite unprecedented. It was obvious that no expense had been spared on the door and the fastenings, which connected it with the doorposts, and the stability of the lintel. The style of the curtain too was thoroughly in proportion to that of the entrance. Its fabric, owing to the draught of wind, was in perpetual motion, and as this motion was communicated from the bottom and the curtain bulged out to its highest extent, it afforded a pleasant spectacle from which a man could scarcely tear himself away. The construction of the altar was in keeping with the place itself and with the burnt offerings which were consumed by fire upon it, and the approach to it was on a similar scale. There was a gradual slope up to it, conveniently arranged for the purpose of decency, and the ministering priests were robed in linen garments, down to their ankles. The temple faces the east and its back is toward the west. The whole of the floor is paved with stones and slopes down to the appointed places, that water may be conveyed to wash away the blood from the sacrifices, for many thousand beasts are sacrificed there on the feast days. And there is an inexhaustible supply of water, because an abundant natural spring gushes up from within the temple area. There are moreover wonderful and indescribable cisterns underground, as they pointed out to me, at a distance of 5 furlongs all round the site of the temple, and each of them has countless pipes so that the different streams converge together. And all these were fastened with lead at the bottom and at the side walls, and over them a great quantity of plaster had been spread, and every part of the work had been most carefully carried out. There are many openings for water at the base of the altar which are invisible to all except to those who are engaged in the ministration, so that all the blood of the sacrifices which is collected in great quantities is washed away in the twinkling of an eye. Such is my opinion with regard to the character of the reservoirs, and I will now show you how it was confirmed. They led me more than 4 furlongs outside the city and bade me peer down towards a certain spot and listen to the noise that was made by the meeting of the waters, so that the great size of the reservoirs became manifest to me, as has already been pointed out. The ministration of the priests is in every way unsurpassed, both for its physical endurance and for its orderly and silent service. For they all work spontaneously, though it entails much painful exertion, and each one has a special task allotted to him. The service is carried on without interruption. Some provide the wood, others the oil, others the fine wheat flour, others the spices. Others again bring the pieces of flesh for the burnt offering, exhibiting a wonderful degree of strength. For they take up with both hands the limbs of a calf, each of them weighing more than 2 talents, and throw them with each hand in a wonderful way on to the high place of the altar, and never misplacing them on the proper spot. In the same way the pieces of the sheep and also of the goats are wonderful, both for their weight and their fatness. For those, whose business it is, always select the beasts which are without blemish and specially fat, and thus the sacrifice which I have described, is carried out. There is a special place set apart for them to rest in, where those who are relieved from duty sit. When this takes place, those who have already rested and are ready to assume their duties rise up spontaneously, since there is no one to give orders with regard to the arrangement of the sacrifices. The most complete silence reigns, so that one might imagine that there was not a single person present, though there are actually 700 men engaged in the work, besides the vast number of those who are occupied in bringing up the sacrifices. Everything is carried out with reverence and in a way worthy of the great God. We were greatly astonished, when we saw Eleazar engaged in the ministration, at the mode of his dress, and the majesty of his appearance, which was revealed in the robe which he wore and the precious stones upon his person. There were golden bells upon the garment which reached down to his feet, giving forth a peculiar kind of melody, and on both sides of them there were pomegranates with variegated flowers of a wonderful hue. He was girded with a girdle of conspicuous beauty, woven in the most beautiful colors. On his breast he wore the oracle of God, as it is called, on which 12 stones, of different kinds, were inset, fastened together with gold, containing the names of the leaders of the tribes, according to their original order, each one flashing forth in an indescribable way its own particular color. On his head he wore a tiara, as it is called, and upon this in the middle of his forehead an inimitable turban, the royal diadem full of glory with the name of God inscribed in sacred letters on a plate of gold, having been judged worthy to wear these emblems in the ministrations. Their appearance created such awe and confusion of mind as to make one feel that one had come into the presence of a man who belonged to a different world. I am convinced that anyone who takes part in the spectacle which I have described will be filled with astonishment and indescribable wonder and be profoundly affected in his mind at the thought of the sanctity which is attached to each detail of the service. But in order that we might gain complete information, we ascended to the summit of the neighboring citadel and looked around us. It is situated in a very lofty spot, and is fortified with many towers, which have been built up to the very top of immense stones, with the object, as we were informed, of guarding the temple precincts, so that if there were an attack, or an insurrection or an onslaught of the enemy, no one would be able to force an entrance within the walls that surround the temple. On the towers of the citadel engines of war were placed and different kinds of machines, and the position was much higher than the circle of walls which I have mentioned. The towers were guarded too by most trusty men who had given the utmost proof of their loyalty to their country. These men were never allowed to leave the citadel, except on feast days and then only in detachments. Nor did they permit any stranger to enter it. They were also very careful when any command came from the chief officer to admit any visitors to inspect the place, as our own experience taught us. They were very reluctant to admit us, though we were but 2 unarmed men to view the offering of the sacrifices. And they asserted that they were bound by an oath when the trust was committed to them, for they had all sworn and were bound to carry out the oath sacredly to the letter, that though they were 500 in number they would not permit more than 5 men to enter at one time. The citadel was the special protection of the temple, and its founder had fortified it so strongly that it might efficiently protect it. The size of the city is of moderate dimensions. It is about 40 furlongs in circumference, as far as one could conjecture. It has its towers arranged in the shape of a theatre, with thoroughfares leading between them. Now the cross-roads of the lower towers are visible, but those of the upper towers are more frequented. For the ground ascends, since the city is built upon a mountain. There are steps too which lead up to the cross-roads, and some people are always going up, and others down, and they keep as far apart from each other as possible on the road because of those who are bound by the rules of purity, lest they should touch anything which is unlawful. It was not without reason that the original founders of the city built it in due proportions, for they possess clear insight with regard to what was required. For the country is extensive and beautiful. Some parts of it are level, especially the districts which belong to Samaria, as it is called, and which border on the land of the Idumeans. Other parts are mountainous, especially those which are contiguous to the land of Judea. The people therefore are bound to devote themselves to agriculture and the cultivation of the soil, that by this means they may have a plentiful supply of crops. In this way cultivation of every kind is carried on, and an abundant harvest reaped in the whole of the aforesaid land. The cities which are large and enjoy a corresponding prosperity are well populated, but they neglect the country districts, since all men are inclined to a life of enjoyment, for everyone has a natural tendency towards the pursuit of pleasure. The same thing happened in Alexandria, which excels all cities in size and prosperity. Country people, by migrating from the rural districts and settling in the city, brought agriculture into disrepute, and so to prevent them from settling in the city, the king issued orders that they should not stay in it for more than 20 days. And in the same way he gave the judges written instructions, that if it was necessary to issue a summons against anyone who lived in the country, the case must be settled within 5 days. And since he considered the matter one of great importance, he appointed also legal officers for every district with their assistants, that the farmers and their advocates might not in the interests of business empty the granaries of the city, I mean, of the produce of husbandry. I have permitted this digression because it was Eleazar who pointed out with great clearness the points which have been mentioned. For great is the energy which they expend on the tillage of the soil. For the land is thickly planted with multitudes of olive trees, with crops of corn and pulse, with vines too, and there is abundance of honey. Other kinds of fruit trees and dates do not count compared with these. There are cattle of all kinds in great quantities and a rich pasturage for them. Wherefore they rightly recognize that the country districts need a large population, and the relations between the city and the villages are properly regulated. A great quantity of spices and precious stones and gold is brought into the country by the Arabs. For the country is well adapted not only for agriculture but also for commerce, and the city is rich in the arts and lacks none of the merchandise which is brought across the sea. It possesses 2 suitable and commodious harbors at Ascalon, Joppa, and Gaza, as well as at Ptolemy, which was founded by the king and holds a central position compared with the other places named, being not far distant from any of them. The country produces everything in abundance, since it is well watered in all directions and well protected from storms. The river Jordan, as it is called, which never runs dry, flows through the land. Originally the country contained not less than 60 million acres, though afterwards the neighboring peoples made incursions against it and 600,000 men were settled upon it in farms of 100 acres each. The river like the Nile rises in harvest time and irrigates a large portion of the land. Near the district belonging to the people of Ptolemy it issues into another river and this flows out into the sea. Other mountain torrents, as they are called, flow down into the plain and encompass the parts about Gaza and the district of Ashdod. The country is encircled by a natural fence and is very difficult to attack and cannot be assailed by large forces, owing to the narrow passes, with their overhanging precipices and deep ravines, and the rugged character of the mountainous regions which surround all the land. We were told that from the neighboring mountains of Arabia copper and iron were formerly obtained. This was stopped, however, at the time of the Persian rule, since the authorities of the time spread abroad a false report that the working of the mines was useless and expensive, in order to prevent their country from being destroyed by the mining in these districts and possibly taken away from them owing to the Persian rule, since by the assistance of this false report they found an excuse for entering the district. I have now, my dear brother Philocrates, given you all the essential information upon the subject in brief form. I shall describe the work of translation in the sequel. The high priest selected men of the finest character and the highest culture, such as one would expect from their noble parentage. They were men who had not only acquired proficiency in Jewish literature, but had studied most carefully that of the Greeks as well. They were specially qualified therefore for serving on embassies, and they undertook this duty whenever it was necessary. They possessed a great facility for conferences and the discussion of problems connected with the law. They espoused the middle course, and this is always the best course to pursue. They abjured the rough and uncouth manner, but they were altogether above pride and never assumed an air of superiority over others, and in conversation they were ready to listen and give an appropriate answer to every question. And all of them carefully observed this rule and were anxious above everything else to excel each other in its observance, and they were all of them worthy of their leader and of his virtue. And one could observe how they loved Eleazar by their unwillingness to be torn away from him, and how he loved them. For besides the letter which he wrote to the king concerning their safe return, he also earnestly besought Andreas to work for the same end and urged me, too, to assist to the best of my ability, and although we promised to give our best attention to the matter, he said that he was still greatly distressed, for he knew that the king out of the goodness of his nature considered it his highest privilege, whenever he heard of a man who was superior to his fellows in culture and wisdom, to summon him to his court. For I have heard of a fine saying of his to the effect that by securing just and prudent men about his person he would secure the greatest protection for his kingdom, since such friends would unreservedly give him the most beneficial advice. And the men who were now being sent to him by Eleazar undoubtedly possessed these qualities. And he frequently asserted upon oath that he would never let the men go if it were merely some private interest of his own that constituted the impelling motive, but it was for the common advantage of all the citizens that he was sending them. For, he explained, the good life consists in the keeping of the enactments of the law, and this end is achieved much more by hearing than by reading. From this and other similar statements it was clear what his feelings towards them were. it is worthwhile to mention briefly the information which he gave in reply to our questions. For I suppose that most people feel a curiosity with regard to some of the enactments in the law, especially those about meats and drinks and animals recognized as unclean. When we asked why, since there is but one form of creation, some animals are regarded as unclean for eating, and others unclean even to the touch, for though the law is scrupulous on most points, it is specially scrupulous on such matters as these, he began his reply as follows: "You observe," he said, "what an effect our modes of life and our associations produce upon us. By associating with the bad, men catch their depravities and become miserable throughout their life. But if they live with the wise and prudent, they find the means of escaping from ignorance and amending their lives." Our lawgiver first of all laid down the principles of piety and righteousness and inculcated them point by point, not merely by prohibitions but by the use of examples as well, demonstrating the injurious effects of sin and the punishments inflicted by God upon the guilty. For he proved first of all that there is only one God, and that his power is manifested throughout the universe, since every place is filled with his sovereignty, and none of the things which are wrought in secret by men upon the earth escapes his knowledge. For all that a man does and all that is to come to pass in the future are manifest to him. Working out these truths carefully and having made them plain, he showed that even if a man should think of doing evil, to say nothing of actually effecting it, he would not escape detection, for he made it clear that the power of God pervaded the whole of the law. Beginning from this starting point, he went on to show that all mankind except ourselves believe in the existence of many gods, though they themselves are much more powerful than the beings whom they vainly worship. For when they have made statues of stone and wood, they say that they are the images of those who have invented something useful for life, and they worship them, though they have clear proof that they possess no feeling. For it would be utterly foolish to suppose that anyone became a god in virtue of his inventions. For the inventors simply took certain objects already created, and by combining them together, showed that they possessed a fresh utility. They did not themselves create the substance of the thing, and so it is a vain and foolish thing for people to make gods of men like themselves. For in our times there are many who are much more inventive and much more learned than the men of former days who have been deified, and yet they would never come to worship them. The makers and authors of these myths think that they are the wisest of the Greeks. Why need we speak of other infatuated people, Egyptians and the like, who place their reliance upon wild beasts and most kinds of creeping things and cattle, and worship them, and offer sacrifices to them both while living and when dead? Now our lawgiver, being a wise man and specially endowed by God to understand all things, took a comprehensive view of each particular detail, and fenced us round with impregnable ramparts and walls of iron, that we might not mingle at all with any of the other nations, but remain pure in body and soul, free from all vain imaginations, worshipping the one Almighty God above the whole creation. Hence the leading Egyptian priests, having looked carefully into many matters, and being cognizant with our affairs, call us men of God. This is a title which does not belong to the rest of mankind but only to those who worship the true God. The rest are men not of God but of meats and drinks and clothing. For their whole disposition leads them to find solace in these things. Among our people such things are reckoned of no account, but throughout their whole life their main consideration is the sovereignty of God. Therefore, lest we should be corrupted by any abomination, or our lives be perverted by evil communications, he hedged us round on all sides by rules of purity, affecting alike what we eat, or drink, or touch, or hear, or see. For though, speaking generally, all things are alike in their natural constitution, since they are all governed by one and the same power, yet there is a deep reason in each individual case why we abstain from the use of certain things and enjoy the common use of others. For the sake of illustration I will run over one or two points and explain them to you, for you must not fall into the degrading idea that it was out of regard to mice and weasels and other such things that Moses drew up his laws with such exceeding care. All these ordinances were made for the sake of righteousness, to aid the quest for virtue and the perfecting of character. For all the birds that we use are tame and distinguished by their cleanliness, feeding on various kinds of grain and pulse, such as for instance pigeons, turtle-doves, locusts, partridges, geese also, and all other birds of this class. But the birds which are forbidden you will find to be wild and carnivorous, tyrannizing over the others by the strength which they possess, and cruelly obtaining food by preying on the tame birds enumerated above. And not only so, but they seize lambs and kids, and injure human beings too, whether dead or alive, and so by naming them unclean, he gave a sign by means of them that those, for whom the legislation was ordained, must practice righteousness in their hearts and not tyrannize over anyone in reliance upon their own strength, nor rob them of anything, but steer their course of life in accordance with justice, just as the tame birds, already mentioned, consume the different kinds of pulse that grow upon the earth and do not tyrannize to the destruction of their own kindred. Our legislator taught us therefore that it is by such methods as these that indications are given to the wise, that they must be just and effect nothing by violence, and refrain from tyrannizing over others in reliance upon their own strength. For since it is considered unseemly even to touch such unclean animals, as have been mentioned, on account of their particular habits, ought we not to take every precaution lest our own character should be destroyed to the same extent? Wherefore all the rules which he has laid down with regard to what is permitted in the case of these birds and other animals, he has enacted with the object of teaching us a moral lesson. For the division of the hoof and the separation of the claws are intended to teach us that we must discriminate between our individual actions with a view to the practice of virtue. For the strength of our whole body and its activity depend upon our shoulders and limbs. Therefore he compels us to recognize that we must perform all our actions with discrimination according to the standard of righteousness, more especially because we have been distinctly separated from the rest of mankind. For most other men defile themselves by promiscuous intercourse, thereby working great iniquity, and whole countries and cities pride themselves upon such vices. For they not only have intercourse with men but they defile their own mothers and even their daughters. But we have been kept separate from such sins. And the people who have been separated in the aforementioned way are also characterized by the lawgiver as possessing the gift of memory. For all animals, which are cloven-footed and chew the cud, represent to the initiated the symbol of memory. For the act of chewing the cud is nothing else than the reminiscence of life and existence. For life is wont to be sustained by means of food, wherefore he exhorts us in the Scripture also in these words, "Thou shalt surely remember the Lord that wrought in thee those great and wonderful things. For when they are properly conceived, they are manifestly great and glorious." First, the construction of the body and the disposition of the food and the separation of each individual limb and, far more, the organization of the senses, the operation and invisible movement of the mind, the rapidity of its particular actions and its discovery of the arts, display an infinite resourcefulness. Wherefore he exhorts us to remember that the aforesaid parts are kept together by the divine power with consummate skill. For he has marked out every time and place that we may continually remember the God who rules and preserves us. For in the matter of meats and drinks he bids us first of all offer part as a sacrifice and then forthwith enjoy our meal. Moreover, upon our garments he has given us a symbol of remembrance, and in like manner he has ordered us to put the divine oracles upon our gates and doors as a remembrance of God. And upon our hands, too, he expressly orders the symbol to be fastened, clearly showing that we ought to perform every act in righteousness, remembering our own creation, and above all the fear of God. He bids men also, when lying down to sleep and rising up again, to meditate upon the works of God, not only in word, but by observing distinctly the change in impression produced upon them, when they are going to sleep, and also their waking, how divine and incomprehensible the change from one of these states to the other is. The excellency of the analogy in regard to discrimination and memory has now been pointed out to you, according to our interpretation of the cloven hoof and the chewing of the cud. For our laws have not been drawn up at random or in accordance with the first casual thought that occurred to the mind, but with a view to truth and the indication of right reason. For by means of the directions which he gives with regard to meats and drinks and particular cases of touching, he bids us neither to do nor listen to anything thoughtlessly nor to resort to injustice by the abuse of the power of reason. In the case of the wild animals, too, the same principle may be discovered. For the character of the weasel and of mice and such animals as these, which are expressly mentioned, is destructive. Mice defile and damage everything, not only for their own food but even to the extent of rendering absolutely useless to man whatever it falls in their way to damage. The weasel class, too, is peculiar, for besides what has been said, it has a characteristic which is defiling: it conceives through the ears and brings forth through the mouth. And it is for this reason that a like practice is declared unclean in men. For by embodying in speech all that they receive through the ears, they involve others in evils and work no ordinary impurity, being themselves altogether defiled by the pollution of impiety. And your king, as we are informed, does quite right in destroying such men. Then I said, I suppose you mean the informers, for he constantly exposes them to tortures and to painful forms of death. Yes, he replied, these are the men I mean, for to watch for men's destruction is an unholy thing. And our law forbids us to injure anyone either by word or deed. My brief account of these matters ought to have convinced you, that all our regulations have been drawn up with a view to righteousness, and that nothing has been enacted in the Scripture thoughtlessly or without due reason, but its purpose is to enable us throughout our whole life and in all our actions to practice righteousness before all men, being mindful of Almighty God. And so concerning meats and things unclean, creeping things, and wild beasts, the whole system aims at righteousness and righteous relationships between man and man. He seemed to me to have made a good defense on all the points. For in reference also to the calves and rams and goats which are offered, he said that it was necessary to take them from the herds and flocks, and sacrifice tame animals and offer nothing wild, that the offerers of the sacrifices might understand the symbolic meaning of the lawgiver and not be under the influence of an arrogant self-consciousness. For he, who offers a sacrifice makes an offering also of his own soul in all its moods. I think that these particulars with regard to our discussion are worth narrating, and on account of the sanctity and natural meaning of the law, I have been induced to explain them to you clearly, Philocrates, because of your own devotion to learning. And Eleazar, after offering the sacrifice, and selecting the envoys, and preparing many gifts for the king, dispatched us on our journey in great security. And when we reached Alexandria, the king was at once informed of our arrival. On our admission to the palace, Andreas and I warmly greeted the king and handed over to him the letter written by Eleazar. The king was very anxious to meet the envoys, and gave orders that all the other officials should be dismissed and the envoys summoned to his presence at once. Now this excited general surprise, for it is customary for those who come to seek an audience with the king on matters of importance to be admitted to his presence on the 5th day, while envoys from kings or very important cities with difficulty secure admission to the court in 30 days. But these men he counted worthy of greater honor, since he held their master in such high esteem, and so he immediately dismissed those whose presence he regarded as superfluous and continued walking about until they came in and he was able to welcome them. When they entered with the gifts which had been sent with them and the valuable parchments, on which the law was inscribed in gold in Jewish characters, for the parchment was wonderfully prepared and the connection between the pages had been so effected as to be invisible, the king as soon as he saw them began to ask them about the books. And when they had taken the rolls out of their coverings and unfolded the pages, the king stood still for a long time, and then making obeisance about 7 times, he said, I thank you, my friends, and I thank him that sent you still more, and most of all God, whose oracles these are. And when all, the envoys and the others who were present as well, shouted out at one time and with one voice, God save the king, he burst into tears of joy. For his exaltation of soul and the sense of the overwhelming honor which had been paid him compelled him to weep over his good fortune. He commanded them to put the rolls back in their places, and then after saluting the men, said, It was right, men of God, that I should first of all pay my reverence to the books for the sake of which I summoned you here, and then, when I had done that, to extend the right hand of friendship to you. It was for this reason that I did this first. I have enacted that this day, on which you arrived, shall be kept as a great day, and it will be celebrated annually throughout my lifetime. It happens also that it is the anniversary of my naval victory over Antiochus. Therefore I shall be glad to feast with you today. Everything that you may have occasion to use, he said, shall be prepared for you in a befitting manner, and for me also with you. After they had expressed their delight, he gave orders that the best quarters near the citadel should be assigned to them, and that preparations should be made for the banquet. And Nicanor summoned the Lord High Steward, Dorotheus, who was the special officer appointed to look after the Jews, and commanded him to make the necessary preparation for each one. For this arrangement had been made by the king, and it is an arrangement which you see maintained today. For as many cities as have special customs in the matter of drinking, eating, and reclining, have special officers appointed to look after their requirements. And whenever they come to visit the kings, preparations are made in accordance with their own customs, in order that there may be no discomfort to disturb the enjoyment of their visit. The same precaution was taken in the case of the Jewish envoys. Now Dorotheus, who was the patron appointed to look after Jewish guests, was a very conscientious man. All the stores which were under his control and set apart for the reception of such guests, he brought out for the feast. He arranged the seats in 2 rows in accordance with the king's instructions. For he had ordered him to make half the men sit at his right hand and the rest behind him, in order that he might not withhold from them the highest possible honor. When they had taken their seats, he instructed Dorotheus to carry out everything in 1844 accordance with the customs which were in use amongst his Jewish guests. Therefore he dispensed with the services of the sacred heralds and the sacrificing priests and the others who were accustomed to offer the prayers, and called upon one of our number, Eleazar, the oldest of the Jewish priests, to offer prayer instead. And he rose up and made a remarkable prayer. May Almighty God enrich you, O King, with all the good things which he has made, and may he grant you and your wife and your children and your comrades the continual possession of them as long as you live. At these words a loud and joyous applause broke out, which lasted for a considerable time, and then they turned to the enjoyment of the banquet which had been prepared. All the arrangements for service at table were carried out in accordance with the injunction of Dorotheus. Among the attendants were the royal pages and others who held places of honor at the king's court. Taking an opportunity afforded by a pause in the banquet, the king asked the envoy who sat in the seat of honor, for they were arranged according to seniority, how he could keep his kingdom unimpaired to the end. After pondering for a moment, he replied, "You could best establish its security if you were to imitate the unceasing benignity of God. For if you exhibit clemency and inflict mild punishments upon those who deserve them in accordance with their deserts, you will turn them from evil and lead them to repentance." The king praised the answer and then asked the next man, how he could do everything for the best in all his actions. And he replied, "If a man maintains a just bearing towards all, he will always act rightly on every occasion, remembering that every thought is known to God. If you take the fear of God as your starting point, you will never miss the goal." The king complimented this man, too, upon his answer, and asked another, how he could have friends like-minded with himself. He replied, "If they see you studying the interests of the multitudes over whom you rule, you will do well to observe how God bestows his benefits on the human race, providing for them health and food and all other things in due season." After expressing his agreement with the reply, the king asked the next guest, how in giving audiences and passing judgments he could gain the praise even of those who failed to win their suit. And he said, "If you are fair in speech to all alike and never act insolently nor tyrannically in your treatment of offenders. And you will do this if you watch the method by which God acts. The petitions of the worthy are always fulfilled, while those who fail to obtain an answer to their prayers are informed by means of dreams or events of what was harmful in their requests, and that God does not smite them according to their sins or the greatness of his strength, but acts with forbearance towards them." The king praised the man warmly for his answer and asked the next in order, how he could be invincible in military affairs. And he replied, if he did not trust entirely to his multitudes or his warlike forces, but called upon God continually to bring his enterprises to a successful issue, while he himself discharged all his duties in the spirit of justice. Welcoming this answer, he asked another how he might become an object of dread to his enemies. And he replied, if while maintaining a vast supply of arms and forces he remembered that these things were powerless to achieve a permanent and conclusive result. For even God instills fear into the minds of men by granting reprieves and making merely a display of the greatness of his power. This man the king praised and then said to the next, what is the highest good in life? And he answered, to know that God is Lord of the universe, and that in our finest achievements it is not we who attain success but God who by his power brings all things to fulfillment and leads us to the goal. The king exclaimed that the man had answered well, and then asked the next how he could keep all his possessions intact and finally hand them down to his successors in the same condition. And he answered by praying constantly to God that you may be inspired with high motives in all your undertakings, and by warning your descendants not to be dazzled by fame or wealth, for it is God who bestows all these gifts and men never by themselves win the supremacy. The king expressed his agreement with the answer and inquired of the next guest, how he could bear with equanimity whatever befell him. And he said, if you have a firm grasp of the thought that all men are appointed by God to share the greatest evil as well as the greatest good, since it is impossible for one who is a man to be exempt from these. But God, to whom we ought always to pray, inspires us with courage to endure. Delighted with the man's reply, the king said that all their answers had been good. I will put a question to another, he added, and then I will stop for the present, that we may turn our attention to the enjoyment of the feast and spend a pleasant time. Thereupon he asked the man, what is the true aim of courage? And he answered, if a right plan is carried out in the hour of danger in accordance with the original intention. For all things are accomplished by God to your advantage, O king, since your purpose is good. When all had signified by their applause their agreement with the answer, the king said to the philosophers, for not a few of them were present, it is my opinion that these men excel in virtue and possess extraordinary knowledge, since on the spur of the moment they have given fitting answers to these questions which I have put to them, and have all made God the starting point of their words. And Lamentations, the philosopher of Eretria, said, true, O king, for since the universe is managed by providence and since we rightly perceive that man is the creation of God, it follows that all power and beauty of speech proceed from God. When the king had nodded his assent to this sentiment, the speaking ceased and they proceeded to enjoy themselves. When evening came on, the banquet ended. On the following day they sat down to table again and continued the banquet according to the same arrangements. When the king thought that a fitting opportunity had arrived to put inquiries to his guests, he proceeded to ask further questions of the men who sat next in order to those who had given answers on the previous day. He began to open the conversation with the 11th man, for there were 10 who had been asked questions on the former occasion. When silence was established, he asked how he could continue to be rich. After a brief reflection, the man who had been asked the question replied if he did nothing unworthy of his position, never acted licentiously, never lavished expense on empty and vain pursuits, but by acts of benevolence made all his subjects well disposed towards himself. For it is God who is the author of all good things and whom man must needs obey. The king bestowed praise upon him and then asked another how he could maintain the truth. In reply to the question he said, by recognizing that a lie brings great disgrace upon all men, and more especially upon kings. For since they have the power to do whatever they wish, why should they resort to lies? In addition to this you must always remember, O king, that God is a lover of the truth. The king received the answer with great delight and looking at another said, what is the teaching of wisdom? And the other replied, as you wish that no evil should befall you, but to be a partaker of all good things, so you should act on the same principle towards your subjects and offenders, and you should mildly admonish the noble and good. For God draws all men to himself by his benignity. The king praised him and asked the next in order how he could be the friend of men. And he replied, by observing that the human race increases and is born with much trouble and great suffering, wherefore you must not lightly punish or inflict torments upon them, since you know that the life of men is made up of pains and penalties. For if you understood everything you would be filled with pity, for God also is pitiful. The king received the answer with approbation and inquired of the next, what is the most essential qualification for ruling? To keep oneself, he answered, free from bribery and to practice sobriety during the greater part of one's life, to honor righteousness above all things, and to make friends of men of this type. For God, too, is a lover of justice. Having signified his approval, the king said to another, what is the true mark of piety? And he replied, to perceive that God constantly works in the universe and knows all things, and no man who acts unjustly and works wickedness can escape his notice. As God is the benefactor of the whole world, so you, too, must imitate him and be void of offense. The king signified his agreement and said to another, "What is the essence of kingship?" And he replied, "To rule oneself well and not to be led astray by wealth or fame to immoderate or unseemly desires. This is the true way of ruling if you reason the matter well out. For all that you really need is yours, and God is free from need and benignant withal. Let your thoughts be such as become a man, and desire not many things but only such as are necessary for ruling." The king praised him and asked another man how his deliberations might be for the best. And he replied, if he constantly set justice before him in everything and thought that injustice was equivalent to deprivation of life. For God always promises the highest blessings to the just. Having praised him, the king asked the next how he could be free from disturbing thoughts in his sleep. And he replied, "You have asked me a question which is very difficult to answer, for we cannot bring our true selves into play during the hours of sleep, but are held fast in these by imaginations that cannot be controlled by reason. For our souls possess the feeling that they actually see the things that enter into our consciousness during sleep. But we make a mistake if we suppose that we are actually sailing on the sea in boats or flying through the air or traveling to other regions or anything else of the kind. And yet we actually do imagine such things to be taking place. So far as it is possible for me to decide, I have reached the following conclusion. You must in every possible way, O king, govern your words and actions by the rule of piety, that you may have the consciousness that you are maintaining virtue and that you never choose to gratify yourself at the expense of reason and never by abusing your power do despite to righteousness. For the mind mostly busies itself in sleep with the same things with which it occupies itself when awake. And he who has all his thoughts and actions set towards the noblest ends establishes himself in righteousness both when he is awake and when he is asleep. Wherefore you must be steadfast in the constant discipline of self." The king bestowed praise on the man and said to another, "Since you are the 10th to answer, when you have spoken, we will devote ourselves to the banquet." And then he put the question, "How can I avoid doing anything unworthy of myself?" And he replied, "Look always to your own fame and your own supreme position, that you may speak and think only such things as are consistent therewith, knowing that all your subjects think and talk about you. For you must not appear to be worse than the actors, who study carefully the role which it is necessary for them to play, and shape all their actions in accordance with it. You are not acting a part, but are really a king, since God has bestowed upon you a royal authority in keeping with your character." When the king had applauded loud and long in the most gracious way, the guests were urged to seek repose. So when the conversation ceased, they devoted themselves to the next course of the feast. On the following day, the same arrangement was observed, and when the king found an opportunity of putting questions to the men, he questioned the first of those who had been left over for the next interrogation, "What is the highest form of government?" And he replied, "To rule oneself and not to be carried away by impulses. For all men possess a certain natural bent of mind. It is probable that most men have an inclination towards food and drink and pleasure, and kings a bent towards the acquisition of territory and great renown. But it is good that there should be moderation in all things. What God gives, that you must take and keep, but never yearn for things that are beyond your reach." Pleased with these words, the king asked the next how he could be free from envy. And he after a brief pause replied, "If you consider first of all that it is God who bestows on all kings glory and great wealth and no one is king by his own power. All men wish to share this glory but cannot, since it is the gift of God." The king praised the man in a long speech and then asked another how he could despise his enemies. And he replied, "If you show kindness to all men and win their friendship, you need fear no one. To be popular with all men is the best of good gifts to receive from God." Having praised this answer, the king ordered the next man to reply to the question, how he could maintain his great renown. And he replied that if you are generous and large-hearted in bestowing kindness and acts of grace upon others, you will never lose your renown, but if you wish the aforesaid graces to continue yours, you must call upon God continually. The king expressed his approval and asked the next, to whom ought a man to show liberality? And he replied, All men acknowledge that we ought to show liberality to those who are well disposed towards us, but I think that we ought to show the same keen spirit of generosity to those who are opposed to us, that by this means we may win them over to the right and to what is advantageous to ourselves. But we must pray to God that this may be accomplished, for he rules the minds of all men. Having expressed his agreement with the answer, the king asked the sixth to reply to the question, "To whom ought we to exhibit gratitude?" And he replied, "To our parents continually, for God has given us a most important commandment with regard to the honor due to parents." In the next place he reckons the attitude of friend towards friend, for he speaks of a friend which is as thine own soul. You do well in trying to bring all men into friendship with yourself. The king spoke kindly to him and then asked the next, "What is it that resembles beauty in value?" And he said, "Piety, for it is the preeminent form of beauty, and its power lies in love, which is the gift of God. This you have already acquired, and with it all the blessings of life." The king in the most gracious way applauded the answer and asked another how, if he were to fail, he could regain his reputation again in the same degree? And he said, "It is not possible for you to fail, for you have sown in all men the seeds of gratitude which produce a harvest of goodwill, and this is mightier than the strongest weapons and guarantees the greatest security. But if any man does fail, he must never again do those things which caused his failure, but he must form friendships and act justly. For it is the gift of God to be able to do good actions and not the contrary." Delighted with these words, the king asked another how he could be free from grief. And he replied, "If he never injured anyone, but did good to everybody and followed the pathway of righteousness, for its fruits bring freedom from grief. But we must pray to God that unexpected evils such as death or disease or pain or anything of this kind may not come upon us and injure us. But since you are devoted to piety, no such misfortune will ever come upon you." The king bestowed great praise upon him and asked the tenth, "What is the highest form of glory?" And he said, "To honor God, and this is done not with gifts and sacrifices but with purity of soul and holy conviction, since all things are fashioned and governed by God in accordance with his will. Of this purpose you are in constant possession, as all men can see from your achievements in the past and in the present." With loud voice the king greeted them all and spoke kindly to them, and all those who were present expressed their approval, especially the philosophers. For they were far superior to them, that is the philosophers, both in conduct and in argument, since they always made God their starting point. After this the king, to show his good feeling, proceeded to drink the health of his guests. On the following day the same arrangements were made for the banquet, and the king, as soon as an opportunity occurred, began to put questions to the men who sat next to those who had already responded, and he said to the first, "Is wisdom capable of being taught?" And he said, "The soul is so constituted that it is able by the divine power to receive all the good and reject the contrary." The king expressed approval and asked the next man, "What is it that is most beneficial to health?" And he said, "Temperance, and it is not possible to acquire this unless God create a disposition towards it." The king spoke kindly to the man and said to another, "How can a man worthily pay the debt of gratitude to his parents?" And he said, "By never causing them pain, and this is not possible unless God dispose the mind to the pursuit of the noblest ends." The king expressed agreement and asked the next how he could become an eager listener. And he said, "By remembering that all knowledge is useful, because it enables you by the help of God in a time of emergency to select some of the things which you have learned and apply them to the crisis which confronts you. And so the efforts of men are fulfilled by the assistance of God." The king praised him and asked the next how he could avoid doing anything contrary to law. And he said, "If you recognize that it is God who has put the thoughts into the hearts of the lawgivers that the lives of men might be preserved, you will follow them." The king acknowledged the man's answer and said to another, "What is the advantage of kinship?" And he replied, "If we consider that we ourselves are afflicted by the misfortunes which fall upon our relatives, and if their sufferings become our own, then the strength of kinship is apparent at once, for it is only when such feeling is shown that we shall win honor and esteem in their eyes. For help, when it is linked with kindliness, is of itself a bond which is altogether indissoluble. And in the day of their prosperity we must not crave their possessions, but must pray God to bestow all manner of good upon them." and having accorded to him the same praise as to the rest, the king asked another how he could attain freedom from fear. And he said, when the mind is conscious that it has wrought no evil, and when God directs it to all noble counsels. The king expressed his approval and asked another how he could always maintain a right judgment. And he replied, if he constantly set before his eyes the misfortunes which befall men and recognized that it is God who takes away prosperity from some and brings others to great honor and glory. The king gave a kindly reception to the man and asked the next to answer the question how he could avoid a life of ease and pleasure. And he replied, if he continually remembered that he was the ruler of a great empire and the lord of vast multitudes, and that his mind ought not to be occupied with other things, but he ought always to be considering how he could best promote their welfare. He must pray, too, to God that no duty might be neglected. Having bestowed praise upon him, the king asked the 10th how he could recognize those who were dealing treacherously with him. And he replied to the question, if he observed whether the bearing of those about him was natural and whether they maintained the proper rule of precedence at receptions and councils, and in their general intercourse, never going beyond the bounds of propriety in congratulations or in other matters of deportment. But God will incline your mind, O king, to all that is noble. When the king had expressed his loud approval and praised them all individually amid the plaudits of all who were present, they turned to the enjoyment of the feast. And on the next day, when the opportunity offered, the king asked the next man, what is the grossest form of neglect? And he replied, if a man does not care for his children and devote every effort to their education. For we always pray to God not so much for ourselves as for our children that every blessing may be theirs. Our desire that our children may possess self-control is only realized by the power of God. The king said that he had spoken well and then asked another how he could be patriotic. By keeping before your mind, he replied, the thought that it is good to live and die in one's own country. Residence abroad brings contempt upon the poor and shame upon the rich as though they had been banished for a crime. If you bestow benefits upon all, as you continually do, God will give you favor with all and you will be accounted patriotic. After listening to this man, the king asked the next in order how he could live amicably with his wife. And he answered, by recognizing that womankind are by nature headstrong and energetic in the pursuit of their own desires, and subject to sudden changes of opinion through fallacious reasoning, and their nature is essentially weak. It is necessary to deal wisely with them and not to provoke strife. For the successful conduct of life the steersman must know the goal toward which he ought to direct his course. It is only by calling upon the help of God that men can steer a true course of life at all times. The king expressed his agreement and asked the next how he could be free from error. And he replied, if you always act with deliberation and never give credence to slanders, but prove for yourself the things that are said to you and decide by your own judgment the requests which are made to you and carry out everything in the light of your judgment, you will be free from error, O king. But the knowledge and practice of these things is the work of the divine power. Delighted with these words, the king asked another how he could be free from wrath. And he said in reply to the question, if he recognized that he had power over all even to inflict death upon them, if he gave way to wrath, and that it would be useless and pitiful if he, just because he was Lord, deprived many of life. What need was there for wrath, when all men were in subjection and no one was hostile to him? It is necessary to recognize that God rules the whole world in the spirit of kindness and without wrath at all, and you, said he, O king, must of necessity copy his example. The king said that he had answered well and then inquired of the next man, what is good counsel? To act well at all times and with due reflection, he explained, comparing what is advantageous to our own policy with the injurious effects that would result from the adoption of the opposite view, in order that by weighing every point we may be well advised and our purpose may be accomplished. And most important of all, by the power of God every plan of yours will find fulfillment because you practice piety. The king said that this man had answered well, and asked another what is philosophy? And he explained, to deliberate well in reference to any question that emerges and never to be carried away by impulses, but to ponder over the injuries that result from the passions, and to act rightly as the circumstances demand, practicing moderation. But we must pray to God to instill into our mind a regard for these things. The king signified his consent and asked another how he could meet with recognition when traveling abroad. By being fair to all men, he replied, and by appearing to be inferior rather than superior to those amongst whom he was traveling. For it is a recognized principle that God by his very nature accepts the humble. And the human race loves those who are willing to be in subjection to them. Having expressed his approval at this reply, the king asked another how he could build in such a way that his structures would endure after him. And he replied to the question, if his creations were on a great and noble scale, so that the beholders would spare them for their beauty, and if he never dismissed any of those who wrought such works and never compelled others to minister to his needs without wages. For observing how God provides for the human race, granting them health and mental capacity and all other gifts, he himself should follow his example by rendering to men a recompense for their arduous toil. For it is the deeds that are wrought in righteousness that abide continually. The king said that this man, too, had answered well and asked the 10th, what is the fruit of wisdom? And he replied, that a man should be conscious in himself that he has wrought no evil and that he should live his life in the truth, since it is from these, O mighty king, that the greatest joy and steadfastness of soul and strong faith in God accrue to you if you rule your realm in piety. And when they heard the answer they all shouted with loud acclaim, and afterwards the king in the fullness of his joy began to drink their healths. And on the next day the banquet followed the same course as on previous occasions, and when the opportunity presented itself the king proceeded to put questions to the remaining guests, and he said to the first, how can a man keep himself from pride? And he replied, if he maintains equality and remembers on all occasions that he is a man ruling over men. And God brings the proud to naught, and exalts the meek and humble. The king spoke kindly to him and asked the next, whom ought a man to select as his counselors? And he replied, those who have been tested in many affairs and maintain unmingled goodwill towards him and partake of his own disposition. And God manifest himself to those who are worthy that these ends may be attained. The king praised him and asked another, what is the most necessary possession for a king? The friendship and love of his subjects, he replied, for it is through this that the bond of goodwill is rendered indissoluble. And it is God who ensures that this may come to pass in accordance with your wish. The king praised him and inquired of another, what is goal of speech? And he replied, to convince your opponent by showing him his mistakes in a well-ordered array of arguments. For in this way you will win your hearer, not by opposing him, but by bestowing praise upon him with a view to persuading him. And it is by the power of God that persuasion is accomplished. The king said that he had given a good answer, and asked another how he could live amicably with the many different races who form the population of his kingdom. By acting the proper part towards each, he replied, and taking righteousness as your guide, as you are now doing with the help of the insight which God bestows upon you. The king was delighted by this reply, and asked another under what circumstances ought a man to suffer grief? In the misfortunes that befall our friends, he replied, when we see that they are protracted and irremediable. Reason does not allow us to grieve for those who are dead and set free from evil, but all men do grieve over them because they think only of themselves and their own advantage. It is by the power of God alone that we can escape all evil. The king said that he had given a fitting answer, and asked another, how is reputation lost? And he replied, when pride and unbounded self-confidence hold sway, dishonor and loss of reputation are engendered. For God is the Lord of all reputation and bestows it where he will. The king gave his confirmation to the answer, and asked the next man, to whom ought men to entrust themselves? To those, he replied, who serve you from goodwill and not from fear or self-interest, thinking only of their own gain. For the one is the sign of love, the other the mark of ill will and time-serving. For the man who is always watching, for his own gain is a traitor at heart. But you possess the affection of all your subjects by the help of the good counsel which God bestows upon you. The king said that he had answered wisely, and asked another, what is it that keeps a kingdom safe? And he replied to the question, care and forethought that no evil may be wrought by those who are placed in a position of authority over the people, and this you always do by the help of God who inspires you with grave judgment. The king spoke words of encouragement to him, and asked another, "What is it that maintains gratitude and honor?" And he replied, "Virtue, for it is the creator of good deeds, and by it evil is destroyed, even as you exhibit nobility of character towards all by the gift which God bestows upon you." The king graciously acknowledged the answer and asked the 11th, since there were two more than 70, how he could in time of war maintain tranquility of soul. And he replied, by remembering that he had done no evil to any of his subjects, and that all would fight for him in return for the benefits which they had received, knowing that even if they lose their lives, you will care for those dependent on them. For you never failed to make reparation to any, such is the kind-heartedness with which God has inspired you. The king loudly applauded them all and spoke very kindly to them, and then drank a long draught to the health of each, giving himself up to enjoyment, and lavishing the most generous and joyous friendship upon his guests. On the 7th day much more extensive preparations were made, and many others were present from the different cities, among them a large number of ambassadors. When an opportunity occurred, the king asked the first of those who had not yet been questioned how he could avoid being deceived by fallacious reasoning. And he replied, by noticing carefully the speaker, the thing spoken, and the subject under discussion, and by putting the same questions again after an interval in different forms. But to possess an alert mind and to be able to form a sound judgment in every case is one of the good gifts of God, and you possess it, O king. The king loudly applauded the answer and asked another, why is it that the majority of men never become virtuous? Because, he replied, all men are by nature intemperate and inclined to pleasure. Hence, injustice springs up in the flood of avarice. The habit of virtue is a hindrance to those who are devoted to a life of pleasure, because it enjoins upon them the preference of temperance and righteousness. For it is God who is the master of these things. The king said that he had answered well, and asked, what ought kings to obey? And he said, the laws, in order that by righteous enactments they may restore the lives of men. Even as you by such conduct in obedience to the divine command have laid up in store for yourself a perpetual memorial. The king said that this man, too, had spoken well, and asked the next, whom ought we to appoint as governors? And he replied, all who hate wickedness, and imitating your own conduct act righteously, that they may maintain a good reputation constantly. For this is what you do, O mighty king, he said, and it is God who has bestowed upon you the crown of righteousness. The king loudly acclaimed the answer, and then looking at the next man said, whom ought we to appoint as officers over the forces? And he explained, those who excel in courage and righteousness, and those who are more anxious about the safety of their men than to gain a victory by risking their lives through rashness. For as God acts well towards all men, so too you in imitation of him are the benefactor of all your subjects. The king said that he had given a good answer, and asked another, what man is worthy of admiration? And he replied, the man who is furnished with reputation and wealth and power, and possesses a soul equal to it all. You yourself show by your actions that you are most worthy of admiration through the help of God who makes you care for these things. The king expressed his approval and said to another, to what affairs ought kings to devote most time? And he replied, to reading and the study of the records of official journeys, which are written in reference to the various kingdoms, with a view to the reformation and preservation of the subjects. And it is by such activity that you have attained to a glory which has never been approached by others, through the help of God who fulfills all your desires. The king spoke enthusiastically to the man, and asked another, how ought a man to occupy himself during his hours of relaxation and recreation? And he replied, to watch those plays which can be acted with propriety, and to set before one's eyes scenes taken from life and enacted with dignity and decency is profitable and appropriate. For there is some edification to be found even in these amusements, for often some desirable lesson is taught by the most insignificant affairs of life. But by practicing the utmost propriety in all your actions, you have shown that you are a philosopher, and you are honored by God on account of your virtue. The king, pleased with the words which had just been spoken, said to the 9th man, how ought a man to conduct himself at banquets? And he replied, You should summon to your side men of learning and those who are able to give you useful hints with regard to the affairs of your kingdom and the lives of your subjects, for you could not find any theme more suitable or more educative than this, and such men are dear to God because they have trained their minds to contemplate the noblest themes, as you indeed are doing yourself, since all your actions are directed by God." Delighted with the reply, the king inquired of the next man, "What is best for the people? That a private citizen should be made king over them, or a member of the royal family?" And he replied, "He who is best by nature." For kings who come of royal lineage are often harsh and severe towards their subjects. And still more is this the case with some of those who have risen from the ranks of private citizens, who after having experienced evil and borne their share of poverty, when they rule over multitudes turn out to be more cruel than the godless tyrants. But, as I have said, a good nature which has been properly trained is capable of ruling, and you are a great king, not so much because you excel in the glory of your rule and your wealth, but rather because you have surpassed all men in clemency and philanthropy, thanks to God who has endowed you with these qualities." The king spent some time in praising this man, and then asked the last of all, "What is the greatest achievement in ruling an empire?" And he replied, "That the subjects should continually dwell in a state of peace, and that justice should be speedily administered in cases of dispute. These results are achieved through the influence of the ruler, when he is a man who hates evil and loves the good and devotes his energies to saving the lives of men, just as you consider injustice the worst form of evil, and by your just administration have fashioned for yourself an undying reputation, since God bestows upon you a mind which is pure and untainted by any evil." And when he ceased, loud and joyful applause broke out for some considerable time. When it stopped, the king took a cup and gave a toast in honor of all his guests and the words which they had uttered. Then in conclusion he said, "I have derived the greatest benefit from your presence. I have profited much by the wise teaching which you have given me in reference to the art of ruling." Then he ordered that 3 talents of silver should be presented to each of them, and appointed one of his slaves to deliver over the money. All at once shouted their approval, and the banquet became a scene of joy, while the king gave himself up to a continuous round of festivity. I have written at length and must crave your pardon, Philocrates. I was astonished beyond measure at the men and the way in which on the spur of the moment they gave answers which really needed a long time to devise. For though the questioner had given great thought to each particular question, those who replied one after the other had their answers to the questions ready at once, and so they seemed to me and to all who were present, and especially to the philosophers, to be worthy of admiration. And I suppose that the thing will seem incredible to those who will read my narrative in the future. But it is unseemly to misrepresent facts which are recorded in the public archives. And it would not be right for me to transgress in such a matter as this. I tell the story just as it happened, conscientiously avoiding any error. I was so impressed by the force of their utterances, that I made an effort to consult those whose business it was to make a record of all that happened at the royal audiences and banquets. For it is the custom, as you know, from the moment the king begins to transact business until the time when he retires to rest, for a record to be taken of all his sayings and doings, a most excellent and useful arrangement. For on the following day the minutes of the doings and sayings of the previous day are read over before business commences, and if there has been any irregularity, the matter is at once set right. I obtain therefore, as has been said, accurate information from the public records, and I have set forth the facts in proper order, since I know how eager you are to obtain useful information. 3 days later Demetrius took the men, and passing along the sea wall, 7 stadia long, to the island, crossed the bridge and made for the northern districts of Pharos. There he assembled them in a house, which had been built upon the seashore, of great beauty and in a secluded situation, and invited them to carry out the work of translation, since everything that they needed for the purpose was placed at their disposal. So they set to work comparing their several results and making them agree, and whatever they agreed upon was suitably copied out under the direction of Demetrius. And the session lasted until the 9th hour. After this they were set free to minister to their physical needs. Everything they wanted was furnished for them on a lavish scale. In addition to this, Dorotheus made the same preparations for them daily as were made for the king himself, for thus he had been commanded by the king. In the early morning they appeared daily at the court, and after saluting the king went back to their own place. And as is the custom of all the Jews, they washed their hands in the sea and prayed to God, and then devoted themselves to reading and translating the particular passage upon which they were engaged. And I put the question to them, why it was that they washed their hands before they prayed? And they explained that it was a token that they had done no evil, for every form of activity is wrought by means of the hands, since in their noble and holy way they regard everything as a symbol of righteousness and truth. As I have already said, they met together daily in the place, which was delightful for its quiet and its brightness, and applied themselves to their task. And it so chanced that the work of translation was completed in 72 days, just as if this had been arranged of set purpose. When the work was completed, Demetrius collected together the Jewish population in the place where the translation had been made, and read it over to all, in the presence of the translators, who met with a great reception also from the people, because of the great benefits which they had conferred upon them. They bestowed warm praise upon Demetrius, too, and urged him to have the whole law transcribed and present a copy to their leaders. After the books had been read, the priests and the elders of the translators and the Jewish community and the leaders of the people stood up and said, that since so excellent and sacred and accurate a translation had been made, it was only right that it should remain as it was and no alteration should be made in it. And when the whole company expressed their approval, they bade them pronounce a curse in accordance with their custom upon anyone who should make any alteration, either by adding anything or changing in any way whatever any of the words which had been written, or making any omission. This was a very wise precaution to ensure that the book might be preserved for all the future time unchanged. When the matter was reported to the king, he rejoiced greatly, for he felt that the design which he had formed had been safely carried out. The whole book was read over to him, and he was greatly astonished at the spirit of the lawgiver. And he said to Demetrius, "How is it that none of the historians or the poets have ever thought it worth their while to allude to such a wonderful achievement?" And he replied, "Because the law is sacred and of divine origin. And some of those who formed the intention of dealing with it have been smitten by God, and therefore desisted from their purpose." He said that he had heard from Theopompus that he had been driven out of his mind for more than 30 days because he intended to insert in this history some of the incidents from the earlier and somewhat unreliable translations of the law. When he had recovered a little, he besought God to make it clear to him why the misfortune had befallen him. And it was revealed to him in a dream, that from idle curiosity he was wishing to communicate sacred truths to common men, and that if he desisted he would recover his health. I have heard, too, from the lips of Theodicus, one of the tragic poets, that when he was about to adapt some of the incidents recorded in the book for one of his plays, he was affected with cataract in both his eyes. And when he perceived the reason why the misfortune had befallen him, he prayed to God for many days and was afterwards restored. And after the king, as I have already said, had received the explanation of Demetrius on this point, he did homage in order that great care should be taken of the books, and that they should be sacredly guarded. And he urged the translators to visit him frequently after their return to Judea, for it was only right, he said, that he should now send them home. But when they came back, he would treat them as friends, as was right, and they would receive rich presents from him. He ordered preparations to be made for them to return home, and treated them most munificently. He presented each one of them with 3 robes of the finest sort, 2 talents of gold, a sideboard weighing 1 talent, all the furniture for 3 couches. And with the escort he sent Eleazar 10 couches with silver legs and all the necessary equipment, a sideboard worth 30 talents, 10 robes, purple, and a magnificent crown, and 100 pieces of the finest woven linen, also bowls and dishes, and 2 golden beakers to be dedicated to God. He urged him also in a letter that if any of the men preferred to come back to him, not to enter them. For he counted it a great privilege to enjoy the society of such learned men, and he would rather lavish his wealth upon them than upon vanities. And now, Philocrates, you have the complete story in accordance with my promise. I think that you find greater pleasure in these matters than in the writings of the mythologists. For you are devoted to the study of those things which can benefit the soul, and spend much time upon it. I shall attempt to narrate whatever other events are worth recording, that by perusing them you may secure the highest reward for your zeal.
The Sefer, of Maccabean Sheleshi, 3rd Maccabees, chapter 1. Now, Philopator, on learning from those who had come back from Antiochus, had made himself master of the places which belonged to himself, sent orders to all his footmen and horsemen, took with him his sister Arsone, and marched out as far as the parts of Raphia, where Antiochus and his forces encamped. And one Theodotus, intending to marry out of his design, took with him the bravest of the armies who had been before committed to his trust by Ptolemy, and got through at night to the tent of Ptolemy, to kill him on his own responsibility, and so to end the war. But Dostheus, called the son of Dremulius, by birth a Yehudi, afterwards a renegade from the Torah and observance of the country, conveyed Ptolemy away, and made an obscure person lie down in his stead in the tent. It befell this man to receive the fate which was meant for the other. A fierce battle then took place, and the men of Antiochus prevailing, Arsino continually went up and down the ranks, and with her dishevelled hair, with tears and entreaties, begged the soldiers to fight manfully for themselves. Their children and their women promised that if they proved conquerors, she would give them 2 main of gold apiece. It thus fell out that the enemies were defeated in hand-to-hand encounter, and that many of them were taken prisoner. Having vanquished this attempt, the king then decided to proceed to the neighboring cities and encourage them. By doing this, and by making donations to their temples, he inspired his subjects with confidence. The Yehudim sent some of their council and their elders to him. The greetings, guest gifts, and congratulations of the past bestowed by them filled him with great eagerness to visit their city. Having arrived at Jerusalem, sacrificed and offered thank offerings to the great Gadol Elohim, and done whatsoever else was suitable to the sanctity of the place, and entered in the inner court. He was so struck with the magnificence of the place, and so wondered at the orderly arrangements of the temple, that he considered entering the sanctuary itself. And when they told him that this was not possible or permissible, none of the nation, no, not even the Kohanim, the priests in general, but only the supreme high priest, the Kohanim Hagadol of all, and he only once in a year, being allowed to go in, he would by no means give way. Then they read the Torah to him, but he persisted in obtruding himself, exclaiming that he ought to be allowed, and saying, "Be it that they were deprived of this honor, I ought not to be." And he put the question, why, when he entered all the temples, none of their priests who were present forbade him. He was thoroughly answered by someone that he did wrong to boast of this. "Well, since I have done this," he said, "be the cause that it may, shall I enter with or without your consent, And when the priests fell down in their sacred Kodesh vestments, imploring the great Elohim to come and help in time of need, and to avert the violence and the fierce aggressor. And when they filled the temple with lamentations and tears, then those who had been left behind in the city were scared and rushed forth, uncertain of the events. Betulas, Almas, virgins, who had been shut up within their chambers, came out with their mothers, scattering dust and ashes on their head, and filling the streets with outcries. Women, but recently separated off, left their bridal chambers, left the reserve that befitting them, and ran about the city in a disorderly manner. Newborn babies were deserted by their mothers or nurses who waited upon them, some here, some there, in houses or in fields. These now, under the ardor which could not be checked, swarmed into Elion's temple, his house. Various were the prayers offered up by those who assembled in this place, and on account of the unholy attempt of the king. Along with these, there were some of the citizens who took courage and would not submit to his obstinacy and his intention of carrying out his purpose, calling out for arms, and to die bravely in defense of the Torah of their fathers. They created a great uproar in the place, and were with difficulty brought back by the aged and the elders to the stations of prayer which they had occupied before. During this time, the multitude kept on praying. The elders who surrounded the king strove in many ways to divert his haughty mind from the design which he had formed. He, in his hardened mood, insensible to all persuasion, was going on with the view of carrying out this design. Yet even his own officers, when they saw this, joined the Yehudim in an appeal to him who has all power to aid in the present crisis, and not wink at such overweening iniquity. Such was the frequency and the vehemency of the cry of the assembled crowd, that an indescribable noise ensued. Not the men only, but the very walls and the floors seemed to resonate forth. All things preferring disillusion rather than to see the place defiled. 3 Maccabees, chapter 2. Now was it that the high priest, the Kohanim Hagadol, Shimon, bowed his knees over against the Kodesh place, and spread out his hands in reverent form, and uttered the following supplication, semicolon. O Yahweh, Yahweh, King of heaven, of Shamayim, and the ruler of the whole creation, Kodesh among the Kodesh, sole governor, El Shaddai, give ear to us who are oppressed by a wicked and profane one, who exalts in his confidence and strength. It is you, the creator of all, Yahweh of the universe, who are a righteous governor. and judge all who act with pride and insolence. It is you who did destroy the former works of unrighteousness, along with whom were the giants, who trusted in their strength and hardihood, the Nephilim, by covering them with a measureless flood. It was you who did make the Sodonium, those who of exceeding iniquity, men notorious for their vices, and an example to after generations, when you did cover them with fire and brimstone. You did make known your power when you caused the bold Pharaoh, the enslaver of your people, to pass through the ordeal of many and diverse afflictions. And you rolled the depths of the sea over him, when he made pursuit with chariots and with a multitude of followers, and gave safe passage to those who put their trust in you, Yahweh of the whole creation. These saw and felt the works of your hands and praised you, El Shaddai, you, O King Melech, when you created the illimitable and unmeasureless earth, did choose out this city. You did make this place Kodesh to Hashem, sacred to your name, albeit you need nothing. You did glorify it with your illustrious presence, and constructing it to the glory of your great and honorable name. And you did promise out of love to the people of Yisrael that should we fall away from you and become afflicted, and then come to this house and pray, you would hear our prayers. Verily, you are faithful and emet, true. And when you did offer aid, our fathers were hard-pressed and in low estate, and delivered them out of great dangers. See now, Kodesh Melechim, Kodesh, Holy King, how through our many and great sins we are borne down and made subject to our enemies, and are become weak and powerless. We, being in this low condition, this bold and profane man seeks to dishonor your Kodesh place, consecrated out of the Eretz, the earth, to Hashem, to the name of your majesty. Your dwelling place and heaven, Shamayim of heavens, is indeed unapproachable to men. But since it seems good to you to exhibit your glory, your kavod among your people Yisrael, you did sanctify this place. Punish us not by means of this zarat, uncleanness of their men, nor chaste us by means of their profanity, lest the Torahless ones should boast in their rage, and exult in exuberant pride of speech, and say, we have trampled upon the holy house, as idolatrous houses are trampled upon. Blot out our iniquities, and do away with our errors, and show forth your compassion, your chesed, in this hour. Let your mercies quickly go before us. Grant us peace, shalom, that the cast down and broken-hearted may praise you with their mouths. At that time, Elohim, who sees all things, who is beyond all, Kodesh among the Kodesh, holy among the holy, heard that prayer so suitably, and scourged the man greatly, uplifted with scorn and insolence, shaking him to and fro as a reed is shaken with the wind. He cast him upon the pavement, powerless, with limbs paralyzed, by a righteous judgment deprived of the faculty of speech. His friends and bodyguards, beholding the swift recompense which had suddenly overtaken him, struck with exceeding terror, and fearing that he would die, speedily removed him. When in course of time he had come to himself, this severe check caused no repentance, teshuvah, within him, but he departed with bitter threatenings. He proceeded to Mitzrayim, grew worse in wickedness, through his before-mentioned companions in wine, whom were lost to all goodness, and not satisfied with the countless acts of impiety. His audacity so increased that he raised evil reports there, and many of his friends, watching his purpose attentively, joined in furthering his will. His purpose was to indict a public stigma upon our race. Wherefore he erected a pillar at the tower porch, and caused the following inscription to be engraved upon it, semicolon, that entrance to their own temple was to be refused to all those who would not sacrifice, that all the Yuhadim were to be registered among the common people, that those who resisted were to be forcibly seized and put to death, that those who were thus registered were to be marked on their persons by the ivy leaf of Dionysus, a tattoo, and to be set apart with these limited rights. To do away with the appearance of hating them, he had it written underneath, that if any of them should enter into the community of the initiated rights, that they should have equal rights of the Alexandrians. Some of those who were over the city, thereby abhorring any approach of the piety of unabstainably, gave to the king an unexpected and derive some great honor of the future connection. A nobler ruach, however, prompted the majority to cling to their religious observances, and by paying money that they might live unmolested, these sought to escape the registration, cheerfully looking forward to future aid. They abhorred their own apostates, considering them to be national foes, and debarring. Third book of Maccabees, chapter 3. On discovering this, so incensed was the wicked king that he no longer confined his rage to Yehudim in Alexandria, laying his hands more heavily upon those who lived in the country. He gave orders that they should be quickly collected into one place, and most cruelly deprived of their lives. While this was going on, an invidious rumor was uttered abroad by men who had banded together to injure the Yehudaic race. The purport of their charge was that the Yehudim kept them away from the ordinances of the Torah. Now, while the Yehudim always maintained a feeling of unswerving unswerving loyalty towards the kings, yet as they worshipped Elohim and observed his Torah, they made certain distinctions and avoided certain things. Hence, some persons held them in odium, although as they endured their conversations with works of righteousness, they had established themselves in the good opinion of the world. What all the rest of mankind said was, however, made of no account by the foreigners, who said much of the exclusiveness of the Yuhadim with regard to their worship and meats. They alleged that they were men unsociable, hostile to the king's interests, refusing to associate with him or his troops. By this way of speaking they brought much odium upon them, nor was this unexpected uproar and sudden conflux in people unobserved by the Yavanim who lived in the city. Concerning men who had never harmed them, yet to aid them was not in their power, since all was oppression around. But they encouraged them in their troubles, and expected a favorable turn of affairs. He who knows all things will not, said they, disregard so great a people. Some of the neighbors, friends, and fellow dealers of the Yuhadim even called them secretly to an interview, pledged them as their assistants, and promised to do their utmost for them. Now the king, elated with the prosperous fortune, and not regarding the superior power of Elohim, but thinking to preserve in his present purpose, wrote the following sefer to the prejudice of the Yuhadim. King Ptolemy, my Philopater, to the commanders and soldiers in Mitzrayim and in all places, health and happiness. I am right well, and so too are my affairs, since our Astric campaign, the particulars of which ye know about, and which by the aid of the Elohim not lightly given, and by our own vigor, has been brought to a successful issue. According to our expectations, we resolve not with the strength of spear, but with greatness and compassion, as it were to nurse the inhabitants of Coel, Aram, and Phoenicia, and to their willing benefactors. So having bestowed considerable sums of money upon the temples of the several cities, we proceeded as far as Jerusalem, and went up to honor the temple of these wretched beings who never cease from their folly. To outward appearance they received us willingly, but believed that appearance by their deeds, when we were eager to enter their temple and to honor it with the most beautiful and exquisite gifts. They were so carried away by their old arrogance as to forbid us the entrance, while we at our forbearance towards all men refrain from exercising our power upon them, and thus exhibiting their enmity against us. They alone among the nations lift up their heads against king and benefactors as men unwilling to submit to anything reasonable. We then, having endeavored to make allowances for the madness of these persons, And on our victorious return, treating all people in Mitzrayim courteously, acted in a manner which was befitting. Accordingly, bearing no ill will against their kinsmen at Jerusalem, but rather remembering our connection with them, and the numerous matters with sincere heart from the remote period entrusted to them, we wish to venture a total alteration of their state by bestowing upon them the rights of citizens of Alexandria, and to admit them to the everlasting rights of our solemnity. All this, however, they have taken in a very different ruach. With their innate malignity, they have spurned the fair offer, and constantly inclining to evil. They rejected the insurmountable rights. Not only so, but by using speech and by refraining from speech, they abhor the few among them who are heartily disposed towards us, ever deeming that their ignorable course of procedure will force us to do away with our reform. Having then received certain proofs that the Yehudim bear us every sort of ill will, we must look forward to the possibilities of some sudden tumult amongst ourselves, when these impious men may turn traitors and barbarous enemies. As soon, therefore, as the contents of the cipher become known to you in that same hour, we order those Yehudim who dwell among you, with women and children, to be sent to us, vilified and abused, in chains of iron, to undergo a death, cruel and ignominious, suitable to men disaffected. For by the punishment of one of them in one body, we perceive that we have found the only means of establishing our affairs for the future of a firm and satisfactory basis. Whosoever shall shield a Yehudi, whether it be man or child or suckling, shall with his whole house be tortured to death. Whosoever shall inform against the Yehudim, besides receiving the property of the person charged, shall be present in 2,000 drachma, and from the royal treasury shall be made, and shall be crowned. Whatever place or shelter a Yehudim, when he is turned forth, hunted forth, be put under the ban of fire, and forever rendered less to every living being for all time to come. Such was the purport of the king's Sefer. Third Maccabees, chapter 4. Wherever this decree was received, the people kept up a revelry of joy and shouting, as if their long pent-up, hardened hatred were now to show itself openly. The Yehudim suffered great throes of sorrow, and wept much, while their hearts, all things being around being lamentable, were set on fire, and they bewailed the sudden destruction which was decreed against them. What home, or city, or place at all inhabited, or what streets were there, with their condition did not fill with wailing and lamentations. They were sent out unanimously by the generals in the several cities, with such stern and pitiless feelings that the exceptional nature of the infliction moved even some of their enemies. These, influenced by sentiments of common man, and reflected upon the uncertain issues of life, shed a tear at their miserable expulsion. A multitude of aged, gray-haired old men were driven along with the halting, bending feet, urged onward by the impulse of violent, shameless force to quick speed. Girls who had entered the bridal chamber quite lately to enjoy the partnership of marriage exchanged pleasure with misery, and with dust scattered upon their myrrh-anointed heads were hurried along unveiled, and in the midst of outlandish insults set up with one accord a lamentable cry in lieu of the marriage hymn, bound and exposed to the public gaze. They were hurried violently on board ships. The men of these, in the prime of their youthful vigor, instead of crowns, wore halters round their necks. Instead of feasting and youthful jollity, spent the rest of their nuptial days in wailing, and saw only Sheol, the grave, at hand. They were dragged along by unyielding chains, like wild beasts. Of these, some had their necks thrust into the benches of the rowers, while the feet of the others were enclosed in hard fetters. The planks of the decks above them barred out the light and shut out the day on every side, so that they might be treated like traitors during the whole voyage. They were conveyed accordingly in the vessel, and at the end of the arrival at Skedea, the king had them cast into the vast hippodrome, which was built in front of the city. This place was well adapted by its situation to expose them to the gaze of all comers into the city. And of these who went from the city into the country, thus they could hold no communication with his forces, nay, were deemed unworthy of any civilized accommodation. When this was done, the king, hearing that their brethren in the city often went out and lamented the melancholy distress of these victims, he was full of rage, and commanded that they should be carefully subjected to the same, and not one with milder treatment. And the whole nation was now to be registered. Every individual was to be specified by name, not for that hard servitude of labor which we have a little before mentioned, but that he might expose them to the before mentioned tortures, and finally, in the short space of a day, might exacerbate them by his cruelties. The registering of these men was carried out on cruelly, zealously, assiduously, from the rising of the sun to its going down, and was not brought to an end in 40 days. The king was filled with great and constant joy, and celebrated banquets before the temple idols. His erring heart far from the truth, and his profane mouth gave glory to idols, deaf and incapable of speaking or aiding, uttering unworthy speech against the great Elohim. At the end of the above-mentioned interval of time, the registrars brought word to the king that the multitude of the Yuhadim was too great for registration, inasmuch as there were many still left in the land, of whom some were in inhabited houses, and others were scattered about in various places, so that all the commanders in Mitzrayim were insufficient for the work. The king threatened them and charged them with taking bribes in order to contrive the escape of the Yehudim, but was clearly convinced of the truth of what had been said. They said and proved that paper and pens had failed them for the carrying out of their purpose. Now this was an active interference of the unconquerable providence which assisted the Yehudim from the Shamayim, heaven. 3 Maccabees chapter 5. Then he called Hermon, who had charge of the elephants, full of rage, altogether fixed in his furious design. He commanded him with a quantity of unmixed wine and handfuls of incense infused to drug the elephants early the following next morning. These 500 elephants were, when infuriated by the copious draughts of frankincense, to be led up to the execution of death upon the Yehudim. The king, after issuing these orders, went to the feast and gathered together all those of his friends and of the army who hated the Yehudim the most. The master of the elephants, Hermon, fulfilled his commission punctually, and underlings appointed for the purpose went out about the evening and bound the hands of the miserable victims, and took other precautions for their security at night, thinking that the whole race would perish together. The heathen believed the Yehudim to be destitute of all protection, for chains fettered them about. They invoked El Shaddai Yahweh, and ceasingly besought him with tears, their merciful Elohim and Father, ruler of all, Yahweh of every power, to overthrow the evil purpose which was gone out against them, and to deliver them by extraordinary manifestation from the death which was in store for them. Their itinerary so earnest went up to Shamayim, the heavens, when Hermon, who had filled his merciless elephants with copious draughts of mingled wine and frankincense, came early to the palace to certify the kind thereof. He, however, who has sent his good creatures sleep from all time by night or by day, thus gratifying whom he wills, diffuses a portion thereof now upon the king. By his sweet and profound influence of Yahweh he was held fast, and thus his unjust purpose was quite frustrated, and his unflinching resolve greatly falsified. But the Yehudim, having escaped the hour which had been fixed, praised their Kodesh, holy Elohim, and again prayed him who is easily reconciled to display the power of his powerful hand to the overweening other people. The middle of the 10th hour had well nigh arrived, when the master bidder, seeing the guests who were bidden collected, came and shook the king. He gained their attention with difficulty, and hinting that the mealtime was getting past, talked the matter over with him. The king listened to this, and then, turning aside to his potations, commanded the guests to sit down before him. This done, he asked them to enjoy themselves, and to indulge in mirth, and at somewhat late of hour of the banquet. Conversation grew on, and the king sent for Hermon, and inquired of him, with fierce denunciations, why the Yuhadim had been allowed to outlive that day. Hermon explained that he had done his bidding overnight, and in this he was confirmed by his friends. The king then, with a barbacity exceeding that of Phalaris, said that he might thank his sleep of the day, lose no time, and get ready the elephants again tomorrow, as you did before, for the destruction of those accursed Yahudim. When the king said this, the company present were glad and approved, and then each man went to his own home. Nor did they employ the night in sleep so much as in contriving cruel mockeries for those deemed miserable. The morning cock had just crowed, and Hermon, having harnessed the brutes, was stimulating them to the great colonnade. The city crowds were collected together to see the hideous spectacle, and waited impatiently for the dawn. The Yuhadim, breathless with momentary suspense, stretched forth their hands and prayed the great Elohim in mournful strains again to help them speedily. The sun's rays were not yet shed abroad, and the king was waiting for his friends, when Hermon came to him, calling him out and saying that his desire could now be realized. The king, receiving him, was astonished at his unwonted exit, and overwhelmed with the ruach of oblivion about everything, inquired the object of this earnest preparation. But this was the working of that El Shaddai, who had made him forget all his purpose. Hermon and all his friends pointed out the preparation of the animals. They are ready, O king, according to your own strict injunction. The king was filled with fierce anger at these words, for by the providence of Elohim regarding these things, his mind had become entirely confused. He looked hard at Hermon, and threatened him as follows, semicolon, your parents or your children, were they here, to these wild beasts a large repast they should have furnished, not these innocent Yuhadim, who me and my forefathers loyally have served. Had it not been for familiar friendship and the claims of your office, your life should have gone for theirs. Hermon, being threatened in this unexpected and alarming manner, was troubled in visage and depressed in countenance. The friends, too, stole out one by one, and dismissed as assembled multitudes to their respective occupations. The Yuhadim, having heard of these events, Baruch gave praise to the glorious Elohim and King of kings, because they had obtained this help too from him. Now the king arranged another banquet after the same manner, and proclaimed an invitation to mirth. And he summoned Hermon to his presence, and said with threats, "How often, O wretch, must I repeat my orders to you about these same persons?" Once more, the arm of the elephants against the morrow for the extermination of the Yuhadim. His kinsmen, who were reclining with him, wondered at his instability, and was expressed themselves, "O king, how long do you make trial of us, as of men bereft of reason? This is the third time you have ordered their destruction. When the thing is to be done, you change your mind and recall your instructions. For this cause, the feeling of expectation causes tumult in the city. It swarms with factions, and is continually on the point of being plundered. The king, just like another Phalaris, a prey to thoughtlessness, made no account of the charge which his own mind had undergone, issuing in the deliverance of the Yuhadim. He swore a fruitless oath, and determined forthwith to send them to Sheol, crushed by the knees and the feet of the elephant. He would also invade Yehuda, and level its towns with fire and the sword, and destroy that temple which the heathen might not enter, and prevent sacrifice even after being offered up there. Joyfully his friends broke up, together with his kinsmen, and trusting in his determination, arranged their forces in guard at the most convenient places of the city. And the master of the elephants urged the beasts into an almost maniacal state, drenched them with the incense and wine, and decked them with frightful instruments. About early morning, when the city was now filled with an immense number of people at the hippodrome, he entered the palace and called the king to the business in hand. The king's heart teemed with impious rage, and he rushed forth with the mass, along with the elephants, with feeling unsoftened and eyes pitiless. He longed to gaze at the hand and wretched doom of the above-mentioned Yuhadim. But the Yuhadim, when the elephants went out at the gate, followed by the armed force, and when they saw the dust raising by the throng, and heard a loud cries of the crowd, through that they had come to their last moment of their lives, to the end of what they had tremblingly expected, they gave way, therefore, to lamentations and moans. They kissed each other. Those nearest of kin to each other hung about one another's necks, fathers about their sons, mothers their daughters. Other women held their infants to their breasts, which drew what seemed like their last milk. Nevertheless, they reflected upon the help before granted them from Shamayim the heavens. They prostrated themselves with one accord, removed even the suckling children from their breasts, sent up an exceeding great cry, entreating Yahweh of all power to reveal himself and have mercy upon those who now lay at the gates of Sheol. 3 Maccabees, chapter 6. And Eleazar, an illustrious Kohanim, a priest of the country, who had obtained to length of day, and whose life had been ordered with virtue, because he presbyters who were about him to cease to cry out to the holy Elohim, and prayed thus: O Melech, O King, mighty in power, El Elyon, El Shaddai, who regulates the whole creation with your tender mercy, look upon the seed of Abraham, upon the children of the sanctified Yaakov, your sanctified inheritance, O Abba, Father, now being wrongfully destroyed as strangers in a strange land. You destroyed Pharaoh with his hosts of chariots, when that lord of the same Mitzrayim was lifted up with torilous hardihood and loud-sounding tongue, shedding the beams of your mercy upon the race of Israel. You did overwhelm him with his proud army, when Han-Oravi, the grievous king of Ashur, glorying in his countless hosts, had subdued the whole land with his spear, and was lifting himself against your holy city with boasting grievous to be endured. You, O Yahweh, did demolish him, and did show forth your might to many nations. When the three friends in the land of Babel of their own will exposed their lives in the fire rather than serve vain things and idols, you did send a dewy coolness through the fiery furnace, and bring the fire upon all their adversaries. It was you who, when Daniel was hurled through slander and envy as a prey to the lions down below, did bring him back against unhurt to the light. When Jonah was pinned away in the belly of the sea-bred monster, you did look upon him, O Abba, Father, and recover him to the sight of his own. And now you who hate insolence, you who do abound in chesed, in mercy, you who are the protector of all things, appear quickly to those of the race of Israel, who are insulted by the abhorred and the torilous other people. In our life has, during our exile, been stained with iniquity. Shua, deliver us from the hand of the enemy, and destroy us, O Yahweh, by the death which you prefer. Let not the vain-minded congregate vain idols at the destruction of your beloved, saying, neither did their Elohim deliver them. You are omnipotent and El Shaddai, O Eternal One. Behold, have mercy upon us who are being withdrawn from life like traitors by the unreasoning insolence of torilous men. Let the heathen cower before your invincible might today, O glorious One, Melech Echad, who have all power to save the race of Yaakov. The whole band of infants and their parents with tears beseech you. Let it be shown to all the nations that you are with us, O Yahweh, and have not turned your face away from us, but as you said, that you would not forget them even in the land of their enemies. So do you fulfill this saying, O Yahweh. Now at the time that Eleazar had ended his prayer, the king came along to the hippodrome with the wild beasts and with the tumultuous power. Then the Yehudim saw this. They uttered a loud cry to heaven, so that the adjacent valleys resounded, and caused an irrepressible lamentation throughout the army. Then all the glorious, omnipotent, and true Elohim displayed his holy countenance and opened the gates of heaven, from which two Melachim, angels, dreadful of form, came down and were visible to all but the Yehudim. And they stood opposite and filled the enemy's host with confusion and cowardice, and bound them with immovable fetters. And a cold shudder came over the person of the king, and oblivion paralyzed the vehemence of his ruach. They turned back the animals upon the armed forces which followed them, and the animals trod them down and destroyed them. The king's wrath was converted into compassion, and he wept at his own machinations. For when he heard the cry, and saw them all on the verge of destruction with tears, he angrily threatened his friends, saying, Ye have governed badly, and have exceeded tyrants in cruelty, and me, your benefactor, ye have labored to deprive at once of the dominion of my life, by secretly devising measures injurious to the kingdom, who has gathered here unreasonably, moving each from his home, those who in fidelity to us had held the fortress of the country, who has thus consigned to unmerited punishments those who in good will towards us from the beginning have in all things surpassed all nations, and who often have engaged in the most dangerous undertakings. Loose the unjust bonds, send them to their homes in peace, and depreciate what has been done. Release the sons of El Shaddai, living Elohim of heaven, whom from our ancestors' time until now a glorious and uninterrupted prosperity in their affairs. These things he said, and they released the same moment, having now escaped death, praised Elohim, their holy Savior, Yah. The king then departed to the city, and called his financier to him, and bade him provide a 7 days' quantity of wine and other materials for feasting for the Yehudim. He decided that they should keep a gladsome feast of deliverance in the very place in which they expected to meet with their destruction. Then they, who were before despised and nigh unto Sheol, yea, rather advanced into it, partook of the cup of Yeshua, instead of a grievous and lamentable death. Full of exultation, they parted out the place intended for their fall and burial into banqueting booths. Ceasing their miserable strain of woe, they took upon the subject of their forefather land hymning in praise to Elohim, their wonder-working Savior, Messiah. All groans, all wailing, were laid aside. They formed dances in token of serene joy. So also the king collected a number of guests for the occasion and returned unceasing thanks with much magnificence for the unexpected deliverance afforded him, those who had marked them out as for death and for carrion had registered them with joy, howled aloud, and were clothed with shame, and had the fire of their rage ingloriously put out. But the Yehudim, as we just said, instituted a dance, and gave themselves up for feasting, glad thanksgiving, and psalms. They made a public ordinance to commemorate these things for generations to come. As long as they should be sojourners, they thus established these days as days of mirth, not for the purpose of drinking or luxury, but because Elohim had saved them. They requested the king to send them back to their homes. They were being enrolled from the 25th of Pakshan to the 4th of Epiphi, a period of 40 days. The measure taken for their destruction lasted from the 5th of Epiphi till the 7th, that is, 3 days. The ruler over all did during this time manifest forth his mercy gloriously, and did deliver them all together unharmed. They feasted upon the king's provisions up to the 14th day, and then asked to be sent away. The king commanded them, and wrote the subjoined Sefer of magnanimous import for them to the commander of every city. 3rd Maccabees. The king commanded them, and wrote the subjoined Sefer of magnanimous import for them to the commanders of every city. 3rd Maccabees, chapter 7. King Ptolemy Philopator, to the commanders throughout Mitzrayim, and to all who are set over affairs, joy and strength. We too and our children are well, and Elohim has directed our affairs as we wish. Certain of our friends did of malice vehemently urge us to punish the Yehudim of our realm in a body, with the infliction of a monstrous punishment. They pretended that our affairs would never be in a good state till this took place. Such, they said, was the hatred borne by the Yehudim to all other people. They brought them fettered in grievous chains as slaves, nay, as traitors. Without iniquity or examination, they endeavored to annihilate them. They buckled themselves with the savage cruelty, worse than Scythian custom. For this cause we severely threatened them, yet with the clemency which we are wont to extend to all men, we at length permitted them to live, finding that the Elohim of heaven cast a shield of protection over the Yehudim, so as to guard them, and that he fought for them as a father always fights for his sons, and taking to consideration their constancy and fidelity towards us and towards our ancestors, we have, as we ought, acquitted them of every sort of charge, and we have dismissed them to their several homes, bidding all men everywhere to do them no wrong, or unrighteously revile them about the past. For know ye that should we conceive any evil design, or in any way aggrieve them, we shall ever have as our opposite, not man, but the highest Elohim, the ruler of all might. From him there is no escape. As the avenger of such deeds, fare ye well. When they had received this Sefer, they were not forward to depart immediately. They petitioned the king to be allowed to inflict fitting punishment upon those of their race who had willingly transgressed the holy Elohim and the Torah of Elohim. They alleged that men who had for their bellies' sakes transgressed the ordinances, the mitzvot of Elohim, would never be faithful to the interests of the king. The king admitted the truth of this reasoning and commanded them. Full power was given them without warrant or special commission to destroy those who had transgressed the Torah of Elohim boldly in every part of the king's dominion. Their priests then, as it was met, saluted him with good wishes, and all the people echoed with the Hallelujah. Then they joyfully departed. Then they punished and destroyed with ignominy every polluted Yehudi that fell in their way, slaying thus in that day above 300 men, and esteeming this destruction of the wicked a season of joy. They themselves, having held fast their Elohim unto death, and having enjoyed a full deliverance, departed from the city garland with sweet flowing wreaths of every kind, uttering exclamations of joy with songs of praise and melodious hymns. They thanked the Elohim of their fathers, the eternal Savior of Israel. Having arrived at Akko, called from the specialty of that district rose-bearing, where the fleet, in accordance with the general's wish, waited for them 7 days. They partook of the banquet of deliverance, Shua, for the king generously granted them severally and the means of securing a return. They were accordingly brought back in peace, while they gave utterance to becoming thanks, and they determined to keep these days during their sojourn as days of joyfulness. These they registered as a sacred pillar upon a pillar. When they had dedicated the place of their festivity to be one of prayer, they departed unharmed, free, abject in joy, preserved by the king's command by land, by sea, and by river, each to his own home. They had more weight than before among their enemies, and were honored and feared, and no one in any way robbed them of their goods. Every man received back his own, according to inventory, those who had obtained their goods, giving them up with the greatest terror. For the great Elohim wrought with perfectness wonders for their Yahshua. Baruch Hashem, blessed be the Redeemer of Yisrael unto everlasting. Amen. Baruch atah Melech Israel leolam va'ed. Amen. Thus concludes the third book of Maccabees. This is Mr. Vance of yhwhy.com. It has been my pleasure. Please continue on to book 4 of the Maccabees. Please subscribe. Please comment. Please share and enjoy, learn, and grow in His Word. Shalom.
4th Maccabees, or On the Supremacy of Reason. A comparative translation by Trent Wildy. To comfort the families of modern martyrs and to strengthen the faith of the martyrs-to-be. Copyright 2015. Website www.bdsda.com. Introduction. This ancient work, known by some as 4th Maccabees and by others as On the Supremacy of Reason, is a writing unlike any other. Of the plethora of texts which have survived to us from the period of Second Temple Judaism, 515 BCE to 70 CE, this discourse is unique in its approach and singular in its aim. It predominantly tells of the experience of the Maccabean martyrs who died for their faith under the tortures of Antiochus Epiphanes. Their story is not related as a mere datum of the past, but is vividly portrayed with all the solemnity and respect due to such an awful scene. The events described are among the most appalling to have ever taken place in the history of this earth, but from amidst the terror shines bright beams of hope and glory. Reason is upheld as the key to the martyr's victory and the ruler of every passion. In publishing this translation, it is our hope that the principles and faith for which these martyrs died might become those by which you live. This translation. Despite the availability of resources which include 4th Maccabees and related material, the text critical studies of this work are still in their elementary stages. Thus, in order to produce the best possible translation, we have taken a comparative approach in which we have collated modern translations with their textual notes, modern critical texts, and transcriptions and facsimiles of ancient manuscripts. We have attempted to make the translation both accurate and readable. In some instances, we have rendered things word for word, and where it has been more suitable to translate per phrase, we have followed that method. On the Supremacy of Reason. Author introduces his purpose. Chapter 1. Being about to demonstrate a word which is especially philosophical, that is, whether devout reason is sovereign over the passions, I counsel you to give heed to the philosophy. For this word is necessary for all who would attain knowledge, and in addition it includes the praise of the highest virtue. I mean, of course, sound reasoning. If, then, It is evident that reason rules over those passions which hinder sound judgment, namely gluttony and lust. It is also clear that it rules over the passions that hinder one from righteousness, such as malice, and those that impede courage, namely anger, fear, and pain. How then, some might perhaps ask, if reason governs the passions, does it not rule over forgetfulness and ignorance? Their attempt to speak this way is ridiculous, for reason does not rule its own passions, but those that are opposed to righteousness, courage, and soundness of mind. And it is not for the purpose of destroying them, but so that one may not yield to them. I could prove to you from many and various examples that reason is dominant over the emotions, but I can best demonstrate it from the noble bravery of those who died for the sake of virtue, Eleazar and the 7 brothers and their mother. For each of these, by disregarding sufferings that bring death, demonstrated that reason rules over the passions. On this anniversary, it is fitting for me to praise for their virtues those who, with their mother, died for the sake of noble character and goodness. But I would also call them blessed for the honor in which they are held. All people, even their torturers, admired their courage and perseverance, and they became the cause of the downfall of tyranny over their nation. By their endurance they conquered the tyrant, and thus their homeland was purified through them. I shall have an opportunity to speak of this shortly, but, as my custom is, I will begin by stating my main principle, and then I'll turn to their story, giving glory to the all-wise God. Reason's sovereignty over passion. Our inquiry, accordingly, is whether reason is sovereign over the passions. Let us evaluate, then, just exactly what reason is and what passion is, how many kinds of passion there are, and whether reason rules over all these. Now, reason is the way of thinking that, with sound logic, prefers above all else the life and word of wisdom. Now wisdom is the knowledge of divine and human matters, and the causes of these. This, in turn, is education in the law, by which we reverently learn of divine matters and of human affairs, both to our advantage. Now the various forms of wisdom are sound judgment, righteousness, courage, and self-control. Sound judgment is supreme over all of these, since by means of it reason rules over the passions. The 2 most wide-ranging sources of passion are pleasure and pain, and each of these springs up from the psyche. A large retinue of passions attend both pain and pleasure. Thus desire precedes pleasure, and delight follows it. Fear precedes pain, and sorrow comes after. Anger, as a person will see by reflecting on how this experience has touched him, is a passion which embraces both pleasure and pain. In pleasure there exists even a malicious propensity, since of all the passions it is most multifaceted. In the psyche it is boastfulness, love of money, thirst for honor, love of contention, and spite. In the body, indiscriminate eating, gluttony, and eating greedily. Therefore, just as pleasure and pain are, as it were, 2 branches growing from the body and the psyche, likewise there are many offshoots from these passions, each of which the master cultivator, reason, weeds and prunes and ties up and waters and thoroughly irrigates, and so tames the forest of inclinations and passions. For reason is the guide of the virtues and the absolute master of the passions. Observe now, first of all, that rational judgment is sovereign over the emotions by virtue of the restraining power of sound reasoning. Sound reasoning, then, is dominance over the desires. Some desires are mental, others are physical, and reason shines out as ruling over both. Otherwise, how is it that when we are attracted toward forbidden foods, we abstain from the pleasure to be had from them? Is it not because reason is able to rule over appetites? I certainly think so. Therefore, in desiring seafood and fowl and animals and all sorts of foods that are forbidden to us by the law, we abstain because of domination by reason. For the passions of the appetites are restrained, being bent back by the sensible mind, and all the impulses of the body are bridled by reason. The mind of reason and living the law. Chapter 2. So then, who should be amazed if the desires of the mind for cohabitation with beauty are rendered powerless? It is for this reason, certainly, that the temperate Joseph is praised, because in reason and by thinking he gained mastery over sensuality. For even though he was young and in his sexual prime, by his reason he made of none effect the driving desire of his passions. Not only, therefore, is it clear that reason rules over the frenzied urge of sexual desire, but also over every desire. Therefore, the law says, "You shall not covet your neighbor's wife, or anything that is your neighbor's." Surely, then, since the law has told us not to covet, I should be able to persuade you all the more that reason is able to rule all desires. Even so it is with the passions that hinder one from righteousness. For how else could it be that one who is habitually a selfish eater, a glutton, or a drunkard could be educated differently unless reason is manifestly the master over the passions? Therefore, a person, for example, when living by the law, even though he be a lover of money, his way is constrained to lend to the poor without interest, and to cancel his debt when the 7th year comes. And if one is greedy, he is brought under the rule of the law through reason, so that one neither gleans the harvest nor gathers the last grapes from the vineyard. Likewise, in all other matters, we can perceive that reason rules the passions, for the law prevails even over affection for parents, so that virtue is not abandoned for their sakes. It rules over the affection for one's wife, convicting her for breaking the law. It masters affection for children, so that one chastises them for wickedness. It is also master over beloved friendship, so that one convicts his friends when they act wickedly. Do not consider it surprising that reason, through the law, can prevail even over enmity, so that the fruit trees of the enemy are not cut down, but one preserves the property of his enemies from their destroyers and helps to raise up what has fallen. It is evident that reason rules even the more violent passions, lust for power, vainglory, boasting, pride, and malice. All these malicious passions the sensible mind rejects, just as it does with anger, for over it too it has mastery. When Moses was angry with Dathan and Abiram, he did nothing against them in anger, but by reason he controlled his anger. For, as I have said, the sensible mind is able to get the better of the passions, to transform some on the one hand, and to make of none effect others on the other hand. Otherwise, for what reason did our most wise father Jacob censure the households of Simeon and Levi for cutting the throats of the nation of the Shechemites, saying, "Cursed be their anger"? For if reason could not control anger, he would not have spoken in this way. Now, when God fashioned human beings, he planted in them passions and inclinations, but at the same time he enthroned the mind among the senses as the temple governor over them all. And to the mind he gave the law, and the one who lives according to this law will rule a kingdom that is sensible, righteous, good, and courageous. How is it then, one might say, that if reason is master of the passions, it does not rule forgetfulness and ignorance? Chapter 3. But this argument is entirely ridiculous, for reason is not shown to rule over its own passions, but over those related to the body. For instance, none of us can eradicate desire, but reason is able to ensure that you do not become enslaved to desire. No one of us can eradicate anger from the psyche, but reason is capable of dealing with anger. No one of us can eradicate malice, but reason can fight at our side so that we are not overcome by malice. For reason does not uproot the passions, but is their antagonist. King David's thirst. This becomes even clearer, in fact, when we consider the story of King David's thirst. David had been fighting the Philistines all day long, and together with the soldiers of his nation had killed many of them. Then, when evening fell, he came quite exhausted and sweating to the royal tent, around which the whole army of our ancestors had encamped. Now all the rest were at supper, but the king was extremely thirsty, and though springs were plentiful there, he could not satisfy his thirst from them. But a certain irrational desire for the water in the enemy's territory tormented and inflamed him, undid and consumed him. When his guards grumbled because of the king's craving, 2 staunch young soldiers, respecting the king's desire, armed themselves fully, and taking a pitcher, scaled the enemy's defenses. Eluding the sentinels at the gates, they went searching throughout the enemy camp and found the spring, and from it boldly brought the king a drink. But David, though he was burning with thirst, considered it an altogether fearful danger to his psyche to drink what he counted as equivalent to blood. Therefore he set reason against desire and poured out the drink as an offering to God. For the sensible mind is able to conquer the compulsions of the passions and quench the flames of frenzied desires. It can overcome the pains of the body, however extreme, and through the nobility of reason utterly throw out all domination by the passions. Oniah's Reason, Testament to a King. And now, at the present season, we are called to review an account, a demonstration of sensible reason. During a time when our ancestors were experiencing deep peace because of their observance of the law, and were achieving prosperity so that even Seleucus Nicanor, king of Asia, had both appropriated money to them for the temple service and recognized their independence, just at that time certain persons attempted a revolution against the public harmony and instigated many and various calamities. Chapter 4. Now there was a certain Simon, a political opponent of the noble and good man Onias, who at that time held the high priesthood for life. But when, in spite of spreading all sorts of slander, he was unable to harm Onias in the eyes of the nation, he fled the country with the purpose of betraying it. So he came to Apollonius, governor of Syria, Phoenicia, and Cilicia, and said, I have come here because I am loyal to the king's government, to report that in the treasuries of Jerusalem there are deposited tens of thousands in private funds, which are not the property of the temple, but belong to King Seleucus. When Apollonius learned the details of these things, he praised Simon for his service to the king, and went up to Seleucus to inform him of the rich treasure. On receiving authority to deal with this matter, he proceeded quickly to our country, accompanied by the accursed Simon and a very strong military force. He said that he had come with the king's authority to seize the private funds in the treasury. The people indignantly protested his words, considering it outrageous that those who had committed deposits to the sacred treasury should be deprived of them, and did all that they could to prevent it. But Apollonius, uttering threats, went on to the temple. Then the priests, together with women and children in the temple, implored God to defend the holy place that was being so desecrated. And then, while Apollonius was going up with his armed forces to seize the money, angels on horseback with lightning flashing from their weapons appeared from the sky, instilling in them great fear and trembling. Then Apollonius fell down half dead in the courtyard of the temple, which was open to all peoples, and stretched out his hands toward heaven, and with tears begged the Hebrews to pray for him and appease the heavenly host. For he said that he had committed a sin deserving of death, and that if he were spared, he would praise the blessedness of the holy place before all people. Moved by these words, the high priest Onias, although otherwise he would have reluctance to do so, prayed for him, so that King Seleucus would not suppose that Apollonius had been overcome by human treachery, not by divine justice. So Apollonius, having been saved beyond all expectations, went away to report to the king what had happened to him. Antiochus's persecution of the Jews. When King Seleucus died, his son Antiochus Epiphanes succeeded to the throne, an arrogant and terrible man, who removed Onias from the priesthood and appointed Jason, Onias's brother, as high priest. Jason agreed that if the office were conferred on him, he would pay the king 3,660 talents each year. So the king appointed him high priest and ruler of the nation. In total violation of the law, Jason changed the nation's way of life and its form of government, so that not only was a gymnasium placed at the very citadel of our native land, but also the temple service was abolished. The divine justice was angered by these acts and caused Antiochus himself to make war on them. For when he was warring against Ptolemy in Egypt, he heard that a rumor of his death had spread, and that the people of Jerusalem had rejoiced greatly. He speedily marched against them, and after he had plundered them, he issued a decree that if any of them were found observing the ancestral law, they should die. And when, by means of his decrees, he had not been able in any way to put an end to the people's respect for the law, but saw that all his threats and penalties were being disregarded, even to the extent that women, because they had circumcised their sons, were thrown headlong from heights along with their infants, though they had known beforehand that they would suffer this, when, I say, his decrees were despised by the people, he himself tried, by means of torture, to compel everyone in the nation to eat defiled foods and to renounce Judaism. The vain philosophy of Antiochus versus the true philosophy of Eleazar. Chapter 5. The tyrant Antiochus, sitting with his counselors on a certain high place, and with his armed soldiers standing around him, ordered the guards to seize each and every Hebrew, and to compel them to eat swine's flesh and food sacrificed to idols. If any were unwilling to eat unclean food, they were to be tortured and put to death. When many persons had been rounded up, one man, Eleazar by name, a leader of the flock, was brought before the king. He was a man of priestly family, learned in the law, advanced in years, and known to many in the tyrant's court for his philosophy. When Antiochus saw him, he said, "Before I begin to torture you, old man, I would advise you to eat the swine's flesh and save yourself. I respect your age and your gray hairs, although to have had them for so long a time and still cling to the religion of the Jews makes you anything but a philosopher in my eyes. Why should you abhor eating the very excellent meat of this animal when nature has so freely bestowed it on us? For surely it is senseless not to enjoy harmless pleasures, and it is wrong to despise nature's good gifts. It seems to me that it will be greater folly still if, by holding to a useless view concerning the truth, you continue to despise me to your own hurt. Will you not awaken from your foolish philosophy, abandon your futile reasonings, adopt a frame of mind to match your years, and philosophize according to the truth of what is beneficial? Bow to my benevolent advice, and have pity on your old age. For consider this: if there is some power watching over this religion of yours, it will excuse you from any transgression committed under compulsion." When the tyrant had urged him on in this way to eat unlawful meat, Eleazar asked to have a word. When he had received permission to speak, he began to address the people as follows: "We, O Antiochus, who have been persuaded to govern our lives according to the divine law, do not consider any compulsion laid upon us mighty enough to overcome our own willing obedience to the law. Therefore, under no circumstances whatever do we ever deem it right to transgress the law in any respect. Even if, as you suppose, our law were not truly divine, and we had wrongly held it to be divine, not even so would it be right for us to invalidate our reputation for holiness. Therefore, do not suppose that it would be a petty sin for us to eat unclean food. To transgress the law in matters either small or great matters is the same, for in either case the law is equally despised. You scoff at our philosophy as though living by it were irrational, but it teaches us sound reasoning, so that we master all pleasures and desires, and it also trains us in courage, so that we willingly endure all suffering. It instructs us in righteousness, so that we act impartially in all our dealings, and it teaches us holiness, so that with proper reverence we honor only the living God. Therefore, we do not eat unclean food. Trusting that the law was established by God, we know that the Creator of the world, in giving us the law, conforms it to our nature. He has permitted us to eat what will be most suitable for us, but He has forbidden us to eat meats that would be contrary to us. It is tyrannical for you to compel us not only to transgress the law, but also to eat in such a way that you may deride us for eating unclean foods, which are most abhorrent to us. But you shall have no such occasion to laugh at my expense, nor will I transgress the sacred oaths of my ancestors concerning the keeping of the law, not even if you gouge out my eyes and burn my entrails. I am not so old and cowardly that my reason should lose its youthful vigor in behalf of holiness. Therefore, get your torture wheels ready and stoke the fire all the more vehemently. I do not so pity my old age as to break the law of my fathers on account of myself. I will not play lies with you, O law, my teacher, nor will I renounce you, self-control, my friend. I will not put you to shame, philosophy of reason, nor will I disown you, honorable priesthood and knowledge of the law. You, O king, shall not defile the honorable lips of my old age, nor my life of service to the law. My ancestors will receive me as pure, as one who does not fear your violence even to death. You may tyrannize the ungodly, but you shall never gain mastery over me with my holy reason, either by words or through deeds. The Martyrdom of Eleazar. Chapter 6. When Eleazar had responded in such an eloquent manner to the exhortations of the tyrant, the guards who were standing by dragged him violently to the instruments of torture. First, they stripped off the old man's clothes, though he remained adorned with the gracefulness of holiness. Then, binding his arms on either side, they scourged him with whips, while right up against him a herald shouted, "Obey the commands of the king!" But the noble and high-minded man, like a true Eleazar, absolutely refused to recant, as if the torture were nothing more than a dream. And, keeping his eyes raised to heaven, the old man let his flesh be torn by the scourges, until his blood flowed freely, and his sides were cut into pieces. Although he fell to the ground when his body could no longer endure the pain, yet he kept his reason upright and unswerving. After he had fallen, one of the merciless guards rushed at him, kicking him savagely on his side to make him get up. But he bore the pains and scorned the punishment and endured the tortures. Under a hail of blows, the old man, like a true athlete, prevailed over his torturers. In fact, with his face bathed in sweat and gasping heavily for breath, even his torturers were amazed by his resilience. At that point, partly out of pity for his old age, partly out of sympathy from acquaintance with him, and partly out of admiration for his endurance, some of the king's servants went up to him and said, "Eleazar, why are you so thoughtlessly destroying yourself in this foul way? Let us set before you some cooked food so you can save yourself by pretending to eat swine's flesh." But Eleazar, as if tormented more bitterly by their counsel, cried out, "Never may we, the children of Abraham, think so basely that out of cowardice we feign a role so unbecoming to us. For it would most surely be contrary to reason if, having lived in accordance with truth right up to old age, and having maintained in accordance with law the reputation of such a life, we should now change our course and ourselves become a model of ungodliness to the young by setting an example of the eating of unclean food. It would be shameful if we should survive for a little while, and during that time be a laughingstock to all for our cowardice, and be despised by the tyrant as unmanly by not contending even to death for our divine law. Therefore, O children of Abraham, die nobly for the sake of holiness. And you, guards of the tyrant, why do you delay?" When they saw that he was so high-minded in the face of the afflictions, and so adamant against their offer of mercy, the guards brought him to the fire. There they burned him with maliciously contrived instruments. They threw him down, and they poured a foul-smelling concoction into his nostrils. When his flesh had been burned away to the very bones, and he was at the point of expiring, he lifted up his eyes to God and said, "You know, O God, that though I might have saved myself, I am dying in these fiery torments for the sake of the law. Be merciful to your people, and let our punishment suffice for them. Make my blood their purification, and take my life in exchange for theirs." After he said this, the holy man died nobly in his tortures. Even in the tortures of death he held his ground by virtue of reason, for the sake of the law. Admittedly, then, devout reason is ruler over the passions. If the passions had prevailed over reason, we would have testified to their domination. But now, since reason has conquered the passions, we properly recognize that it has the power to govern. It is only right that we confess reason's dominance when it masters even external agonies. It would be ridiculous to do otherwise. The arguments that I have given as evidence have demonstrated not only that reason rules over pain, but also that it masters pleasures and never does it give in to them. Eulogy concerning Eleazar, Chapter 7. For like a most skillful pilot, the reason of our father Eleazar steered the ship of holiness over the sea of the passions, and, though buffeted by the threats of the tyrant and swamped by the mighty waves of tortures, in no way did he swerve the rudder of holiness, even until he sailed into the haven of victory over death. No city besieged with many ingenious war machines has ever held out as did that most holy man. Although his sacred life was consumed by tortures and racks, he conquered the ones who besieged him with the shield of holy reason. For in setting his mind firm like a jutting cliff, our father Eleazar broke the maddening waves of the passions. O priest, worthy of the priesthood, you neither defiled your sacred teeth nor profaned your stomach, which had room only for reverence and purity, by eating unclean foods. O man in harmony with the law and philosopher of divine life, such should be those who are administrators of the law, shielding it with their own blood and noble sweat in sufferings even to death. You, Father, firmly established our observance of the law through your endurance unto glory, and you did not abandon the holiness that you praised, but by your deeds you made your words of divine philosophy credible. O aged man, mightier than torture, O elder, more vigorous than fire, O supreme king over the passions, Eleazar! For just as our father Aaron, armed with the censer, ran through the multitude of the people and conquered the fiery angel, so the descendant of Aaron, Eleazar, though being consumed by the fire, did not turn from his reason. Most amazing indeed, though he was an old man, his body no longer tense and firm, his muscles all relaxed, his sinews feeble, he became young again by the Spirit through reason. And by reason like that of Isaac, he prevailed over the many-headed torture. O man of blessed age, and of holy gray hair and life of lawfulness, whom the faithful seal of death has perfected! If, therefore, an aged man despised tortures even to death on account of holiness, it cannot be denied that holy reason is ruler over the passions. Some perhaps might say, not all have full command of their passions, because not all have insightful reasoning. But as many as turn to holiness with their whole heart, these alone are able to rule the passions of the flesh, since they believe that they, like our patriarchs Abraham and Isaac and Jacob, do not die to God, but live to God. No contradiction, therefore, arises when some persons appear to be dominated by their passions due to the weakness of their reason. What person who lives as a philosopher by the whole rule of philosophy, and trusts in God, and knows that it is blessed to endure any suffering for the sake of virtue, would not be able to overcome the passions through godliness? For only the wise and courageous are masters of their passions. 7 brothers defy the tyrant. Chapter 8. Yes, indeed, even the very young, by following a philosophy in accordance with holy reason, have prevailed over the most painful instruments of torture. For when the tyrant had been so conspicuously defeated in his first attempt, being unable to compel an aged man to eat unclean foods, then commanded, in violent rage, that others of the Hebrew captives be brought, and that any who ate unclean food would be freed after eating, but if any were to refuse, they would be tortured even more cruelly. When the tyrant had given these orders, 7 brothers, handsome, modest, honorable, and gifted in every way, were brought before him along with their aged mother. When the tyrant saw them, grouped about their mother as though a chorus, he was pleased with them. And struck by their appearance and nobility, he smiled at them, and summoned them nearer, and said, "Young men, I admire each and every one of you, and want to show you favor. And since I have great respect for the beauty of such a large band of brothers, I not only advise you not to display the same madness as that of the old man who has just been tortured, but I also urge you to yield to me and take advantage of my friendship. Just as I am able to punish those who disobey my orders, so I am able to benefit those who obey me. Believe me, therefore, when I tell you that if you only renounce the ancestral law of your nation, you will receive high positions with authority in my affairs. Enjoy your youth by adopting the Greek way of life and by changing your mode of living. But if by disobedience, though, you rouse my anger, you will compel me to use dreadful punishments to destroy each and every one of you by torture. Therefore, take pity on yourselves, for even I, your enemy, feel compassion for your youth and handsomeness. Will you not consider this, that if you disobey, nothing remains for you but to die with torments?" With these words, he ordered the instruments of torture to be brought forward in order to persuade them, out of fear, to eat the unclean food. When the guards had placed before them wheels and joint dislocators, rack and hooks and catapults and cauldrons, braziers and thumbscrews, and iron claws and wedges and bellows, the tyrant resumed speaking. "Be afraid, young fellows. Whatever justice you worship will be merciful to you when you transgress under compulsion." But when they had heard his inducing words and saw the dreadful machines of torture, not only were they not afraid, but they also held up their views against the tyrant, which were contrary to his, with their own philosophy, and by their right reasoning nullified his tyranny. Let us consider, however, what arguments might have been used if some of them had been faint-hearted or cowardly. Would they not have gone on like this? "We are such stupid wretches if we do not accept such kind treatment and generosity which the king is offering us if we obey him. Why do we take pleasure in vain decisions and venture upon a disobedience that brings death? Men, brothers, should we not fear the instruments of torture and consider the threats of torments, and give up this vain opinion and this arrogance that threatens to destroy us? Let us take pity on our youth and have compassion on our mother's age, and let's take it to heart that if we disobey, we are dead. Also, divine justice will excuse us for fearing the king, since, after all, we are under compulsion. Why should we banish ourselves from this life of satisfaction and deprive ourselves of this sweet world? Let us not struggle against compulsion or hold to useless ideas in view of the torture rack before us. Not even the law itself would intentionally put us to death for fearing these instruments of torture. Why should we be so absorbed in contentiousness or so attracted to fatal endurance, when we can live in peace if we obey the king?" But the young men, though about to be tortured, uttered no such words, nor did they entertain such thoughts. For they despised the passions and ruled over pain. so that as soon as the tyrant had ceased counseling them to eat unclean food, they all, with one voice together, as from one mind, said, Chapter 9. Why do you delay, tyrant? For we are ready to die rather than to transgress our ancestral commandments. For we would truly be bringing shame on our ancestors if we do not live in obedience to the law and take Moses as our counselor. Tyrant and counselor of lawlessness, in your hatred for us, do not pity us more than we pity ourselves. For we consider this pity of yours, which ensures our safety through transgression of the law, to be more grievous than death itself. You seek to terrify us by threatening us with death by torture, as though a short time ago you learned nothing from Eleazar. But if the aged men of the Hebrews, because of their holiness, lived righteously while enduring torture, it would only be right that we young men should die in disregard of your coercive tortures, which our elderly instructor also overcame. Therefore, tyrant, put us to the test. And if you take our lives because of our godliness, do not suppose that you can injure us with your torments. For we, through this severe suffering and endurance, shall have the prize of virtue and shall be with God, on whose account we suffer. But you, because of your thirst for our blood, will undergo a time of fiery torment by divine justice. The torture of the first brother. Indignant at the young men's disobedience, the tyrant was even more enraged by their ingratitude. Then, at the word of his command, the guards brought forward the eldest brother, and having torn off his tunic, they bound his hands and arms on each side with leather straps. When they had worn themselves out beating him with scourges, without accomplishing anything, they placed him upon the wheel. When the noble youth was stretched out around this, his limbs were dislocated, and as limb after limb was disjointed, he denounced the tyrant, saying, You most abominable tyrant, enemy of heavenly justice, and savagely minded, you are mangling me in this manner, not because I am a murderer, or as one who acts unrighteously, but because I shield the divine law. And when the guards said, Agree to eat, so that you may be released from the tortures, he replied, You disgraceful minions, your will is not so powerful as to strangle my reason. Cut my limbs, burn my flesh, and twist my joints. Through all these tortures, I will convince you that the children of the Hebrews alone are unconquered where virtue is concerned. When he said these things, they spread fire under him, and while raging it hotter, they tightened the wheel further. The wheel was completely smeared with blood, and the heap of coals was being quenched by the drippings of gore, and pieces of flesh were falling off the axles of the machine. Although the joining ligaments of his bones were already severed, the young man, high-minded and worthy of Abraham, did not groan. As if he were being transformed into incorruption by the flames, he nobly endured the torments and said, Imitate me, brothers. Do not leave your post in my trial or renounce our bold brotherhood. Fight the sacred and noble battle for holiness. Thereby the just providence that protected our ancestors might become merciful to our nation and take vengeance upon the accursed tyrant. When he had said this, the holy young man broke the thread of life. The torture of the second brother. While all were marveling at his courageous spirit, the guards brought in the next eldest, and after fitting themselves with sharp-clawed iron hands, they bound him to the torturing machine and catapult. Before torturing him, they inquired if he were willing to eat, and they listened to his noble decision. Then they tore at his tendons with the iron hands, and ripped off his flesh even from his cheeks. These leopard-like beasts even scraped the skin off his scalp. But he endured this agony with courage and said, "How sweet is any kind of death for the faith of our ancestors." To the tyrant he said, "Do you not think, you most savage tyrant, that you are being tortured more than I, as you see the arrogant reasoning of your own tyranny being defeated by our endurance for the sake of our faith? I am sustained in my pain by the joys that come from virtue, but you suffer torture by the threats that come from ungodliness. You will not escape, you most abominable tyrant, the judgments of the divine wrath." The torture of the third brother. Chapter 10. When he too had endured a glorious death, the third was led in, and many repeatedly urged him to save himself by tasting the meat. But he shouted, "Do you not know that the same Father begot me as well as those who died, and the same Mother bore me, and that on the same teachings I was raised? I will not renounce the noble bond of brotherhood." Being enraged by the man's boldness, they disjointed his hands and feet with their instruments, and with levers they wrenched his limbs from their sockets, and they twisted his fingers and arms and legs and elbows. And not succeeding in any way to overwhelm him, they discarded their machines and scalped him with their fingernails, as the Scythians do. Then they brought him at once to the wheel, and while his vertebrae were being dislocated on it, he saw his own flesh torn all around, and drops of blood flowing from his entrails. When on the brink of death, he said, "We, most abominable tyrant, are suffering because of our training in divine virtue, but you, due to your ungodliness and thirst for blood, will undergo inextinguishable torments." The torture of the fourth brother. When he too had died in a manner worthy of his brothers, they dragged in the fourth, saying, "As for you, do not give way to the same insanity as your brothers, but obey the king and save yourself." But he said to them, "You cannot heat the fire so hot as to make a coward of me. No, by the blessed death of my brothers, by the everlasting ruin of the tyrant, and by the glorious life of the righteous, I will not renounce our noble brotherhood. Tyrant, contrive whatever tortures you want, that you may learn from them that I am a brother to those who have been tortured already." When he heard this, the bloodthirsty, murderous, and utterly vile Antiochus gave orders to cut out his tongue. But he said, "Even if you remove my organ of speech, God understands also those who are mute. See, my tongue is hanging out. Cut it off, for in spite of this you will not silence our reason. For God, we gladly allow the limbs of our body to be mutilated. God will visit you swiftly, for you are cutting out a tongue that has been melodious with divine praises." The torture of the fifth brother. Chapter 11. When he too died, after being cruelly tortured, the fifth leaped up, saying, "I am not about to ask, tyrant, to be excused from the torture which is for virtue's sake. I have come of my own accord, so that by murdering me you may become deserving of the humiliation that heavenly justice will deal out to you. Hater of virtue, enemy of humankind, for what act of ours are you destroying us in this way? Is it because we revere the Creator of all things and live according to his virtuous law? But such conduct deserves honor, not torment." While he was saying these things, the guards bound him and dragged him to the catapult. They bound him to it by his knees, and fitting iron clamps on them, they twisted his back around the wedge of the wheel, so that he was completely curled back like a scorpion, and all his limbs were disjointed. In this state, breathing constricted and body compressed, he said, "Tyrant, you are bestowing glorious favors on us against your will, enabling us to demonstrate our constancy to the law through these honorable sufferings." The torture of the sixth brother. When he too had died, the sixth, a mere boy, was led in. When the tyrant inquired whether he was willing to eat and be released, he said, "It is true that I am younger in age than my brothers, but I am their equal in mind. Being born and raised in the same way and for the same purpose, we ought likewise to die for the same principles. So if you intend to torture me for not eating defiled foods, then torture me." When he had said this, they led him to the wheel. He was carefully stretched tight upon it until his back was broken, and they set a fire going beneath him. They heated up sharp cooking spikes and drove them into his back, piercing his ribs, so that they burned out his entrails. While being tortured, he said, "O contest fit for holiness, in which so many of us brothers have been called, yet in the sufferings for godliness we have not been defeated. For holy knowledge, O tyrant, is unconquerable. I also, equipped with nobility, will die with my brothers, and I myself will bring a great avenger upon you, you inventor of tortures, and enemy of those who are truly devout. 6 of us, though just young men, have destroyed your tyranny. Since you have not been able to persuade us to change our mind or to force us to eat unclean foods, is not this your downfall? Your fire is cold to us, and your catapults painless, and your violence powerless. For it is not the guards of the tyrant, but those of the divine law that have been set over us. Therefore, unconquered, we hold fast to reason." The torture of the seventh brother. Chapter 12. When he too had died a blessed death, having been cast into the cauldron, the seventh and youngest of all came forward. Moved with pity toward him, in spite of the fact that he had been vehemently reproached by his brothers, the tyrant invited him to come closer and ventured to persuade him, saying, "You see the result of your brothers' senselessness, for because of their disobedience they died a tortuous death. You too, if you do not obey, will be miserably tortured and meet a premature death. But if you obey, you will be my friend, and will be given charge over my affairs of state." When he had thus urged him, he sent for the boy's mother, so that he might show pity to her over the loss of so many sons, and further to encourage the sole surviving son to submit to the obedience that would save him. But when his mother had exhorted him in the Hebrew tongue, as we shall relate shortly, he said, "Let me loose. Let me speak to the king and to all his friends that are with him." Extremely pleased by the boy's declaration, they freed him at once. Running to the nearest of the frying pans, he said, "You profane tyrant, most ungodly of all the wicked, since you have received good things and also your kingdom from God, were you not ashamed to murder his servants and torture on the wheel those who practice holiness? In return for this, justice will hold in store for you a more fierce and abiding fire as well as tortures, that for the whole time will not let you go. As a man, were you not ashamed to cut out the tongues of men who have feelings like yours, and are made of the same elements as you, and to maltreat and torture them in this way, you savage beast? Surely they, by dying nobly, fulfilled their service to God. but you will wail bitterly for having killed without cause the champions of virtue." Then he too, being about to die, said, "I will not desert the testimony of my brothers, but I call on the God of our ancestors to be merciful to our nation. But you will be humiliated now in life and also in death." After he had uttered these things, he flung himself into the frying pans and thereby offered himself up. Reason's sovereignty in the seven. Chapter 13. Now then, since the 7 brothers despised sufferings even unto death, everyone must concede that devout reason is sovereign over the passions. For if they had been slaves to their passions, and had eaten unclean food, we would say that they had been conquered by these passions. But, in fact, it was not so. Instead, by reason, which is praised by God, they prevailed over their passions. So then, one is not to ignore this chief command of the mind, for it rules over both passions and sufferings. How then can one fail to confess the rulership of sound reason over the passions in these men, seeing that they did not shrink from the agonies of fire? For just as towers jutting out over harbors hold back the threatening waves and make it calm for those who sail into the inner basin, so the 7-towered right reason of the youths, by fortifying the harbor of holiness, conquered the tempest of the passions. For they constituted a holy chorus of godliness as they encouraged one another, saying, "Brothers, let us die like brothers for the sake of the law. Let us imitate the 3 youths in Assyria who despised the same ordeal of the furnace. Let us not be cowardly in the demonstration of true faith." "Courage, brother," said one, and another said, "Hold on nobly," and another reminded them, "Remember whence you came, and the father by whose hand Isaac would have willingly been sacrificed for the sake of holiness." Each one separately and all of them together, looking at one another with a cheerful demeanor, aglow with courage, said, "Let us consecrate ourselves to God with all our hearts. He gave us our lives, and let us use our bodies as a bulwark for the law. Let us not fear him who intends to kill us. For great is the struggle of the psyche, and the danger of a time of torment which lies before all those who transgress the commandment of God. Therefore, let us put on the full armor of self-control, which is divine reason. For if we so die, Abraham and Isaac and Jacob will receive us, and all of our ancestors will praise us." And to each one of the brothers, as they were dragged away, those who were left said, "Do not shame us, brother, or betray the brothers who have died before us." You are not ignorant of the affection of family ties, which the divine and all-wise providence has allotted through the fathers to their descendants, and which was implanted in the mother's womb. There each of the brothers spent the same length of time, and was shaped during the same period of time. And growing from the same blood and through the same life, they were brought to the light of day. When they were born after an equal time of gestation, they drank milk from the same fountains. And brotherly loving souls are nourished by being embraced at the same breast. And they grow from strength to strength by this common nurture and daily companionship, as well as in the training imposed by our discipline in the law. Therefore, when sympathy and brotherly affection had been so established, the brothers were the more sympathetic to one another. Since they had been educated by the same law, and trained in the same virtues, and brought up in righteousness, they loved one another all the more. A common zeal for nobility strengthened their goodwill toward one another, and their concord, because they could make their brotherly love more fervent with the aid of their faith. But although nature and companionship and virtuous habits had strengthened the bond of brotherhood, those who were left endured for the sake of holiness, while watching their brothers being maltreated and tortured to death. Chapter 14. Moreover, they encouraged them to face the torture, so that they not only despised their agonies, but also mastered the emotions of brotherly love. O reason, more kingly than kings and freer than the free! O sacred and harmonious concord of the 7 brothers on behalf of faith! Not one of the 7 youths turned coward or shrank from death, but all of them, as though running on the highway to immortality, hastened on to death by torture. Just as the hands and feet are moved in harmony with the promptings of the mind, so those holy youths, as if impelled by the immortal spirit of holiness, agreed to go to death for her sake. O you 7 most holy brothers, and harmonious! For just as the 7 days of creation move in choral dance around holiness, so these youths, forming a chorus, encircled the 7-fold fear of tortures and dissolved it. Even now, as we hear of the sufferings of these young men, we ourselves shudder. They, though, not only saw what was happening, not only heard the direct word of threat, but also bore the sufferings patiently and in agonies of fire at that. What could be more excruciatingly painful than this? For the power of fire is intense and swift, and it consumed their bodies quickly. On the mother of the 7. Do not consider it amazing that reason had full command over these men in their tortures, since the mind of woman despised even more diverse agonies, for the mother of the 7 young men endured under the torments of each one of her children. Observe how complex is a mother's love for her children, which draws everything toward an emotion felt in her inmost parts. For even unreasoning animals have an affection and love for their offspring as well as humans. For example, among birds, the ones that are tame protect their young by building on the housetops, and others by building on mountain peaks and in clefts of rocks and in the holes or tops of trees hatch their nestlings and ward off the intruder. If they are not able to keep the intruder away, they do what they can to help their young by flying in circles around them in the anguish of love, warning them with their own calls. And why is it necessary to demonstrate sympathy for children by the example of unreasoning animals, since even bees at the time for making honeycombs defend themselves against intruders, and, as though with an iron dart, sting those who approach their hive and defend it even to the death? But sympathy for her children did not sway the mother of the young men. She was of the same mind as Abraham. Chapter 15. O reason! That was the tyrant over the passions for her sons. O holiness! Indeed, it was more desirable to the mother even than her children. 2 courses of possibility were open to this mother, that of holiness and that of preserving her 7 sons for a time, as the tyrant had promised. She loved holiness more, the holiness that preserves them for the age of life according to God's word. How can I possibly express the deep love of parents for their children? On the tender nature of the child we impress a wonderful likeness of both shape and psyche, and this is especially so with mothers who are more affectionate in their own feelings toward their children than are fathers. For as much as mothers are the weaker vessel and give birth to many, so much more do they love their children. The mother of the 7 boys, more than any other mother, loved her children. In 7 pregnancies she had implanted in herself tender love toward them, and because of the many pains she suffered with each of them, she had sympathy for them. Yet because of the fear of God, she disdained the temporal safety of her children. Not only so, but also because of the nobility of her children and their eager obedience to the law, she felt a greater tenderness toward them. For they were righteous and self-controlled and brave and very generous, and loved their brothers and their mother, so that they obeyed her even to death in keeping the law. Nevertheless, even though so many factors influenced the mother to suffer with them out of love for her children, in the case of none of them were the various tortures strong enough to pervert her reason. But each child separately and all of them together the mother urged on to death for holiness' sake. O sacred nature and affection of parental love, yearning of parents toward children, nurture and indomitable suffering by mothers! This mother, who saw them tortured and burned one by one because of holiness, did not change her attitude. She watched the flesh of her children being melt away in the fire. She saw their fingers and toes scattered on the ground, and the flesh of their heads, right down to the cheeks, laid out before her like masks. O mother, tried now by more bitter pains than even the birth pangs you suffered for them! O woman, who alone gave birth to such complete devotion! When the firstborn breathed his last, it did not turn you aside, nor when the second, in his torments, looked at you piteously, nor when the third expired. Nor did you weep when you looked at the eyes of each one in his tortures, gazing boldly at the same agonies, and saw in their nostrils the signs of the approach of death. When you saw the flesh of children burned upon the flesh of other children, severed hands upon hands, scalped heads upon heads, corpses fallen on other corpses, and when you saw the place filled with many spectators of the torturings, you did not shed tears. Neither the melodies of sirens nor the songs of swans attract the attention of their hearers, as did the voices of the children in torture calling to their mother. How great and how manifold were the torments the mother then suffered as her sons were tortured on the wheel and with the hot irons! But devout reason, giving her heart a man's courage in the very midst of her passions, strengthened her to transcend the affections of a mother's love for a time. Although she witnessed the destruction and the endlessly varied torments of her 7 children, this mother of a noble character disregarded all these because of faith in God. For in the council chamber of her own heart, as it were, she witnessed mighty advocates, nature, family, parental love, and the torments of her children. This mother held 2 ballots, one bearing death and the other deliverance for her children. She did not choose the deliverance that would preserve her 7 sons for a short time, but as a true daughter of Abraham, God-fearing, she remembered his fortitude. O Mother of the nation, you are a vindicator of the law and a champion of holiness. You carried away the prize of the contest in your heart. You are more noble than men in steadfastness, and more courageous than heroes in endurance. Just as Noah's ark, carrying the world in the universal flood, stoutly endured the waves, so you, O guardian of the law, overwhelmed from every side by the flood of your emotions and the violent winds, the torture of your sons, endured nobly and withstood the wintry storms that assail holiness. Chapter 16. If then a woman, and an elderly woman at that, endured seeing her children tortured to death, it must be admitted that devout reason is sovereign over the passions. Therefore, I have demonstrated that not only men have ruled over the passions, but also that a woman has despised the fiercest tortures. The lions surrounding Daniel were not so savage, nor was the raging fiery furnace of Mishael so intensely hot, as was the natural motherly love that burned within her as she saw her 7 sons so indiscriminately tortured. But by holy reason the mother quenched so many and such great passions. Consider this also. If this woman, being a mother, had been faint-hearted, she would have mourned over them and perhaps spoken as follows: "Oh, how wretched am I, and many times unhappy! After bearing 7 children, I am now the mother of none. How vain were these 7 pregnancies! How futile, these 7 times being 10 months with child! How fruitless the nurturing, and wretched the nursing! In vain, my sons, I endured these many birth pangs for you, and the more grievous strains of rearing you. Alas for my children, some unmarried, others married and without offspring! I shall not see your children, or have the joy of being called grandmother. Woe is me, for I had many handsome sons, but am now bereft, and all alone with my many sorrows. And when I die, I shall have none of my sons to bury me." But instead, that holy and God-fearing mother did not wail with such a lament for any of them, nor did she dissuade any of them from dying, nor did she grieve as they were dying. On the contrary, as though she had a mind like adamant, and were giving rebirth into immortality to the whole number of her sons, she implored them and urged them on to death for the sake of holiness. O mother, soldier of God in the cause of holiness, elder and woman, by such bold steadfastness you have conquered even a tyrant, and in word and deed you have proven yourself stronger than a man. For when you were seized along with your sons, you stood, and watching Eleazar being tortured, and said to your sons in the Hebrew language, "My sons, noble is the contest to which you are called in order to bear witness for our people. Fight zealously for our ancestral law, for it would be shameful if, while an aged man endures agonies for the sake of holiness, you young men were to be terrified by tortures. Remember that it is through God that you have had a share in the world and have enjoyed life, and therefore you ought to endure any suffering for the sake of God. For his sake also our father Abraham was zealous to sacrifice his son Isaac, the ancestor of our nation. And when Isaac saw his father's hand wielding a knife and descending upon him, he did not cower. Daniel also, the righteous, was thrown to the lions. Hananiah, Azariah, and Mishael were cast into the fiery furnace, and all endured it for the sake of God. You too must have the same faith in God and not be grieved. For it would be unreasonable for you who have knowledge of holiness not to withstand pain. By these words, the mother of the 7 encouraged and persuaded each of her sons to die rather than violate God's commandment. They knew also that those who die for the sake of God will live to God, as will Abraham and Isaac and Jacob and all the patriarchs. Chapter 17. Some of the guards said that when she also was about to be seized and put to death, she threw herself into the flames so that no one might touch her body. O mother, who with your 7 sons nullified the violence of the tyrant, frustrated his evil designs, and showed the courage of your faith, nobly set like a roof on the pillars of your sons, you held firm and unswerving against the earthquake of the tortures. Be bold, therefore, O holy-minded mother, firmly maintaining an enduring hope in God. The moon in heaven with the stars are established, but not so majestic as you, who, being as a light to your 7 star-like sons, guided them to holiness and are firmly set and established with them before God in heaven. For your children were true children of Abraham our father. The effect of the martyrdoms. If it were possible for us to paint the history of our faith as an artist might, would not those who first behold it shudder as they see the mother of the 7 children enduring their varied tortures to death for the sake of holiness? Indeed, it would be proper to inscribe on their tomb these words as a reminder to the people of our nation. Here lie buried an aged priest and an aged woman and 7 sons because of the violence of the tyrant who wished to destroy the way of life of the Hebrews. They vindicated their nation, looking to God and enduring torture even to death. Truly, the contest in which they were engaged was divine, for on that day virtue gave the awards and tested them for their endurance. The prize for victory was incorruption in endless life. Eleazar was the first to enter the contest. The mother of the 7 sons entered the competition as well, and the brothers also contended. The tyrant was the antagonist, and the world and the human race were the spectators. Godliness was victor and gave the crown to its own champions. Who did not admire the champions of the divine law? Who were not amazed? The tyrant himself and his whole council were astonished at their endurance, on account of which they will stand before the divine throne and live the life of the age of blessing. For Moses says, "All the holy ones are under your hands." These, then, having consecrated themselves for the sake of God, are honored, not only with this honor, but also by the fact that because of them our enemies did not triumph over our nation, the tyrant was punished, and the homeland purified, since they became, as it were, a ransom for the sin of our nation. And through the blood of these righteous ones, and through the atoning sacrifice of their death, divine providence preserved Israel, which had been shamefully treated. For the tyrant Antiochus, when he saw the courage of their virtue and their endurance under the tortures, proclaimed their endurance to be a model for his soldiers, and this made them brave and courageous for infantry battle and siege, and he ravaged and conquered all his enemies. Chapter 18. O offspring of the seed of Abraham, children of Israel, obey this law and exercise holiness in every way, knowing that devout reason is indeed master of all passions, not only of sufferings from within, but also of those from without. Therefore, those who gave over their bodies in suffering for the sake of holiness were not only admired by mortals, but also were deemed worthy to share in a divine inheritance. Because of them, the nation gained peace, and by reviving observance of the law in the homeland, they ravaged the enemy. The tyrant Antiochus was humiliated in the land, and in death was prevented, for when he was unable to compel the people of Jerusalem to adopt a pagan way of life, and to forsake their ancestral customs, he left Jerusalem and marched away against the Persians. The mother's address to her children. The mother of 7 sons also spoke these righteous words to her children. Quote, "I was a pure virgin and did not go outside my father's house, but I guarded the rib from which woman was made. No seducer corrupted me on a desert plain, nor did the destroyer, the deceitful serpent, defile the purity of my virginity. In the time of my maturity I remained with my husband, and when these sons had grown up, their father died. A happy man was he who lived out his life with good children, and did not have the grief of bereavement. While he was still with you, he taught you the law and the prophets. He read to you about Abel slain by Cain, and Isaac who was offered as a burnt offering, and about Joseph in prison. He told you of the zeal of Phinehas, and he taught you about Hananiah, Azariah, and Mishael in the fire. He sang the praises of Daniel in the den of the lions, and blessed him. He reminded you of the scripture of Isaiah, which says, 'Even though you go through the fire, the flame shall not consume you.' He sang to you the Psalm of David, which says, 'Many are the afflictions of the righteous.' He told you Solomon's proverb, 'She is a tree of life for those who do her will.' He affirmed the query of Ezekiel, 'Shall these dry bones live?' For he did not forget to teach you the song that Moses taught, which says, I kill and I make alive. This is your life and the blessedness of your days." End quote. Oh, bitter was that day, and yet not bitter, when that savage tyrant of the Greeks quenched fire with fire in his cruel cauldrons, and in his burning rage brought those 7 sons of the daughter of Abraham to the catapult and back again to more tortures, pierced the pupils of their eyes, and cut out their tongues, and put them to death with all kinds of tortures. For these crimes the divine justice has pursued and will pursue the one who merits vengeance. But the sons of Abraham, along with their victorious mother, are gathered together unto the place of their fathers, having obtained pure and victorious minds from God, to whom be glory throughout all the ages. Amen.
Section 1 of the Story of Hagar. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Story of a Hagar by Hagar. Translated by F.C. Conybeare, J. Rendell Harris, and Agnes Smith Lewis. Section 1. The Story of Hagar and Nidan, the Arabic version. In the name of God, the Creator, the Living One, the Source of Reason, we hereby begin with the help of the Most High God and His best guidance to write the story of Hagar, the wise vizier of Sennacherib the king, and of Nidan, sister's son to Hagar the sage. There was a vizier in the days of King Sennacherib, son of Sarhaddum, king of Assyria and Nineveh, a wise man named Hagar, and he was vizier of the king Sennacherib. He had a fine fortune and much goods, and he was skillful, wise, a philosopher in knowledge, in opinion, and in government. And he had married 60 women, and had built a castle for each of them. But with it all he had no child by any of these women who might be his heir. And he was very sad on account of this. And one day he assembled the astrologers and the learned men and the wizards, and explained to them his condition and the matter of his barrenness. And they said to him, "Go, sacrifice to the gods, and beseech them that perchance they may provide thee with a boy." And he did as they told him, and offered sacrifices to the idols, and besought them and implored them with request and entreaty. And they answered him not one word, and he went away sorrowful and dejected, departing with a pain at his heart. And he returned and implored the Most High God, and believed, beseeching him with a burning heart, saying, "O Most High God, O Creator of the heavens and of the earth, O Creator of all created things, I beseech thee to give me a boy, that I may be consoled by him, that he may be present at my death, that he may close my eyes, and that he may bury me." Then there came to him a voice saying, "Inasmuch as thou hast relied first of all on graven images, and hast offered sacrifices to them, for this reason thou shalt remain childless thy life long. But take Nidan, thy sister's son, and make him thy child, and teach him thy learning and thy good breeding, and at thy death he shall bury thee." Thereupon he took Nidan, his sister's son, who was a little suckling, and he handed him over to 8 wet nurses, that they might suckle him and bring him up. And they brought him up with good food and gentle training, and silken clothing, and purple and crimson. And he was seated upon couches of silk. And when Nidan grew big, and walked, shooting up like a tall cedar, he taught him good manners, and writing, and science, and philosophy. And after many days King Sennacherib looked at Hagar, and saw that he had grown very old, and moreover he said to him, "O my honored friend, the skillful, the trusty, the wise, the governor, my secretary, my vizier, my chancellor and director, verily thou art grown very old, and weighted with years, and thy departure from this world must be near. Tell me, who shall have a place in my service after thee?" And Hagar said to him, "O my lord, may thy head live forever. There is Nidan, my sister's son, I have made him my child, and I have brought him up and taught him my wisdom and my knowledge." And the king said to him, "O Hagar, bring him to my presence that I may see him, and if I find him suitable, put him in thy place, and thou shalt go thy way, to take a rest, and to live the remainder of thy life in sweet repose." Then Hagar went and presented Nidan, his sister's son. And he did homage and wished him power and honor. And he looked at him and admired him and rejoiced in him and said to Hagar, Is this thy son, O Hagar? I pray that God may preserve him. And as thou hast served me and my father Sarhaddon, so may this boy serve me and fulfill my undertakings, my needs, and my business, so that I may honor him and make him powerful for thy sake. And Hagar did obeisance to the king and said to him, May thy head live, O my lord the king, forever. I seek from thee that thou mayest be patient with my boy Nadan, and forgive his mistakes, that he may serve thee as it is fitting. Then the king swore to him that he would make him the greatest of his favorites and the most powerful of his friends, and that he should be with him in all honor and respect. And he kissed his hands and bade him farewell. And he took Nadan, his sister's son, with him, and seated him in a parlor, and set about teaching him night and day, till he had crammed him with wisdom and knowledge more than with bread and water. Thus he taught him, saying, O my son, hear my speech, and follow my advice, and remember what I say. O my son, if thou hearest a word, let it die in thy heart, and reveal it not to another, lest it become a live coal, and burn thy tongue, and cause a pain in thy body, and thou gain a reproach, and art shamed before God and man. O my son, if thou hast heard a report, spread it not, and if thou hast seen something, tell it not. O my son, make thy eloquence easy to the listener, and be not hasty to return an answer. O my son, when thou hast heard anything, hide it not. O my son, loose not a sealed knot, nor untie it, and seal not a loosened knot. O my son, covet not outward beauty, for it wanes and passes away, but an honorable remembrance lasts for an aye. O my son, let not a silly woman deceive thee with her speech, lest thou die the most miserable of deaths, and she entangle thee in the net till thou art ensnared. O my son, desire not a woman bedizened with dress, and with ointments, who is despicable and silly in her soul. Woe to thee if thou bestow on her anything that is thine, or commit to her what is in thine hand, and she entice thee into sin, and God be wroth with thee. O my son, be not like the almond tree, for it brings forth leaves before all the trees, and edible fruit after them all. But be like the mulberry tree, which brings forth edible fruit before all the trees, and leaves after them all. O my son, bend thy head low down, and soften thy voice, and be courteous, and walk in the straight path, and be not foolish. And raise not thy voice when thou laughest. For if it were by a loud voice that a house was built, the ass would build many houses every day. And if it were by dint of strength that the plow were driven, the plow would never be removed from under the shoulders of the camels. O my son, the removing of stones with a wise man is better than the drinking of wine with a sorry man. O my son, pour out thy wine on the tombs of the just, and drink not with ignorant contemptible people. O my son, cleave to the wise men who fear God, and be like them, and go not near the ignorant, lest thou become like him, and learn his ways. O my son, when thou hast got thee a comrade or a friend, try him, and afterwards make him a comrade and a friend. And do not praise him without a trial, and do not spoil thy speech with a man who lacks wisdom. O my son, while a shoe stays on thy foot, walk with it on the thorns, and make a road for thy son, and for thy household and thy children, and make thy ship taut before she goes on the sea and its waves, and sinks and cannot be saved. O my son, if the rich man eat a snake, they say, it is by his wisdom, and if a poor man eat it, the people say, from his hunger. O my son, be content with thy daily bread and thy goods, and covet not what is another's. O my son, be not neighbor to the fool, and eat not bread with him, and rejoice not in the calamities of thy neighbors. If thine enemy wrong thee, shew him kindness. O my son, a man who fears God, do thou fear him, and honor him. O my son, the ignorant man falls and stumbles, and the wise man, even if he stumbles, he is not shaken, and even if he falls, he gets up quickly. and if he is sick, he can take care of his life. But as for the ignorant, stupid man, for his disease there is no drug. O my son, if a man approach thee who is inferior to thyself, go forward to meet him, and remain standing, and if he cannot recompense thee, his Lord will recompense thee for him. O my son, spare not to beat thy son, for the drubbing of thy son is like manure to the garden, and like tying the mouth of a purse, and like the tethering of beasts, and like the bolting of the door. O my son, restrain thy son from wickedness, and teach him manners before he rebels against thee and brings thee into contempt amongst the people, and thou hang thy head in the streets and the assemblies, and thou be punished for the evil of his wicked deeds. O my son, get thee a fat ox with a foreskin, and an ass great with its hoofs, and get not an ox with large horns, nor make friends with a tricky man, nor get a quarrelsome slave, nor a thievish handmaid, for everything which thou committest to them they will ruin. O my son, let not thy parents curse thee, and the Lord be pleased with them. For it hath been said, he who despiseth his father or his mother, let him die the death, I mean the death of sin, and he who honoreth his parents shall prolong his days and his life, and shall see all that is good. O my son, walk not on the road without weapons, for thou knowest not when the foe may meet thee, so that thou mayest be ready for him. O my son, be not like a bare leafless tree that doth not grow, but be like a tree covered with its leaves and its boughs. For the man who has neither wife nor children, and is despised and hated in the world, is like a leafless and fruitless tree. O my son, be like a fruitful tree on the roadside, whose fruit is eaten by all who pass by, and the beasts of the desert rest under its shade and eat of its leaves. O my son, every sheep that wanders from its path and its companions becomes food for the wolf. O my son, say not, my Lord is a fool and I am wise, and relate not the speech of ignorance and folly, lest thou be despised by him. O my son, be not one of those servants to whom their lords say, Get away from us, but be one of those to whom they say, Approach and come near to us. O my son, caress not thy slave in the presence of his companion, for thou knowest not which of them shall be of most value to thee in the end. O my son, be not afraid of thy Lord who created thee, lest he be silent to thee. O my son, make thy speech fair, and sweeten thy tongue, and permit not thy companion to tread on thy foot, lest he tread at the last on thy breast. O my son, if thou beat a wise man with a word of wisdom, it will lurk in his breast like a subtle sense of shame. But if thou drub the ignorant with a stick, he will neither understand nor hear. O my son, if thou send a wise man for thy needs, do not give him many orders, for he will do thy business as thou desirest. And if thou send a fool, do not order him, but go thyself and do thy business, for if thou order him, he will not do what thou desirest. If they send thee on business, hasten to fulfill it quickly. O my son, make not an enemy of a man stronger than thyself, for he will take thy measure and his revenge on thee. O my son, make trial of thy son and of thy servant, before thou committest thy belongings to them, lest they make away with them. For he who hath a full hand is called wise, even if he be stupid and ignorant, and he who hath an empty hand is called poor, ignorant, even if he be the prince of sages. O my son, I have eaten a colocynth and swallowed myrrh, and I have found nothing more bitter than poverty and scarcity. O my son, teach thy son frugality and hunger, that he may do well in the management of his household. O my son, teach not to the ignorant the language of wise men, for it will be burdensome to him. O my son, display not thy condition to thy friend, lest thou be despised by him. O my son, the blindness of the heart is more grievous than the blindness of the eyes. For the blindness of the eye may be guided little by little, but the blindness of the heart is not guided, and it leaves the straight path and goes in a crooked way. O my son, the stumbling of a man with his foot is better than the stumbling of a man with his tongue. O my son, a friend who is near is better than a more excellent brother who is far away. O my son, beauty fades, but learning lasts, and the world wanes and becomes vain. But a good name neither becomes vain nor wanes. O my son, the man who hath no rest, his death were better than his life. And the sound of weeping is better than the sound of singing. For sorrow and weeping, if the fear of God be in them, are better than the sound of singing and rejoicing. O my child, the thigh of a frog in thy hand is better than a goose in the pot of thy neighbor. And a sheep near thee is better than an ox far away. And a sparrow in thy hand is better than 1,000 sparrows flying. And poverty which gathers is better than the scattering of much provision. And a pound of wool is better than a pound of wealth. I mean of gold and silver. For the gold and the silver are hidden and covered up in the earth, and are not seen. But the wool stays in the markets, and it is seen, and it is a beauty to him who wears it. O my son, a small fortune is better than a scattered fortune. O my son, a living dog is better than a dead poor man. O my son, a poor man who does right is better than a rich man who is dead in sins. O my son, keep a word in thy heart, and it shall be much to thee, and beware lest thou reveal the secret of thy friend. O my son, let not a word issue from thy mouth till thou hast taken counsel with thy heart. And stand not betwixt persons quarreling, because from a bad word there comes a quarrel, and from a quarrel there comes war, and from war there comes fighting, and thou wilt be forced to bear witness. But run from thence and rest thyself. O my son, withstand not a man stronger than thyself, but get thee a patient spirit, and endurance, and an upright conduct, for there is nothing more excellent than that. O my son, hate not thy first friend, for the second one may not last. O my son, visit the poor in his affliction, and speak of him in the Sultan's presence, and do thy diligence to save him from the mouth of the lion. O my son, rejoice not in the death of thine enemy, for after a little while thou shalt be his neighbor. And him who mocks thee do thou respect and honor, and be beforehand with him in greeting. O my son, if water would stand still in heaven, and a black crow become white, and myrrh grow sweet as honey, then ignorant men and fools might understand and become wise. O my son, if thou desire to be wise, restrain thy tongue from lying, and thy hand from stealing, and thine eyes from beholding evil, then thou wilt be called wise. O my son, let the wise man beat thee with a rod, but let not the fool anoint thee with sweet salve. Be humble in thy youth, and thou shalt be honored in thine old age. O my son, withstand not a man in the days of his power, nor a river in the days of its flood. O my son, be not hasty in the wedding of a wife, for if it turns out well, she will say, My Lord, make provision for me, and if it turns out ill, she will rate it him who was the cause of it. O my son, whoever is elegant in his dress, he is the same in his speech, and he who has a mean appearance in his dress, he also is the same in his speech. O my son, if thou hast committed a theft, make it known to the Sultan, and give him a share of it, that thou mayest be delivered from him, for otherwise thou wilt endure bitterness. O my son, make a friend of the man whose hand is satisfied and filled, and make no friend of the man whose hand is closed and hungry. There are 4 things in which neither the king nor his army can be secure: oppression by the vizier, and bad government, and perversion of the will, and tyranny over the subject. And 4 things which cannot be hidden: the prudent, and the foolish, and the rich, and the poor. Thus spake Hagar. And when he had finished these injunctions and proverbs to Nadan his sister's son, he imagined that he would keep them all, and he knew not that instead of that he was displaying to him weariness, and contempt, and mockery. Thereafter Hagar sat still in his house, and delivered over to Nadan all his goods, and the slaves, and the handmaidens, and the horses, and the cattle, and everything else that he had possessed and gained. And the power of bidding and of forbidding remained in the hand of Nadan. And Hagar sat at rest in his house, And every now and then Hagar went and paid his respects to the king and returned home. Now when Nidan perceived that the power of bidding and of forbidding was in his own hand, he despised the position of Hagar and scoffed at him, and set about blaming him whenever he appeared, saying, "My uncle Hagar is in his dotage, and he knows nothing now." And he began to beat the slaves and the handmaidens, and to sell the horses and the camels, and be spendthrift with all that his uncle Hagar had owned. And when Hagar saw that he had no compassion on his servants nor on his household, he arose and chased him from his house, and sent to inform the king that he had scattered his possessions and his provision. And the king arose and called Nidan and said to him, "Whilst Hagar remains in health, no one shall rule over his goods, nor over his household, nor over his possessions." And the hand of Nidan was lifted off from his uncle Hagar, and from all his goods, and in the meantime he went neither in nor out, nor did he greet him. Thereupon Hagar repented him of his toil with Nidan his sister's son, and he continued to be very sorrowful. And Nidan had a younger brother named Benuzardan. So Hagar took him to himself in place of Nidan, and brought him up and honored him with the utmost honor. And he delivered over to him all that he possessed, and made him governor of his house. Now when Nidan perceived what had happened, he was seized with envy and jealousy, and he began to complain to everyone who questioned him, and to mock his uncle Hagar, saying, "My uncle has chased me from his house, and has preferred my brother to me, but if the Most High God give me the power, I shall bring upon him the misfortune of being killed." And Nidan continued to meditate as to the stumbling block he might contrive for him. And after a while Nidan turned it over in his mind, and wrote a letter to Achish, son of Shah, the wise king of Persia, saying thus: "Peace and health and might and honor from Sennacherib, king of Assyria and Nineveh, and from his vizier and his secretary Hagar unto thee, O great king. Let there be peace between thee and me. And when this letter reaches thee, if thou wilt arise and go quickly to the plain of Nisphrin, and to Assyria and Nineveh, I will deliver up the kingdom to thee without war and without battle array." And he wrote also another letter in the name of Hagar to Pharaoh, king of Egypt: "Let there be peace between thee and me, O mighty king. If at the time of this letter reaching thee thou wilt arise and go to Assyria and Nineveh, to the plain of Nisphrin, I will deliver up to thee the kingdom without war and without fighting." And the writing of Nidan was like to the writing of his uncle Hagar. Then he folded the two letters and sealed them with the seal of his uncle Hagar. They were nevertheless in the king's palace. Then he went and wrote a letter likewise from the king to his uncle Hagar: "Peace and health to my vizier, my secretary, my chancellor Hagar. O Hagar, when this letter reaches thee, assemble all the soldiers who are with thee, and let them be perfect in clothing and in numbers, and bring them to me on the 5th day in the plain of Nisrin. And when thou shalt see me there coming towards thee, haste and make the army move against me as against an enemy, and fight with me. For I have with me the ambassadors of Pharaoh king of Egypt, that they may see the strength of our army, and may fear us, for they are our enemies, and they hate us." End of section 1. Read by C.J. Ploak. Section 2 of the Story of a Hagar by Hagar, translated by F.C. Conybeare, J. Rendell Harris, and Agnes Smith Lewis. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Section 2. Then he sealed the letter and sent it to Hagar by one of the king's servants. And he took the other letter which he had written and spread it before the king, and read it to him, and shewed him the seal. And when the king heard what was in the letter, he was perplexed with a great perplexity, and was wroth with a great and fierce wrath, and said, "Ah, I have shewn my wisdom. What have I done to Hagar, that he has written these letters to my enemies? Is this my recompense from him for my benefits to him?" And Nidan said to him, "Be not grieved, O king, nor be wroth, but let us go to the plain of Nisrin and see if the tale be true or not." Then Nidan arose on the 5th day and took the king and the soldiers and the vizier, and they went to the desert to the plain of Nizran. And the king looked, and lo, Hagar and the army were set in array. And when Hagar saw that the king was there, he approached and signaled to the army to move as in war and to fight in array against the king, as it had been found in the letter, he not knowing what a pit Nidan had digged for him. And when the king saw the act of Hagar, he was seized with anxiety and terror and perplexity, and was wroth with a great wrath. And Nidan said to him, Hast thou seen, O my lord the king, what this wretch has done? But be not thou wroth, and be not grieved nor pained, but go to thy house and sit on thy throne, and I will bring Hagar to thee bound and chained with chains, and I will chase away thine enemy from thee without toil. And the king returned to his throne, being provoked about Hagar, and did nothing concerning him. And Nidan went to Hagar and said to him, Voila, O my uncle, the king verily rejoiceth in thee with great joy, and thanks thee for having done what he commanded thee. And now he hath sent me to thee, that thou mayest dismiss the soldiers to their duties, and come thyself to him with thy hands bound behind thee, and thy feet chained, that the ambassadors of Pharaoh may see this, and that the king may be feared by them and by their king. Then answered Hagar and said, To hear is to obey. And he rose straightway and bound his hands behind him and chained his feet. And Nidan took him and went with him to the king. And when Hagar entered the king's presence, he did obeisance before him on the ground, and wished for power and perpetual life to the king. Then said the king, O Hagar, my secretary, the governor of my affairs, my chancellor, the ruler of my state, tell me what evil have I done to thee, that thou hast rewarded me by this ugly deed? Then they shewed him the letters in his writing and with his seal. And when Hagar saw this, his limbs trembled, and his tongue was tied at once, and he was unable to speak a word from fear, but he hung his head towards the earth and was dumb. And when the king saw this, he felt certain that the thing was from him, and he straightway arose and commanded them to kill Hagar, and to strike his neck with the sword outside of the city. Then Nidan screamed and said, O Hagar, O black face, what avails thee thy meditation, or thy power in the doing of this deed to the king? Thus says the storyteller. And the name of the swordsman was Emancipation. And the king said to him, O swordsman, arise, go cleave the neck of Hagar at the door of his house, and cast away his head from his body 100 cubits. Then Hagar knelt before the king and said, Let my lord the king live forever. And if thou desire to slay me, let thy wish be fulfilled, and I know that I am not guilty. But the wicked man has to give an account of his wickedness. Nevertheless, O my lord the king, I beg of thee of thy friendship, permit the swordsman to give my body to my slaves, that they may bury me, and let thy slave be thy sacrifice. The king arose and commanded the swordsman to do with him according to his desire, and he straightway commanded his servants to take Hagar and the swordsman, and to go with him naked, that they may slay him. And when Hagar knew for certain that he was to be slain, he sent to his wife and said to her, Come out and meet me, and let there be with thee 1,000 young virgins, and dress them in gowns of purple and silk, that they may weep for me before my death. And prepare a table for the swordsman and for his servants, and mingle plenty of wine, that they may drink. And she did all that he commanded her, and she was very wise, clever, and prudent, and she united all possible courtesy and learning. And when the army of the king and the swordsmen arrived, they found the table set in order, and the wine and the luxurious viands, and they began eating and drinking till they were gorged and drunken. Then Hagar took the swordsman aside apart from the company, and said, O Abu Samik, dost thou not know that when Sarhadon the king, the father of Sennacherib, wanted to kill thee, I took thee and hid thee in a certain place till the king's anger subsided, and he asked for thee? And when I brought thee into his presence, he rejoiced in thee. And now remember the kindness I did thee. And I know that the king will repent him about me, and will be wroth with a great wrath about my execution. for I am not guilty. And it shall be, when thou shalt present me before him in his palace, thou shalt meet with great good fortune, and know that Nidan my sister's son has deceived me, and has done this bad deed to me, and the king will repent of having slain me. And now I have a cellar in the side of my house, and no one knows of it. Hide me in it with the knowledge of my wife, and I have a slave in prison who deserves to be killed. Bring him out, and dress him in my clothes, and command the servants when they are drunk to slay him. They will not know who it is they are killing. And cast away his head 100 cubits from his body, and give his body to my slaves that they may bury it. And thou shalt have laid up a great treasure with me. And then the swordsman did as Hagar had commanded him, and he went to the king and said to him, May thy head live forever. Then Hagar's wife let down to him in the hiding place all that sufficed for him, and no one knew of it but herself. And the story was reported and repeated and spread abroad in every place of how Hagar the sage had been slain and was dead, and all the people of that city mourned for him. And they wept and said, Alas for thee, O Hagar, and for thy learning and thy courtesy, how sad about thee and about thy knowledge. Where can another like thee be found? And where can there be a man so intelligent, so learned, so skilled in ruling as to resemble thee, that he may fill thy place? But the king was repenting about Hagar, and his repentance availed him not. Then he called for Nidan, and said to him, Go, and take thy friends with thee, and make a mourning and a weeping for thy uncle Hagar, and lament for him as the custom is, doing honor to his memory. But when Nidan, the foolish, the ignorant, the hard-hearted, went to the house of his uncle, he neither wept, nor sorrowed, nor wailed, but assembled heartless and dissolute people, and set about eating and drinking. And Nidan began to seize the maidservants and the slaves belonging to Hagar, and bound them and tortured them and drubbed them with a sore drubbing. And he did not respect the wife of his uncle, she who had brought him up like her own boy, but wanted her to fall into sin with him. But Hagar had been cast into the hiding place, and he heard the weeping of his slaves and his neighbors, and he praised the Most High God, the Merciful One, and gave thanks, and he always prayed and besought the Most High God. And the swordsman came from time to time to Hagar whilst he was in the midst of the hiding place, and Hagar came and entreated him, and he comforted him, and wished him deliverance. And when the story was reported in other countries that Hagar the sage had been slain, all the kings were grieved and despised King Sennacherib, and they lamented over Hagar the solver of riddles. And when the king of Egypt had made sure that Hagar was slain, he arose straightway and wrote a letter to King Sennacherib, reminding him in it of the peace and the health and the might and the honor which we wish specially for thee, my beloved brother, King Sennacherib. I have been desiring to build a castle between the heaven and the earth, and I want thee to send me a wise, clever man from thyself to build it for me, and to answer all my questions, and that I may have the taxes and the custom duties of Assyria for 3 years. Then he sealed the letter and sent it to Sennacherib. He took it and read it and gave it to his viziers and to the nobles of his kingdom, and they were perplexed and ashamed, and he was wroth with a great wrath, and was puzzled about how he should act. Then he assembled the old men, and the learned men, and the wise men, and the philosophers, and the diviners, and the astrologers, and every one who was in his country, and read them the letter, and said to them, Who amongst you will go to Pharaoh king of Egypt, and answer him his questions? And they said to him, O our lord the king, know thou that there is none in thy kingdom who is acquainted with these questions, except Hagar thy vizier and secretary. But as for us, we have no skill in this, unless it be Nidan his sister's son, for he taught him all his wisdom and learning and knowledge. Call him to thee, perchance he may untie this hard knot. Then the king called Nidan and said to him, Look at this letter and understand what is in it. And when Nidan read it, he said, O my lord, who is able to build a castle between the heaven and the earth? And when the king heard the speech of Nidan, he sorrowed with a great and sore sorrow, and stepped down from his throne and sat on the ashes, and began to weep and wail over Hagar, saying, O my grief! O Hagar, who didst know the secrets and the riddles! Woe is me for thee, O Hagar! O teacher of my country and ruler of my kingdom, where shall I find thy like? O Hagar, O teacher of my country, where shall I turn for thee? Woe is me for thee! How did I destroy thee? And I listened to the talk of a stupid, ignorant boy, without knowledge, without judgment, without manliness. And again, for myself, who can give thee to me just for once, or bring me word that Hagar is alive? And I would give him the half of my kingdom. Whence is this to me? Hagar, that I might see thee just for once, that I might take my fill of gazing at thee and delighting in thee. Oh, my grief for thee to all time. O Hagar, how have I killed thee? And I tarried not in thy case till I had seen the end of the matter. And the king went on weeping night and day. Now when the swordsman saw the wrath of the king and his sorrow for Hagar, his heart was softened towards him, and he approached into his presence and said to him, O my lord, command thy servants to cut off my head. Then said the king to him, Woe to thee, Abu Samik! What is thy fault? And the swordsman said unto him, O my master, every slave who acts contrary to the word of his master is killed, and I have acted contrary to thy command. Then the king said unto him, Woe unto thee, O Abu Samik! In what hast thou acted contrary to my command? And the swordsman said unto him, O my lord, thou didst command me to kill Hagar, and I knew that thou wouldst repent thee concerning him, and that he had been wronged, and I hid him in a certain place. And I killed one of his slaves, and he is now safe in the cistern. And if thou command me, I will bring him to thee. And the king said unto him, Woe to thee, O Abu Samik! Thou hast mocked me, and I am thy lord. And the swordsman said unto him, Nay, but by the life of thy head, O my lord, Hagar is safe and alive. And when the king heard that saying, he felt sure of the matter, and his head swam, and he fainted from joy, and he commanded them to bring Hagar. And he said to the swordsman, O trusty servant, if thy speech be true, I would fain enrich thee and exalt thy dignity above that of all thy friends. And the swordsman went along rejoicing till he came to Hagar's house. And he opened the door of the hiding place and went down and found Hagar sitting, praising God and thanking him. And he shouted to him, saying, O Hagar, I bring the greatest of joy and happiness and delight. And Hagar said to him, What is the news, O Abu Samik? And he told him all about Pharaoh from the beginning to the end. Then he took him and went to the king. And when the king looked at him and saw him in a state of want, and that his hair had grown long like the wild beasts, and his nails like the claws of an eagle, and that his body was dirty with dust, and the color of his face had changed and faded, and was now like ashes. And when the king saw him, he sorrowed over him, and rose at once and embraced him, and kissed him, and wept over him, and said, Praise be to God, who hath brought thee back to me. Then he consoled him and comforted him, and he stripped off his robe and put it on the swordsman, and was very gracious to him, and gave him great wealth, and made Hagar rest. Then said Hagar to the king, Let my lord the king live forever. These be the deeds of the children of the world. I have reared me a palm tree that I might lean on it, and it bent sideways and threw me down. But, O my lord, since I have appeared before thee, let not care oppress thee. And the king said to him, Blessed be God, who shewed thee mercy, and knew that thou wast wronged, and saved thee and delivered thee from being slain. But go to the warm bath, and shave thy head, and cut thy nails, and change thy clothes, and amuse thyself for the space of 40 days, that thou mayest do good to thyself and improve thy condition, and the color of thy face may come back to thee. Then the king stripped off his costly robe and put it on Hagar, and Hagar thanked God and did obeisance to the king, and departed to his dwelling glad and happy, praising the Most High God. And the people of his household rejoiced with him, and his friends and every one who heard that he was alive rejoiced also. And he did as the king commanded him, and took a rest for 40 days. Then he dressed himself in his gayest dress, and went riding to the king, with his slaves behind him and before him, rejoicing and delighted. But when Nidan, his sister's son, perceived what was happening, fear took hold of him and terror, and he was perplexed, not knowing what to do. And when Hagar saw it, he entered into the king's presence and greeted him. And he returned the greeting and made him sit down at his side, saying to him, O my darling Hagar, look at these letters which the king of Egypt sent to us, after he had heard that thou wast slain. They have provoked us and overcome us, and many of the people of our country have fled to Egypt for fear of the taxes that the king of Egypt has sent to demand from us. Then Hagar took the letter and read it, and understood all its contents. Then he said to the king, Be not wroth, O my lord. I will go to Egypt, and I will return the answers to Pharaoh, and I will display this letter to him, and I will reply to him about the taxes, and I will send back all those who have run away, and I will put thy enemies to shame with the help of the Most High God, and for the happiness of thy kingdom. And when the king heard this speech from Hagar, he rejoiced with a great joy, and his heart was expanded, and he shewed him favor. And Hagar said to the king, Grant me a delay of 40 days, that I may consider this question and manage it. And the king permitted this. And Hagar went to his dwelling, and he commanded the huntsmen to capture 2 young eaglets for him. And they captured them, and brought them to him. And he commanded the weavers of ropes to weave 2 cables of cotton for him, each of them 1,000 cubits long. And he had the carpenters brought, and ordered them to make 2 great boxes, and they did this. Then he took 2 little lads, and spent every day sacrificing lambs and feeding the eagles and the boys, and making the boys ride on the backs of the eagles. And he bound them with a firm knot, and tied the cable to the feet of the eagles, and let them soar upwards little by little every day to a distance of 10 cubits, till they grew accustomed and were educated to it. And they rose all the length of the rope till they reached the sky, the boys being on their backs. Then he drew them to himself. And when Hagar saw that his desire was fulfilled, he charged the boys that when they were borne aloft to the sky, they were to shout, saying, Bring us clay and stone, that we may build a castle for King Pharaoh, for we are idle. And Hagar was never done training them and exercising them till they had reached the utmost possible point of skill. Then leaving them, he went to the king and said to him, O my lord, the work is finished according to thy desire. Arise with me, that I may shew thee the wonder. So the king sprang up and sat with Hagar, and went to a wide place, and sent to bring the eagles and the boys. And he tied them and let them off into the air all the length of the ropes, and they began to shout as Hagar had taught them. Then he drew them to himself and put them in their places. And the king and those who were with him wondered with a great wonder. And the king kissed Hagar between his eyes, and said to him, Go in peace, O my beloved, O pride of my kingdom, to Egypt, and answer the questions of Pharaoh, and overcome him by the strength of the Most High God. Then he bade him farewell, and took his troops and his army, and the young men and the eagles, and went towards the dwelling of Egypt. And when he had arrived, he turned towards the country of the king. And when the people of Egypt knew that Sennacherib had sent a man of his privy council to talk with Pharaoh, and to answer his questions, they carried the news to King Pharaoh, and he sent a party of his privy counselors to bring him before him. And he came and entered into the presence of Pharaoh, and did obeisance to him, as it is fitting to do to kings. And he said to him, O my lord the king, Sennacherib the king hails thee with abundance of peace and might and honor. And he has sent me, who am one of his slaves, that I may answer thee thy questions, and may fulfill all thy desire. For thou hast sent to seek from my lord the king a man who will build thee a castle between the heaven and the earth. And I, by the help of the Most High God, and thy noble favor, and the power of my lord the king, will build it for thee as thou desirest. But, O my lord the king, what thou hast said in it about the taxes of Egypt for 3 years, now the stability of a kingdom is strict justice, And if thou winnest, and my hand hath no skill in replying to thee, then my lord the king will send thee the taxes which thou hast mentioned. And if I shall have answered thee in thy questions, it shall remain for thee to send whatever thou hast mentioned to my lord the king. And when Pharaoh heard that speech, he wondered and was perplexed by the freedom of his tongue and the pleasantness of his speech. And King Pharaoh said to him, O man, what is thy name? And he said, Thy servant is Abiquam, and I am a little ant of the ants of King Sennacherib. And Pharaoh said to him, Had thy lord no one of higher dignity than thee, that he has sent me a little ant to reply to me and to converse with me? And Hagar said to him, O my lord the king, I would to God most high that I may fulfill what is on thy mind, for God is with the weak that he may confound the strong. Then Pharaoh commanded that they should prepare a dwelling for Abiquam, and supply him with provender, meat and drink, and all that he needed. And when it was finished 3 days afterwards, Pharaoh clothed himself in purple and red, and sat on his throne, and all his viziers, the magnates of his kingdom, were standing with their hands crossed, their feet close together, and their heads bowed. And Pharaoh sent to fetch Abiquam, and when he was presented to him, he did obeisance before him, and kissed the ground in front of him. And King Pharaoh said to him, O Abiquam, whom am I like? And the nobles of my kingdom, to whom are they like? And Hagar said to him, O my lord the king, thou art like the idol Bel, and the nobles of thy kingdom are like his servants. He said to him, Go, and come back hither tomorrow. So Hagar went as King Pharaoh had commanded him, and on the morrow Hagar went into the presence of Pharaoh, and did obeisance and stood before the king. And Pharaoh was dressed in a red color, and the nobles were dressed in white. And Pharaoh said to him, O Abiquam, whom am I like? And the nobles of my kingdom, to whom are they like? And Abiquam said to him, O my lord, thou art like the sun, and thy servants are like its beams. And Pharaoh said to him, Go to thy dwelling, and come hither tomorrow. Then Pharaoh commanded his court to wear pure white, and Pharaoh was dressed like them and sat upon his throne, and he commanded them to fetch Hagar. And he entered and sat down before him, and Pharaoh said to him, O Abiquam, whom am I like? And my nobles, to whom are they like? And Abiquam said to him, O my lord, thou art like the moon, and thy nobles are like the planets and the stars. And Pharaoh said to him, Go, and tomorrow be thou here. Then Pharaoh commanded his servants to wear robes of various colors, and Pharaoh wore a red velvet dress, and sat on his throne, and commanded them to fetch Abiquam. And he entered and did obeisance before him. And he said, O Abiquam, whom am I like? And my armies, to whom are they like? And he said, O my lord, thou art like the month of April, and thy armies are like its flowers. And when the king heard it, he rejoiced with a great joy, and said, O Abiquam, the first time thou didst compare me to the idol Bel, and my nobles to his servants, and the second time thou didst compare me to the sun, and my nobles to the sunbeams, and the third time thou didst compare me to the moon, and my nobles to the planets and the stars, and the fourth time thou didst compare me to the month of April, and my nobles to its flowers. But now, O Abiquam, tell me, thy lord, King Sennacherib, whom is he like? And his nobles, to whom are they like? And Hagar shouted with a loud voice and said, Be it far from me to make mention of my lord the king, and thou seated on thy throne. But get up on thy feet, that I may tell thee whom my lord the king is like, and to whom his nobles are like. And Pharaoh was perplexed by the freedom of his tongue and his boldness in answering. Then Pharaoh arose from his throne and stood before Hagar and said to him, Tell me now, that I may perceive whom thy lord the king is like, and his nobles, to whom they are like. And Hagar said to him, My lord is the God of heaven, and his nobles are the lightnings and the thunder, and when he wills, the winds blow, and the rain falls. And he commands the thunder, and it lightens and rains, and he holds the sun, and it gives not its light. and the moon and the stars, and they circle not. And he commands the tempests, and it blows, and rain falls, and it tramples on April, and destroys its flowers and its houses. And when Pharaoh heard this speech, he was greatly perplexed, and was wroth with a great wrath, and said to him, O man, tell me the truth, and let me know who thou really art. And he told him the truth. I am Hagar the scribe, greatest of the privy counselors of King Sennacherib, and I am his vizier, and the governor of his kingdom, and his chancellor. And he said to him, Thou hast told the truth in this saying, but we have heard of Hagar, that the king Sennacherib has slain him, yet thou dost seem to be alive and well. And Hagar said to him, Yes, so it was, but praise be to God, who knoweth what is hidden, for my lord the king commanded me to be killed, and he believed the word of profligate men, but the Lord delivered me, and blessed is he who trusteth in him. And Pharaoh said to Hagar, Go, and tomorrow be thou here, and tell me a word that I have never heard from my nobles, nor from the people of my kingdom and my country. End of section 2. Read by C.J. Plogue. Section 3 of the story of Hagar by Hagar, translated by F.C. Conybeare, J. Rendell Harris, and Agnes Smith Lewis. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Section 3. And Hagar went to his dwelling, and wrote a letter, saying in it on this wise: From Sennacherib, king of Assyria and Nineveh, to Pharaoh, king of Egypt. Peace be to thee, O my brother, and what we make known to thee by this is that a brother has need of his brother, and kings of each other. And my hope from thee is that thou wouldst lend me 900 talents of gold, for I need it for the victualling of some of the soldiers, that I may spend it upon them. And after a little while I will send it to thee. Then he folded the letter and presented it on the morrow to Pharaoh. And when he saw it, he was perplexed, and said to him, Verily, I have never heard anything like this language from anyone. Then Hagar said to him, Truly this is a debt which thou owest to my lord the king. And Pharaoh accepted this, saying, O Hagar, it is the like of thee who are honest in the service of kings. Blessed be God, who hath made thee perfect in wisdom, and hath adorned thee with philosophy and knowledge. And now, O Hagar, there remains what we desire from thee, that thou shouldest build us a castle between heaven and earth. Then said Hagar, To hear is to obey. I will build thee a castle according to thy wish and choice. But, O my lord, prepare us lime and stone and clay and workmen, and I have skilled builders who will build for thee as thou desirest. And the king prepared all that for him, and they went to a wide place. And Hagar and his servants came to it, and he took the eagles and the young men with him. And the king and all his nobles went, and the whole city assembled, that they might see what Hagar would do. Then Hagar let the eagles out of the boxes, and tied the young men on their backs, and tied the ropes to the eagles' feet, and let them go in the air. And they soared upwards till they remained between heaven and earth. And the boys began to shout, saying, Bring bricks, bring clay, that we may build the king's castle, for we are standing idle. And the crowd were astonished and perplexed, and they wondered. And the king and his nobles wondered. And Hagar and his servants began to beat the workmen, and they shouted for the king's troops, saying to them, Bring to the skilled workmen what they want, and do not hinder them from their work. And the king said to him, Thou art mad. Who can bring anything up to that height? And Hagar said to him, O my lord, how shall we build a castle in the air? And if my lord the king were here, he would have built several castles in a single day. And Pharaoh said to him, Go, O Hagar, to thy dwelling and rest, for we have given up building the castle, and tomorrow come to me. Then Hagar went to his dwelling, and on the morrow he appeared before Pharaoh. And Pharaoh said, O Hagar, what news is there of the horse of thy lord? For when he neighs in the country of Assyria and Nineveh, and our mares hear his voice, they cast their young. And when Hagar heard this speech, he went and took a cat, and bound her and began to flog her with a violent flogging till the Egyptians heard it. And they went and told the king about it. And Pharaoh sent to fetch Hagar, and said to him, O Hagar, wherefore dost thou flog thus, and beat that dumb beast? And Hagar said to him, O my lord the king, verily she has done an ugly deed to me, and has deserved this drubbing and flogging. For my lord King Sennacherib had given me a fine cock, and he had a strong true voice, and knew the hours of the day and the night. And the cat got up this very night, and cut off its head, and went away. And because of this deed I have treated her to this drubbing. And Pharaoh said to him, O Hagar, I see from all this that thou art growing old, and art in thy dotage. For between Egypt and Nineveh there are 68 parasangs. And how did she go this very night, and cut off the head of thy cock, and come back? And Hagar said to him, O my lord, if there were such a distance between Egypt and Nineveh, how could thy mares hear when my lord the king's horse neighs and casts their young? And how could the voice of the horse reach to Egypt? And when Pharaoh heard that, he knew that Hagar had answered his questions. And Pharaoh said, O Hagar, I want thee to make me ropes of the sea sand. And Hagar said to him, O my lord the king, order them to bring me a rope out of the treasury, that I may make one like it. Then Hagar went to the back of the house, and bored holes in the rough shore of the sea, and took a handful of sand in his hand, sea sand. And when the sun rose and penetrated into the holes, he spread the sand into the sun till it became as if woven like ropes. And Hagar said, Command thy servants to take these ropes, and whenever thou desirest it, I will weave thee some like them. And Pharaoh said, O Hagar, we have a millstone here, and it has been broken, and I want thee to sew it up. Then Hagar looked at it, and found another stone, and he said to Pharaoh, O my lord, I am a foreigner, and I have no tool for sewing. But I want thee to command thy faithful shoemaker to cut awls from this stone, that I may sew that millstone. Then Pharaoh and all his nobles laughed, and he said, Blessed be the Most High God, who gave thee this wit and knowledge. And when Pharaoh saw that Hagar had overcome him, and returned him his answers, he at once became excited, and commanded them to collect for him 3 years' taxes, and to bring them to Hagar. And he stripped off his robes, and put them upon Hagar and his soldiers and his servants, and gave him the expenses of his journey. And he said to him, Go in peace, O strength of thy Lord and pride of his doctors. Have any of the sultans thy like? Give my greetings to thy lord King Sennacherib, and say to him how we have sent him gifts, for kings are content with little. Then Hagar arose and kissed King Pharaoh's hands, and kissed the ground in front of him, and wished him strength and continuance, and abundance in his treasury, and said to him, O my lord, I desire from thee that not one of our countrymen may remain in Egypt. And Pharaoh arose and sent heralds to proclaim in the streets of Egypt that not one of the people of Assyria or Nineveh should remain in the land of Egypt, but that they should go with Hagar. Then Hagar went and took leave of King Pharaoh, and journeyed seeking the land of Assyria and Nineveh. And he had some treasures and a great deal of wealth. And when the news reached King Sennacherib that Hagar was coming, he went out to meet him, and rejoiced over him exceedingly with great joy, and embraced him and kissed him, and said to him, Welcome home, O kinsman, my brother Hagar, the strength of my kingdom and pride of my realm. Ask what thou wouldst have from me, even if thou desirest the half of my kingdom and of my possessions. Then Hagar said unto him, O my lord the king, live forever. Shew favor, O my lord the king, to Abu Samik in my stead, for my life was in the hands of God and in his. Then said Sennacherib the king, Honor be to thee, O my beloved Hagar. I will make the station of Abu Samik the swordsman higher than all my privy counselors and my favorites. Then the king began to ask him how he had got on with Pharaoh, from his first arrival until he had come away from his presence, and how he had answered all his questions, and how he had received the taxes from him, and the changes of raiment and the presents. And Sennacherib the king rejoiced with a great joy, and said to Hagar, Take what thou wouldst fain have of this tribute, for it is all within the grasp of thy hand. And Hagar said, Let the king live forever. I desire naught but the safety of my lord the king, and the continuance of his greatness. O my lord, what can I do with wealth and its like? But if thou wilt shew me favor, give me Nidan, my sister's son, that I may recompense him for what he has done to me, and grant me his blood, and hold me guiltless of it. And Sennacherib the king said, Take him, I have given him to thee. And Hagar took Nidan his sister's son, and bound his hands with chains of iron, and took him to his dwelling, and put a heavy fetter on his feet, and tied it with a tight knot. And after binding him thus, he cast him into a dark room beside the retiring place, and appointed Nebuchal as sentinel over him, and commanded him to give him a loaf of bread and a little water every day. And whenever Hagar went in or out, he scolded Nidan his sister's son, saying to him wisely, O Nidan, my boy, I have done to thee all that is good and kind, and thou hast rewarded me for it with what is ugly and bad, and with killing. O my son, it is said in the Proverbs, He who listeneth not with his ear, they will make him listen with the scruff of his neck. And Nidan said, For what cause art thou wroth with me? And Hagar said to him, Because I brought thee up, and taught thee, and gave thee honor and respect, and made thee great, and reared thee with the best of breeding, and seated thee in my place that thou mightest be my heir in the world. And thou didst treat me with killing, and didst repay me with my ruin. But the Lord knew that I was wronged, and he saved me from the snare which thou hadst set for me. For the Lord healeth the broken hearts, and hindereth the envious and the haughty. O my boy, thou hast been to me like the scorpion which when it strikes on brass pierces it. O my boy, thou art like the gazelle who was eating the roots of the madder, and it said to her, Eat of me today, and take thy fill, and tomorrow they will tan thy hide in my roots. O my boy, thou hast been to me like a man who saw his comrade naked in the chilly time of winter, and he took cold water and poured it upon him. O my boy, thou hast been to me like a man who took a stone and threw it up to heaven to stone his Lord with it. And the stone did not hit, and did not reach high enough, but it became the cause of guilt and sin. O my boy, if thou hadst honored me and respected me, and hadst listened to my words, thou wouldst have been my heir, and wouldst have reigned over my dominions. O my son, I know thou that if the tail of the dog or the pig were 10 cubits long, it would not approach to the worth of the horses, even if it were like silk. O my boy, I thought that thou wouldst have been my heir at my death, and thou through thy envy and thy insolence didst desire to kill me. But the Lord delivered me from thy cunning. O my boy, thou hast been to me as a lion who made friends with an ass. And the ass kept walking before the lion for a time, and one day the lion sprang upon the ass and ate it up. O my son, thou hast been to me like a trap which was set up on the dunghill. And there came a sparrow and found the trap. And the sparrow said to the trap, What doest thou here? Said the trap, I am praying here to God. And the lark asked it also, What is the piece of wood that thou holdest? Said the trap, That is a young oak tree on which I lean at the time of prayer. Said the lark, And what is that thing in thy mouth? Said the trap, That is bread and victuals which I carry for all the hungry and the poor who come near to me. Said the lark, Now then may I come forward and eat, for I am hungry. And the trap said to him, Come forward. And the lark approached that it might eat. But the trap sprang up and seized the lark by its neck. And the lark answered and said to the trap, If that is thy bread for the hungry, God accepteth not thine alms and thy kind deeds. And if that is thy fasting and thy prayers, God accepteth from thee neither thy fast nor thy prayer, and God will not perfect what is good concerning thee. O my boy, thou hast been to me like a weevil in the wheat. for it does no good to anything but spoils the wheat and gnaws it. O my boy, thou hast been like a man who sowed 10 measures of wheat, and when it was harvest time, he arose and reaped it, and garnered it, and threshed it, and toiled over it to the very utmost. And it turned out to be 10 measures, and its master said to it, O thou lazy thing, thou hast not grown, and thou hast not shrunk. O my boy, thou hast been to me like the partridge that had been thrown into the net, and she could not save herself, but she called out to the partridges that she might cast them with herself into the net. O my son, thou hast been to me like the dog that was cold, and it went into the potter's house to get warm, and when it had got warm, it began to bark at them, and they chased it out and beat it, that it might not bite them. O my son, thou hast been to me like the pig who went into the hot bath with people of quality, and when it came out of the hot bath, it saw a filthy hole, and it went down and wallowed in it. O my son, thou hast been to me like the goat which joined its comrades on their way to the sacrifice, and it was unable to save itself. O my boy, the dog which is not fed by its master becomes food for flies. O my son, the hand which does not labor and plow, and which is greedy and cunning, shall be cut away from its shoulder. O my son, the eye in which light is not seen, the ravens shall pick at it and pluck it out. O my boy, thou hast been to me like a tree whose branches they were cutting, and it said to them, If something of me were not in your hands, verily you would be unable to cut me. O my boy, thou art like the cat to whom they said, Leave off thieving till we make for thee a chain of gold, and feed thee with sugar and almonds. And she said, I am not forgetful of the craft of my father and mother. O my son, thou hast been like the weary man riding on a thorn bush when he was in the midst of a river, and a wolf saw them and said, Mischief upon mischief, and let him who is more mischievous than they direct both of them. And the weary man said to the wolf, The lambs and the goats and the sheep which thou hast eaten all thy life, wilt thou return them to their fathers and to their parents, or no? Said the wolf, No. And the weary man said to him, I think that after myself thou art the worst of us. O my boy, I fed thee with good food, and thou didst not feed me with dry bread. O my boy, I gave thee sugared water to drink and good syrup, and thou didst not give me water from the well to drink. O my boy, I taught thee and brought thee up, and thou didst dig a hiding place for me, and didst conceal me. O my boy, I brought thee up with the best upbringing, and trained thee like a tall cedar, and thou hast twisted and bent me. O my boy, it was my hope concerning thee that thou wouldst build me a fortified castle, that I might be concealed from my enemies in it, and thou didst become to me like one burying in the depth of the earth. But the Lord took pity on me and delivered me from thy cunning. O my boy, I wished thee well, and thou didst reward me with evil and hatefulness, and now I would fain tear out thine eyes, and make thee food for dogs, and cut out thy tongue, and take off thy head with the edge of the sword, and recompense thee for thine abominable deeds. And when Nidan heard this speech from his uncle Hagar, he said, O my uncle, deal with me according to thy knowledge, and forgive me my sins, for who is there who hath sinned like me, or who is there who forgives like thee? Accept me, O my uncle. Now I will serve in thy house, and groom thy horses, and sweep up the dung of thy cattle, and feed thy sheep, for I am the wicked, and thou art the righteous, I the guilty, and thou the generous. And Hagar said to him, O my boy, thou art like the tree which was fruitless beside the water, and its master was fain to cut it down, and it said to him, Remove me to another place, and if I do not bear fruit, cut me down. And its master said to it, Thou being beside the water hast not borne fruit, how shalt thou bear fruit when thou art in another place? O my boy, the old age of the eagle is better than the youth of the crow. O my boy, they said to the wolf, Keep away from the sheep, lest their dust should harm thee. And the wolf said, The dregs of the sheep's milk are good for my eyes. Oh, my boy, they made the wolf go to school that he might learn to read, and they said to him, say A, B. He said, lamb and goat in my belly. Oh, my boy, they set the ass down at the table, and he fell and began to roll himself in the dust. And one said, let him roll himself, for it is his nature. He will not change. Oh, my boy, the saying has been confirmed which runs, if thou begettest a boy, call him thy son, and if thou rearest a boy, call him thy slave. Oh, my boy, he who doeth good shall meet with good, and he who doeth evil shall meet with evil, for the Lord requiteth a man according to the measure of his work. O my boy, what shall I say more to thee than these sayings? For the Lord knoweth what is hidden, and is acquainted with the mysteries and the secrets. And he will requite thee, and will judge betwixt thee and me, and will recompense thee according to thy desert. And when Nidan heard that speech from his uncle Hagar, he swelled up immediately, and became like a blown out bladder. And his limbs swelled, and his legs, and his feet, and his side, and he was torn, and his belly burst asunder, and his entrails were scattered, and he perished and died. And his latter end was destruction, and he went to hell. For he who digs a pit for his brother shall fall into it, and he who sets up traps shall be caught in them. This is what happened, and what we found out about the tale of Hagar, and praise be to God forever. Amen and peace. This chronicle is finished with the help of God. May he be exalted. Amen, amen, amen. End of section 3. End of the story of Hagar. Read by C.J. Plogue.
The Testament of Reuben, the firstborn son of Jacob and Leah. The copy of the Testament of Reuben, even the commands which he gave his sons before he died in the 125th year of his life. 2 years after the death of Joseph, his brother, when Reuben fell ill, his sons and his sons' sons were gathered together to visit him. And he said to them, My children, behold, I am dying, and go the way of my fathers. And seeing there Judah and Gad and Asher his brethren, he said to them, Raise me up, that I may tell to my brethren and to my children what things I have hidden in my heart. For behold, now at length I am passing away. And he arose and kissed them, and said unto them, Hear, my brethren, and do ye, my children, give ear to Reuben your father in the commands which I give unto you. And behold, I call to witness against you this day the God of heaven, that ye walk not in the sins of youth and fornication, wherein I was poured out, and defiled the bed of my father Jacob. And I tell you that he smote me with a sore plague in my loins for 7 months, and had not my father Jacob prayed for me to the Lord would have destroyed me. For I was 30 years old when I wrought the evil thing before the Lord, and for 7 months I was sick unto death. And after this I repented with set purpose of my soul for 7 years before the Lord. And wine and strong drink I drank not, and flesh entered not into my mouth. And I eat no pleasant food, but I mourned over my sin, for it was great, such as had not been in Israel. Chapter 2. And now, hear me, my children, what things I saw concerning the 7 spirits of deceit, when I repented. 7 spirits therefore are appointed against man, and they are the leaders in the works of youth. And 7 other spirits are given to him at his creation, that through them should be done every work of man. The first is the spirit of life, with which the constitution of man is created. The second is the sense of sight, with which ariseth desire. The third is the sense of hearing, with which cometh teaching. The fourth is the sense of smell, with which tastes are given, to draw air and breath. The fifth is the power of speech, with which cometh knowledge. The sixth is the sense of taste, with which cometh the eating of meats and drinks. And by it strength is produced, for in food is the foundation of strength. The seventh is the power of procreation and sexual intercourse, with which through love of pleasure sins enter in. Wherefore it is the last in order of creation, and the first in that of youth. because it is filled with ignorance, and leadeth the youth as a blind man to a pit, and as a beast to a precipice. Chapter 3. Besides all these, there is an eighth, spirit of sleep, with which is brought about the trance of nature, and the image of death. With these spirits are mingled the spirits of error. First, the spirit of fornication is seated in the nature and in the senses. The second, the spirit of insatiableness in the belly. The third, the spirit of fighting in the liver and gall. The fourth is the spirit of obsequiousness and chicanery, that through officious attention one may be fair in seeming. The fifth is the spirit of pride, that one may be boastful and arrogant. The sixth is the spirit of lying, in perdition and jealousy to practice deceits and concealments from kindred and friends. The seventh is the spirit of injustice, with which thefts and acts of rapacity, that a man may fulfill the desire of his heart. For injustice worketh together with the other spirits by the taking of gifts. And with all these the spirit of sleep is joined, which is that of error and fantasy. And so perisheth every young man, darkening his mind from the truth, and not understanding the law of God, nor obeying the admonitions of his fathers, as befell me also in my youth. And now, my children, love the truth, and it will preserve you. Hear ye the words of Reuben your father. Pay no heed to the face of a woman, nor associate with another man's wife, nor meddle with affairs of womankind. For had I not seen Bilhah bathing in a covered place, I had not fallen into this great iniquity. For my mind, taking in the thought of the woman's nakedness, suffered me not to sleep until I had wrought the abominable thing. For while Jacob our father had gone to Isaac his father, when we were in Eder, near to Ephrath in Bethlehem, Bilhah became drunk, and was asleep uncovered in her chamber. Having therefore gone in and beheld nakedness, I wrought the impiety without her perceiving it, and leaving her sleeping, I departed. And forthwith an angel of God revealed to my father concerning my impiety, and he came and mourned over me, and touched her no more. Chapter 4. Pay no heed therefore, my children, to the beauty of women, nor set your mind on their affairs, but walk in singleness of heart in the fear of the Lord, and expend labor on good works, and on study, and on your flocks, until the Lord give you a wife, whom he will, that ye suffer not as I did. For until my father's death I had not boldness to look in his face, or to speak to any of my brethren, because of the reproach. Even until now my conscience causeth me anguish on account of my impiety. And yet my father comforted me much, and prayed for me unto the Lord, that the anger of the Lord might pass from me, even as the Lord showed. And thenceforth until now I have been on my guard, and sinned not. Therefore, my children, I say unto you, observe all things whatsoever I command you, and ye shall not sin. For a pit unto the soul is the sin of fornication, separating it from God, and bringing it near to idols, because it deceiveth the mind and understanding, and leadeth young men into Hades before their time. For many hath fornication destroyed, because though a man be old, or noble, or rich, or poor, he bringeth reproach upon himself with the sons of men, and derision with Beliar. For ye heard regarding Joseph how he guarded himself from a woman, and purged his thoughts from all fornication, and found favor in the sight of God and men. For the Egyptian woman did many things unto him, and summoned magicians, and offered him love potions, but the purpose of his soul admitted no evil desire. Therefore the God of your fathers delivered him from every evil and hidden death. For if fornication overcomes not your mind, neither can Beliar overcome you. Chapter 5. For evil are women, my children, and since they have no power or strength over man, they use wiles by outward attractions, that they may draw him to themselves, and whom they cannot bewitch by outward attractions, him they overcome by craft. For moreover, concerning them, the angel of the Lord told me and taught me that women are overcome by the spirit of fornication more than men, and in their heart they plot against men, and by means of their adornment they deceive first their minds, and by the glance of the eye instill the poison, and then through the accomplished act they take them captive. For a woman cannot force a man openly, but by a harlot's bearing she beguiles him. Flee therefore fornication, my children, and command your wives and your daughters that they adorn not their heads and faces to deceive the mind, because every woman who useth these wiles hath been reserved for eternal punishment. For thus they allured the watchers who were before the flood. For as these continually beheld them, they lusted after them, and they conceived the act in their mind, for they changed themselves into the shape of men, and appeared to them when they were with their husbands. And the women lusting in their minds after their forms, gave birth to giants, for the watchers appeared to them as reaching even unto heaven. Chapter 6. Beware therefore of fornication, and if you wish to be pure in mind, guard your senses from every woman, and command the women likewise not to associate with the men, that they also may be pure in mind. For constant meetings, even though the ungodly deed be not wrought, are to them an irremediable disease, and to us a destruction of Beliar, and an eternal reproach. For in fornication there is neither understanding nor godliness, and all jealousy dwelleth in the lust thereof. Therefore, then I say unto you, ye will be jealous against the sons of Levi, and will seek to be exalted over them, but ye shall not be able. For God will avenge them, and ye shall die by an evil death. For to Levi God gave the sovereignty, and to Judah with him, and to me also, and to Dan and Joseph, that we should be for rulers. Therefore I command you to hearken to Levi, because he shall know the law of the Lord, and shall give ordinances for judgment, and shall sacrifice for all Israel until the consummation of the times, as the anointed high priest, of whom the Lord spake. I adjure you, by the God of heaven, to do truth each one unto his neighbor, and to entertain love each one for his brother. And draw ye near to Levi in humbleness of heart, that ye may receive a blessing from his mouth. For he shall bless Israel and Judah, because him hath the Lord chosen to be king over all the nation. And bow down before his seed, for on our behalf it will die in wars, visible and invisible, and will be among you an eternal king. Chapter 7. And Reuben died, having given these commands to his sons, and they placed him in a coffin until they carried him up from Egypt, and buried him in Hebron, in the cave where his father was. The end of the Testament of Reuben. The Testament of Simeon, the second son of Jacob and Leah. The copy of the words of Simeon, the things which he spake to his sons before he died, in the 120th year of his life, at which time Joseph, his brother, died. For when Simeon was sick, his sons came to visit him, and he strengthened himself, and sat up and kissed them, and said. Chapter 2. Hearken, my children, to Simeon your father, and I will declare unto you what things I have in my heart. I was born of Jacob, as my father's second son, and my mother Leah called me Simeon, because the Lord had heard her prayer. Moreover, I became strong exceedingly. I shrank from no achievement, nor was I afraid of aught. For my heart was hard, and my liver was immovable, and my bowels without compassion. Because valor also has been given from the Most High to men in soul and body. For in the time of my youth I was jealous in many things of Joseph, because my father loved him beyond all. And I set my mind against him to destroy him, because the prince of deceit sent forth the spirit of jealousy, and blinded my mind, so that I regarded him not as a brother, nor did I spare even Jacob my father. But his God, and the God of his fathers, sent forth his angel, and delivered him out of my hands. For when I went to Shechem, to bring ointment for the flocks, and Reuben to Dothan, where were our necessities and all our stores, Judah my brother sold him to the Ishmaelites. And when Reuben heard these things, he was grieved, for he wished to restore him to his father. But on hearing this, I was exceedingly wroth against Judah, in that he let him go away alive. And for 5 months I continued wrathful against him. But the Lord restrained me, and withheld from me the power of my hands, for my right hand was half withered for 7 days. And I knew, my children, that because of Joseph this had befallen me. And I repented and wept, and I besought the Lord God that my hand might be restored, and that I might hold aloof from all pollution and envy, and from all folly. For I knew that I had devised an evil thing before the Lord and Jacob my father, on account of Joseph my brother, and that I envied him. Chapter 3. And now, my children, Hearken unto me, and beware of the spirit of deceit and envy. For envy ruleth over the whole mind of a man, and suffereth him neither to eat, nor drink, nor to do any good thing. But it ever suggesteth to him to destroy him that he envieth, and so long as he that is envied flourisheth, he that envieth fadeth away. 2 years therefore I afflicted my soul with fasting in the fear of the Lord, and I learnt that deliverance from enemy cometh by the fear of God. For if a man flee to the Lord, the evil spirit runneth away from him, and his mind is lightened, and henceforward he sympathizeth with him whom he envied, and forgiveth those who are hostile to him, and so ceaseth from his envy. Chapter 4. And my father asked concerning me, because he saw that I was sad, and I said unto him, I am pained in my liver, for I mourned more than they all, because I was guilty of the selling of Joseph. And when we went down into Egypt, and he bound me as a spy, I knew that I was suffering justly, and I grieved not. Now Joseph was a good man, and had the Spirit of God within him. Being compassionate and pitiful, he bore no malice against me, but loved me even as the rest of his brethren. Beware therefore, my children, of all jealousy and envy, and walk in singleness of soul, and with good heart, keeping in mind Joseph, your father's brother, that God may give you also grace and glory, and blessing upon your heads, even as ye saw in Joseph's case. All his days he reproached us not concerning this thing, but loved us as his own soul, and beyond his own sons glorified us, and gave us riches, and cattle, and fruits. Do ye also, my children, love each one his brother with a good heart, and the spirit of envy will withdraw from you. For this maketh savage the soul, and destroyeth the body. It causeth anger and war in the mind, and stirreth up unto deeds of blood, and leadeth the mind into frenzy, and suffereth not prudence to act in men. Moreover, it taketh away sleep, and causeth tumult to the soul, and trembling to the body. For even in sleep some malicious jealousy, deluding him, gnaweth, and with wicked spirits disturbeth his soul, and causeth the body to be troubled, and waketh the mind from sleep in confusion. And as a wicked and poisonous spirit, so appeareth it to men. Chapter 5. Therefore was Joseph comely in appearance, and goodly to look upon, because no wickedness dwelt in him. For some of the trouble of the spirit the face manifesteth. And now, my children, make your hearts good before the Lord, and your ways straight before men, and ye shall find grace before the Lord and men. Beware therefore of fornication, for fornication is mother of all evils, separating from God, and bringing near to Beliar. For I have seen it inscribed in the writing of Enoch, that your sons shall be corrupted in fornication, and shall do harm to the sons of Levi with the sword. But they shall not be able to withstand Levi, for he shall wage the war of the Lord, and shall conquer all your hosts. And they shall be few in number, divided in Levi and Judah. And there shall be none of you for sovereignty, even as also our father prophesied in his blessings. Chapter 6. Behold, I have told you all things, that I may be acquitted of your sin. Now if ye remove from you your envy, and all stiff-neckedness, as a rose shall my bones flourish in Israel, and as a lily my flesh in Jacob, and my odor shall be as the odor of Libanus, and as cedars shall holy ones be multiplied from me forever, and their branches shall stretch afar off. Then shall perish the seed of Canaan, and a remnant shall not be unto Amalek, and all the Cappadocians shall perish, and all the Hittites shall be utterly destroyed. Then shall fail the land of Ham, and all the people shall perish. Then shall all the earth rest from trouble, and all the world under heaven from war. Then the mighty one of Israel shall glorify Shem, for the Lord God shall appear on earth, and himself save men. Then shall all the spirits of deceit be given to be trodden under foot, and men shall rule over wicked spirits. Then shall I arise in joy, and will bless the Most High because of his marvelous works, because God hath taken a body and eaten with men and saved men. Chapter 7. And now, my children, obey Levi and Judah, and be not lifted up against these two tribes. For from them shall arise unto you the salvation of God. For the Lord shall raise up from Levi as it were a high priest, and from Judah as it were a king. God and man. He shall save all the Gentiles and the race of Israel. Therefore I give you these commands, that ye also may command your children, that they may observe them throughout their generations. Chapter 8. And when Simeon had made an end of commanding his sons, he slept with his fathers, being 120 years old, and they laid him in a wooden coffin, to take up his bones to Hebron. And they took them up secretly during a war of the Egyptians, for the bones of Joseph the Egyptians guarded in the tombs of the kings. For the sorcerers told them, that on the departure of the bones of Joseph, there should be throughout all the land darkness and gloom, and an exceeding great plague to the Egyptians, so that even with a lamp a man should not recognize his brother. Chapter 9. And the sons of Simeon bewailed their father, and they were in Egypt until the day of their departure by the hand of Moses. The end of the Testament of Simeon. The Testament of Levi, the third son of Jacob and Leah. The copy of the words of Levi, the things which he ordained unto his sons, according to all that they should do, and what things should befall them until the day of judgment. He was sound in health when he called them to him, for it had been revealed to him that he should die. And when they were gathered together, he said to them. Chapter 2. I, Levi, was born in Haran, and I came with my father to Shechem, and I was young, about 20 years of age, when with Simeon I wrought vengeance on Hamor for our sister Dinah. And when I was feeding the flocks in Abel Maul, the spirit of understanding of the Lord came upon me, and I saw all men corrupting their way, and that unrighteousness had built for itself walls, and lawlessness sat upon towers. And I was grieving for the race of the sons of men, and I prayed to the Lord that I might be saved. Then there fell upon me a sleep, and I beheld a high mountain, and I was upon it. And behold, the heavens were opened, and an angel of God said to me, Levi, enter. And I entered from the first heaven, and I saw there a great sea hanging, and further I saw a second heaven, far brighter and more brilliant, for there was a boundless light also therein. And I said to the angel, Why is this so? And the angel said to me, Marvel not at this, for thou shalt see another heaven, more brilliant and incomparable. And when thou hast ascended thither, thou shalt stand near the Lord, and shalt be his minister, and shalt declare his mysteries to men, and shalt proclaim concerning him that shall redeem Israel. And by thee and Judah shall the Lord appear among men, saving every race of men. And from the Lord's portion shall be thy life, and he shall be thy field and vineyard, and fruits, gold and silver. Chapter 3. I hear, therefore, regarding the heavens which have been shown to thee, the lowest is for this cause gloomy unto thee, in that it beholds all the unrighteous deeds of men, and it has fire, snow, and ice made ready for the day of judgment, in the righteous judgment of God, for in it are all the spirits of the retributions for vengeance on men. And in the second are the hosts of the armies which are ordained for the day of judgment, to work vengeance on the spirits of deceit and of Beliar. And above them are the holy ones. And in the highest of all dwelleth the great glory, far above all holiness. In the heaven next to it are the archangels, who minister and make propitiation to the Lord for all the sins of ignorance of the righteous, offering to the Lord a sweet-smelling savor, a reasonable and a bloodless offering. And in the heaven below this are the angels who bear answers to the angels of the presence of the Lord. And in the heaven next to this are thrones and dominions, in which always they offer praise to God. When therefore the Lord looketh upon us, all of us are shaken, yea, the heavens and the earth, and the abysses are shaken at the presence of his majesty. But the sons of men, having no perception of these things, sin, and provoke the Most High. Chapter 4. Now, therefore, know that the Lord shall execute judgment upon the sons of men, because when the rocks are being rent, and the sun quenched, and the waters dried up, and the fire cowering, and all creation troubled, and the invisible spirits melting away, and Hades taketh spoils through the visitations of the Most High, men will be unbelieving and persist in their iniquity. On this account with punishment shall they be judged. Therefore the Most High hath heard thy prayer, to separate thee from iniquity, and that thou shouldest become to him a son, and a servant, and a minister of his presence. The light of knowledge shalt thou light up in Jacob, and as the sun shalt thou be to all the seed of Israel. And there shall be given to thee a blessing, and to all thy seed, until the Lord shall visit all the Gentiles in his tender mercies forever. And therefore there have been given to thee counsel and understanding, that thou mightest instruct thy sons concerning this, because they that blessed him shall be blessed, and they that curse him shall perish. Chapter 5. And thereupon the angel opened to me the gates of heaven, and I saw the holy temple, and upon a throne of glory the Most High. And he said to me, Levi, I have given thee the blessings of the priesthood, until I come and sojourn in the midst of Israel. Then the angel brought me down to the earth, and gave me a shield and a sword, and said to me, Execute vengeance on Shechem because of Dinah thy sister, and I will be with thee, because the Lord hath sent me. And I destroyed at that time the sons of Hamor, as it is written in the heavenly tables. And I said to him, I pray thee, O Lord, tell me thy name, that I may call upon thee in a day of tribulation. And he said, I am the angel who intercedeth for the nation of Israel, that they may not be smitten utterly, for every evil spirit attacketh it. And after these things I awaked, and blessed the Most High, and the angel who intercedeth for the nation of Israel, and for all the righteous. Chapter 6. And when I was going to my father, I found a brazen shield, wherefore also the name of the mountain is Aspis, which is near Gebal, to the south of Abilah. And I kept these words in my heart. And after this I counseled my father, and Reuben my brother, to bid the sons of Hamor not to be circumcised, for I was zealous because of the abomination which they had wrought on my sister. And I slew Shechem first, and Simeon slew Hamor. And after this my brothers came and smote that city with the edge of the sword. And my father heard these things, and was wroth, and he was grieved in that they had received the circumcision, and after that had been put to death. And in his blessings he looked amiss upon us. For we sinned, because we had done this thing against his will. And he was sick on that day. But I saw that the sentence of God was for evil upon Shechem, for they sought to do Sarah and Rebekah as they had done to Dinah, our sister. But the Lord prevented them. And they persecuted Abraham our father, when he was a stranger, and they vexed his flocks, when they were big with young. And Ebleon, who was born in his house, they most shamefully handled. And thus they did to all strangers, taking away their wives by force, and they banished them, but the wrath of the Lord came upon them to the uttermost. Chapter 7. And I said to my father Jacob, By thee will the Lord despoil the Canaanites, and will give their land to thee and to thy seed after thee. For from this day forward shall Shechem be called the city of imbeciles. For as a man mocketh a fool, so did we mock them, because also they had wrought folly in Israel by defiling my sister, and we departed, and came to Bethel. Chapter 8. And there again I saw a vision as the former, after we had spent there 70 days. And I saw 7 men in white raiment saying unto me, Arise, put on the robe of the priesthood, and the crown of righteousness, and the breastplate of understanding, and the garment of truth, and the plate of faith, and the turban of the head, and the ephod of prophecy. And they severally carried these things, and put them on me, and said unto me, From henceforth become a priest of the Lord, thou and thy seed forever. And the first anointed me with holy oil, and gave to me the staff of judgment. The second washed me with pure water, and fed me with bread and wine, even the most holy things, and clad me with a holy and glorious robe. The third clothed me with a linen vestment like an ephod. The fourth put round me a girdle like unto purple. The fifth gave me a branch of rich olive. The sixth placed a crown on my head. The seventh placed on my head a diadem of priesthood, and filled my hands with incense, that I might serve as priest to the Lord God. And they said to me, Levi, thy seed shall be divided into 3 offices, for a sign of the glory of the Lord who is to come. And the first portion shall be great, yea, greater than it shall none be. The second shall be in the priesthood, and the third shall be called by a new name, because a king shall arise in Judah, and shall establish a new priesthood, after the fashion of the Gentiles, to all the Gentiles, and his presence is beloved, as a prophet of the Most High, of the seed of Abraham our father. Therefore, every desirable thing in Israel shall be for thee, and for thy seed, and ye shall eat everything fair to look upon. And the table of the Lord shall thy seed apportion. And some of them shall be high priests, and judges, and scribes, for by their mouth shall the holy place be guarded. And when I awoke, I understood that this dream was like the first dream, and I hid this also in my heart, and told it not to any man upon the earth. Chapter 9. And after 2 days, I and Judah went up with our father Jacob to Isaac, our father's father. And my father's father blessed me according to all the words of the visions which I had seen. And he would not come with us to Bethel. And when we came to Bethel, my father saw a vision concerning me, that I should be their priest unto God. And he arose up early in the morning, and paid tithes of all to the Lord through me. And so we came to Hebron to dwell there. And Isaac called me continually to put me in remembrance of the law of the Lord, even as the angel of the Lord showed unto me. And he taught me the law of the priesthood, of sacrifices, whole burnt offerings, first fruits, free will offerings, peace offerings. And each day he was instructing me, and was busied on my behalf before the Lord, and said to me, Beware of the spirit of fornication, for this shall continue, and shall by thy seed pollute the holy place. Take therefore to thyself a wife without blemish or pollution, while yet thou art young, and not of the race of strange nations. And before entering into the holy place, bathe, and when thou offerest the sacrifices, wash, and again when thou finishest the sacrifice, wash. Of 12 trees having leaves, offer to the Lord, as Abraham taught me also. And of every clean beast and bird, offer a sacrifice to the Lord. And of all thy first fruits, and of wine, offer the first, as a sacrifice to the Lord God, and every sacrifice thou shalt salt with salt. Chapter 10. Now, therefore, observe whatsoever I command you, children. For whatsoever things I have heard from my fathers I have declared unto you. And behold, I am clear from your ungodliness and transgression, which ye shall commit in the end of the ages, against the Saviour of the world, Christ, acting godlessly, deceiving Israel, and stirring up against it great evils from the Lord. And ye shall deal lawlessly together with Israel, so he shall not bear with Jerusalem because of your wickedness. But the veil of the temple shall be rent, so as not to cover your shame. And ye shall be scattered as captives among the Gentiles, and shall be for a reproach and for a curse there. For the house which the Lord shall choose shall be called Jerusalem, as is contained in the book of Enoch the righteous. Chapter 11. Therefore, when I took a wife, I was 28 years old, and her name was Melcha. And she conceived and bare a son, and I called his name Gersom, for we were sojourners in our land. And I saw concerning him that he would not be in the first rank. And Kohath was born in the 35th year of my life, towards sunrise. And I saw in a vision that he was standing on high in the midst of all the congregation. Therefore I called his name Kohath, which is, beginning of majesty and instruction. And she bare me a third son in the 40th year of my life. And since his mother bare him with difficulty, I called him Merari, that is, my bitterness, because he also was like to die. And Jochebed was born in Egypt in my 64th year, for I was renowned then in the midst of my brethren. Chapter 12. And Gersom took a wife, and she bare to him Lamni and Simei. And the sons of Kohath, Amram, Issachar, Hebron, and Oziel. And the sons of Merari, Moali, and Moses. And in the 94th year Amram took Jochebed my daughter to him to wife, for they were born in one day, he and my daughter. 8 years old was I when I went into the land of Canaan, and 18 years when I slew Shechem. And at 19 years I became priest, and at 28 years I took a wife, and at 48 I went into Egypt. And behold, my children, ye are a third generation. In my 118th year Joseph died. Chapter 13. And now, my children, I command you, fear the Lord your God with your whole heart, and walk in simplicity according to all his law. And do ye also teach your children letters, that they may have understanding all their life, reading unceasingly the law of God. For every one that knoweth the law of the Lord shall be honored, and shall not be a stranger whithersoever he goeth. Yea, many friends shall he gain more than his parents, and many men shall desire to serve him, and to hear the law from his mouth. Work righteousness, therefore, my children, upon the earth, that ye may have it as a treasure in heaven. And sow good things in your souls, that ye may find them in your life. But if ye sow evil things, ye shall reap every trouble and affliction. Get wisdom in the fear of God with diligence. For though there be a leading into captivity, and cities and lands be destroyed, and gold and silver and every possession perish, the wisdom of the wise naught can take away, save the blindness of ungodliness, and the callousness that comes of sin. For if one keep oneself from these evil things, then even among his enemies shall wisdom be a glory to him, and in a strange country a fatherland, and in the midst of foes shall prove a friend. Whosoever teaches noble things and does them shall be enthroned with kings, as was also Joseph my brother. Chapter 14. Therefore, my children, I have learnt that at the end of the ages ye will transgress against the Lord, stretching out hands to wickedness against him, and to all the Gentiles shall you become a scorn. For our father Israel is pure from the transgressions of the chief priests, who shall lay their hands upon the Saviour of the world. For as the heaven is purer in the Lord's sight than the earth, so also be ye, the lights of Israel, purer than all the Gentiles. But if ye be darkened through transgressions, what, therefore, will all the Gentiles do living in blindness? Yea, ye shall bring a curse upon our race, because the light of the law which was given for to lighten every man, this ye desire to destroy by teaching commandments contrary to the ordinances of God. The offerings of the Lord ye shall rob, and from his portion shall ye steal choice portions, eating them contemptuously with harlots. And out of covetousness ye shall teach the commandments of the Lord. Wedded women shall ye pollute, and the virgins of Jerusalem shall ye defile. And with harlots and adulteresses shall ye be joined, and the daughters of the Gentiles shall ye take to wife, purifying them with an unlawful purification. And your union shall be like unto Sodom and Gomorrah. And ye shall be puffed up because of your priesthood, lifting yourselves up against men, and not only so, but also against the commands of God, for ye shall contemn the holy things with jests and laughter. Chapter 15. Therefore the temple, which the Lord shall choose, shall be laid waste through your uncleanness, and ye shall be captives throughout all nations, and ye shall be an abomination unto them, and ye shall receive reproach and everlasting shame from the righteous judgment of God. And all who hate you shall rejoice at your destruction. And if you were not to receive mercy through Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, our fathers, not one of our seed should be left upon the earth. Chapter 16. And now I have learnt that for 70 weeks ye shall go astray, and profane the priesthood, and pollute the sacrifices, and ye shall make void the law, and set at naught the words of the prophets by evil perverseness. And ye shall persecute righteous men, and hate the godly. The words of the faithful shall ye abhor. And a man who reneweth the law in the power of the Most High ye shall call a deceiver. And at last ye shall rush upon him to slay him, not knowing his dignity, taking innocent blood through wickedness upon your heads. And your holy places shall be laid waste, even to the ground, because of him. And ye shall have no place that is clean, but he shall be among the Gentiles a curse and a dispersion, until he shall again visit you, and in pity shall receive you, through faith and water. Chapter 17. And whereas ye have heard concerning the 70 weeks, hear also concerning the priesthood. For in each jubilee there shall be a priesthood, and in the first jubilee the first who is anointed to the priesthood shall be great, and shall speak to God as to a father. And his priesthood shall be perfect with the Lord, and in the day of his gladness shall he arise for the salvation of the world. In the second jubilee he that is anointed shall be conceived in the sorrow of beloved ones, and his priesthood shall be honored, and shall be glorified by all. And the third priest shall be taken hold of by sorrow, and the fourth shall be in pain, because unrighteousness shall gather itself against him exceedingly, and all Israel shall hate each one his neighbor. The 5th shall be taken hold of by darkness, likewise also the 6th and the 7th. And in the 7th shall be such pollution as I cannot express before men, for they shall know it who do these things. Therefore shall they be taken captive and become a prey, and their land and their substance shall be destroyed. And in the 5th week they shall return to their desolate country, and shall renew the house of the Lord, and in the 7th week shall become priests, who are idolaters, adulterers, lovers of money, proud, lawless, lascivious, abusers of children and beasts. Chapter 18. And after their punishment shall have come from the Lord, the priesthood shall fail. Then shall the Lord raise up a new priest, and to him all the words of the Lord shall be revealed, and he shall execute a righteous judgment upon the earth for a multitude of days, and his star shall arise in heaven, as of a king, lighting up the light of knowledge as the sun the day, and he shall be magnified in the world. He shall shine forth as the sun on the earth, and shall remove all darkness from under heaven, and there shall be peace in all the earth. The heavens shall exult in his days, and the earth shall be glad, and the clouds shall rejoice, and the knowledge of the Lord shall be poured forth upon the earth as the water of the seas, and the angels of the glory of the presence of the Lord shall be glad in him. The heavens shall be opened, and from the temple of glory shall come upon him sanctification, with the Father's voice, as from Abraham to Isaac. And the glory of the Most High shall be uttered over him, and the spirit of understanding and sanctification shall rest upon him in the water. For he shall give the majesty of the Lord to his sons, in truth forevermore. And there shall none succeed him, for all his generations forever. And in his priesthood the Gentiles shall be multiplied in knowledge upon the earth, and enlightened through the grace of the Lord. In his priesthood shall sin come to an end, and the lawless shall cease to do evil, and the just shall rest in him. And he shall open the gates of paradise, and shall remove the threatening sword against Adam. And he shall give to the saints to eat from the tree of life, and the spirit of holiness shall be on them. And Beliar shall be bound by him, and he shall give power to his children to tread upon the evil spirits. And the Lord shall rejoice in his children, and be well pleased in his beloved ones forever. Then shall Abraham and Isaac and Jacob exult, and I will be glad, and all the saints shall clothe themselves with joy. Chapter 19. And now, my children, ye have heard all. Choose, therefore, for yourselves either the light or the darkness, either the law of the Lord or the works of Beliar. And his sons answered him, saying, Before the Lord we will walk according to his law. And their father said unto them, The Lord is witness, and his angels are witnesses, and ye are witnesses, and I am witness concerning the word of your mouth. And his sons said unto him, We are witnesses. And thus Levi ceased commanding his sons, and he stretched out his feet on the bed, and was gathered to his fathers, after he had lived 137 years. And they laid him in a coffin, and afterwards they buried him in Hebron, with Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. The end of the Testament of Levi. The Testament of Judah, the 4th son of Jacob and Leah. The copy of the words of Judah, what things he spake to his sons before he died. They gathered themselves together, therefore, and came to him, and he said to them, Hearken, my children, to Judah your father. I was the 4th son born to my father Jacob, and Leah, my mother, named me Judah, saying, I give thanks to the Lord, because he hath given me a 4th son also. I was swift in my youth, and obedient to my father in everything, and I honored my mother and my mother's sister. And it came to pass, when I became a man, that my father blessed me, saying, Thou shalt be a king, prospering in all things. Chapter 2. And the Lord showed me favor in all my works, both in the fields and in the house. I know that I raised a hind, and caught it, and prepared the meat for my father, and he did eat. And the roes I used to master in the chase, and overtake all that was in the plains. A wild mare I overtook, and caught it, and tamed it. I slew a lion, and plucked a kid out of its mouth. I took a bear by its paw, and hurled it down the cliff, and it was crushed. I outran the wild boar, and seizing it, as I ran, I tore it in sunder. A leopard in Hebron leaped upon my dog, and I caught it by the tail, and hurled it on the rocks, and it was broken in twain. I found a wild ox feeding in the fields, and seizing it by the horns, and whirling it round, and stunning it, I cast it from me and slew it. Chapter 3. And when the 2 kings of the Canaanites came sheathed in armor against our flocks, and much people with them, single-handed, I rushed upon the king of Hazor, and smote him on the greaves, and dragged him down, and so I slew him. And the other, the king of Tapua, as he sat upon his horse, I slew, and so I scattered all his people. Achor the king, a man of giant stature, I found, hurling javelins before and behind as he sat on horseback. And I took up a stone of 60 pounds weight, and hurled it, and smote his horse, and killed it. And I fought with this other for 2 hours, and I clave his shield in twain, and I chopped off his feet, and killed him. And as I was stripping off his breastplate, behold, 9 men, his companions, began to fight with me. And I wound my garment on my hand, and I slung stones at them, and killed 4 of them, and the rest fled. And Jacob, my father, slew Beelisath, king of all the kings, a giant strength, 12 cubits high. And fear fell upon them, and they ceased warring against us. Therefore my father was free from anxiety in the wars when I was with my brethren. For he saw in a vision concerning me that an angel of might followed me everywhere, that I should not be overcome. Chapter 4. And in the south there came upon us a greater war than in Shechem. And I joined in battle array with my brethren, and pursued 1,000 men, and slew of them 200 men, and 4 kings. And I went up upon the wall, and I slew 4 mighty men, and so we captured Hazor, and took all the spoil. Chapter 5. On the next day we departed to Aratan, a city strong and walled and inaccessible, threatening us with death. But I and Gad approached on the east side of the city, and Ben and Levi on the west. And they that were upon the wall, thinking that we were alone, were drawn down against us. And so my brothers secretly climbed up the wall on both sides by stakes, and entered the city, while the men knew it not. And we took it with the edge of the sword. And as for those who had taken refuge in the tower, we set fire to the tower, and took both it and them. And as we were departing, the men of Tapua set upon our spoil, and delivering it up to our sons, we fought with them as far as Tapua. And we slew them, and burnt their city, and took as spoil all that was in it. Chapter 6. And when I was at the waters of Kozeba, the men of Jobel came against us to battle, and we fought with them, and routed them. And their allies from Shiloh we slew, and we did not leave them power to come in against us. And the men of Machir came upon us the 5th day, to seize our spoil, and we attacked them, and overcame them in fierce battle, for there was a host of mighty men amongst them, and we slew them before they had gone up the ascent. And when we came to their city, their women rolled upon us stones from the brow of the hill on which the city stood. And I and Simeon hid ourselves behind the town, and seized upon the heights, and destroyed this city also. Chapter 7. And the next day it was told us that the king of the city of Gaash with a mighty host was coming against us. I therefore and Dan feigned ourselves to be Amorites, and as allies went into their city. And in the depth of night our brethren came, and we opened to them the gates, and we destroyed all the men and their substance, and we took for a prey all that was theirs, and their 3 walls we cast down. And we drew near to Thamnah, where was all the substance of the hostile kings. Then being insulted by them, I was therefore wroth, and rushed against them to the summit. And they kept slinging against me stones and darts, and had not Dan my brother aided me, they would have slain me. We came upon them therefore with wrath, and they all fled. And passing by another way, they besought my father, and he made peace with them. And we did to them no hurt, and they became tributary to us, and we restored to them their spoil. And I built Thamnah, and my father built Pabael. I was 20 years old when this war befell, and the Canaanites feared me and my brethren. Chapter 8. And I had much cattle, and I had for chief herdsman Iram the Adulamite. And when I went to him, I saw Parsaba, king of Adulam. And he spake unto us, and he made us a feast. And when I was heated, he gave me his daughter, Bathsua, to wife. She bare me and Onan, and Shelah, and 2 of them the Lord smote, for Shelah lived, and his children are ye. Chapter 9. And 18 years my father abode in peace with his brother Esau, and his sons with us, after that we came from Mesopotamia, from Laban. And when 18 years were fulfilled, in the 40th year of my life, Esau, the brother of my father, came upon us with a mighty and strong people. And Jacob smote Esau with an arrow, and he was taken up, wounded from Mount Seir. And as he went, he died in Anoniram. And we pursued after the sons of Esau. Now they had a city with walls of iron and gates of brass, and we could not enter into it. And we encamped around, and besieged it. And when they opened not to us in 20 days, I set up a ladder in the sight of all, and with my shield upon my head, I went up, sustaining the assault of stones, upwards of 3 talents of weight. And I slew 4 of their mighty men, and Reuben and Gad slew 6 others. Then they asked from us terms of peace, and having taken counsel with our father, we received them as tributaries. And they gave us 500 cores of wheat, 500 baths of oil, 500 measures of wine, until the famine, when we went down into Egypt. Chapter 10. And after these things, my son took to wife Tamar from Mesopotamia, a daughter of Aram. Now was wicked, and he was in need concerning Tamar, because she was not of the land of Canaan. And on the 3rd night an angel of the Lord smote him, and he had not known her, according to the evil craftiness of his mother, for he did not wish to have children by her. In the days of the wedding feast I gave Onan to her in marriage, and he also in wickedness knew her not, though he spent with her a year. And when I threatened him, he went in unto her, but he spilled the seed on the ground, according to the command of his mother, and he also died through wickedness. And I wished to give Shelah also to her, but his mother did not permit it, for she wrought evil against Tamar, because she was not of the daughters of Canaan, as she also herself was. Chapter 11. And I knew that the race of the Canaanites was wicked, but the impulse of youth blinded my mind. And when I saw her pouring out wine, owing to the intoxication of wine, I was deceived, and took her, although my father had not counseled it. And while I was away, she went and took for Shelah a wife from Canaan. And when I knew what she had done, I cursed her in the anguish of my soul, and she also died through her wickedness, together with her sons. Chapter 12. And after these things, while Tamar was a widow, she heard after 2 years that I was going up to shear my sheep, and adorned herself in bridal array, and sat in the city of Enaim by the gate. For it was a law of the Amorites, that she who was about to marry should sit in fornication 7 days by the gate. Therefore, being drunk with wine, I did not recognize her, and her beauty deceived me through the fashion of her adorning. And I turned aside to her, and said, Let me go in unto thee. And she said, What wilt thou give me? And I gave her my staff, and my girdle, and the diadem of my kingdom in pledge. And I went in unto her, and she conceived. And not knowing what I had done, I wished to slay her. But she privily sent my pledges, and put me to shame. And when I called her, I heard also the secret words which I spoke, when lying with her in my drunkenness, and I could not slay her, because it was from the Lord. For I said, Lest haply she did it in subtlety, having received the pledge from another woman. But I came not again near her while I lived, because I had done this abomination in all Israel. Moreover, they who were in the city said there was no harlot in the gate, because she came from another place, and sat for a while in the gate. And I thought that no one knew that I had gone into her. And after this, we came into Egypt to Joseph, because of the famine. And I was 46 years old, and 73 years lived I in Egypt. Chapter 13. And now I command you, my children, hearken to Judah your father, and keep my sayings to perform all the ordinances of the Lord, and to obey the commands of God, and walk not after your lusts, nor in the imaginations of your thoughts, in haughtiness of heart, and glory not in the deeds and strength of your youth, for this also is evil in the eyes of the Lord. Since I also gloried that in wars no comely woman's face ever enticed me, and reproved Reuben, my brother, concerning Bilhah, the wife of my father, the spirits of jealousy and of fornication arrayed themselves against me, until I lay with Bathshua the Canaanite, and Tamar, who is espoused to my sons. For I said to my father-in-law, I will take counsel with my father, and so will I take thy daughter. And he was unwilling, but he showed me a boundless store of gold in his daughter's behalf. For he was a king, and he adorned her with gold and pearls, and caused her to pour out wine for us at the feast with the beauty of women. And the wine turned aside my eyes, and pleasure blinded my heart. And I became enamored of, and I lay with her, and transgressed the commandment of the Lord, and the commandment of my fathers, and I took her to wife. And the Lord rewarded me according to the imagination of my heart, inasmuch as I had no joy in her children. Chapter 14. And now, my children, I say unto you, be not drunk with wine, for wine turneth the mind away from the truth, and inspires the passion of lust, and leadeth the eyes into error. For the spirit of fornication hath wine as a minister to give pleasure to the mind. For these two also take away the mind of man. For if a man drink wine to drunkenness, it disturbeth the mind with filthy thoughts, leading to fornication, and heateth the body to carnal union. And if the occasion of the lust be present, he worketh the sin, and is not ashamed. Such is the inebriated man, my children. For he who is drunken reverenceth no man. For lo, it made me also to err, so that I was not ashamed of the multitude in the city, in that before the eyes of all I turned inside unto Tamar, and I wrought a great sin, and I uncovered the covering of my son's shame. After I had drunk wine, I reverenced not the commandment of God, and I took a woman of Canaan to wife. For much discretion needeth the man who drinketh wine, my children. And herein is discretion in drinking wine. A man may drink so long as he preserveth modesty. But if he go beyond this limit, the spirit of deceit attacketh his mind, and it maketh the drunkard to talk filthily, and to transgress, and not to be ashamed, but even to glory in his shame, and to account himself honorable. Chapter 15. He that committeth fornication is not aware when he suffers loss, and is not ashamed when put to dishonor. For even though a man be a king, and commit fornication, he is stripped of his kingship by becoming the slave of fornication, as I myself also suffered. For I gave my staff, that is, the stay of my tribe, and my girdle, that is, my power, and my diadem, that is, the glory of my kingdom. And indeed, I repented of these things. Wine and flesh I eat not until my old age, nor did I behold any joy. And the angel of God showed me that forever do women bear rule over king and beggar alike. And from the king they take away his glory, and from the valiant man his might, and from the beggar even that little which is the stay of his poverty. Chapter 16. Observe therefore, my children, the right limit in wine, for there are in it 4 evil spirits, of lust, of hot desire, of profligacy, of filthy lucre. If ye drink wine in gladness, be ye modest in the fear of God. For if in your gladness the fear of God departeth, then drunkenness ariseth, and shamelessness stealeth in. But if ye would live soberly, do not touch wine at all, lest ye sin in words of outrage, and in fightings and slanders, and transgressions of the commandments of God, and ye perish before your time. Moreover, wine revealeth the mysteries of God and men, even as I also revealed the commandments of God, and the mysteries of Jacob my father to the Canaanitish woman, Bathsheba, which God bade me not to reveal. And wine is a cause of both war and confusion. Chapter 17. And now I command you, my children, not to love money, nor to gaze upon the beauty of women, because for the sake of money and beauty I was led astray to Bathsheba the Canaanite. For I know that because of these 2 things shall my race fall into wickedness. For even wise men among my sons shall they mar, and shall cause the kingdom of Judah to be diminished, which the Lord gave me because of my obedience to my father. For I never caused grief to Jacob, my father. For all things whatsoever he commanded I did, and Isaac, the father of my father, blessed me to be king in Israel, and Jacob further blessed me in like manner. And I know that from me shall the kingdom be established. Chapter 18. And I know what evils ye will do in the last days. Beware therefore, my children, of fornication, and the love of money, and hearken to Judah your father. For these things withdraw you from the law of God, and blind the inclination of the soul, and teach arrogance, and suffer not a man to have compassion upon his neighbor. They rob his soul of all goodness, and oppress him with toils and troubles, and drive away sleep from him, and devour his flesh. And he hindereth the sacrifices of God, and he remembereth not the blessing of God. He hearkeneth not to a prophet when he speaketh, and resenteth the words of godliness. For he is a slave to 2 contrary passions, and cannot obey God, because they have blinded his soul, and he walketh in the day as in the night. Chapter 19. My children, the love of money leadeth to idolatry, because when led astray through money, men name as gods those who are not gods, and it causeth him who hath it to fall into madness. For the sake of money I lost my children, and had not my repentance and my humiliation, and the prayers of my father been accepted, I should have died childless. But the God of my fathers had mercy on me, because I did it in ignorance. And the prince of deceit blinded me. And I sinned as a man, and as flesh being corrupted through sins, and I learned my own weakness, while thinking myself invincible. Chapter 20. Know therefore, my children, that two spirits wait upon man, the spirit of truth, and the spirit of deceit. And in the midst is the spirit of understanding of the mind, to which it belongeth to turn whithersoever it will. And the works of truth, and the works of deceit, are written upon the hearts of men, and each one of them the Lord knoweth. And there is no time at which the works of men can be hid, for on the heart itself have they been written down before the Lord. And the Spirit of truth testifieth all things, and accuseth all, and the sinner is burnt up by his own heart, and cannot raise his face to the judge. Chapter 21. And now, my children, I command you, love Levi, that ye may abide, and not exalt yourselves against him, lest ye be utterly destroyed. For to me the Lord gave the kingdom, and to him the priesthood, and he set the kingdom beneath the priesthood. To me he gave the things upon the earth, to him the things in the heavens. As the heaven is higher than the earth, so is the priesthood of God higher than the earthly kingdom, unless it falls away through sin from the Lord, and is dominated by the earthly kingdom. For the angel of the Lord said unto me, The Lord chose him rather than thee, to draw near to him, and to eat of his table, and to offer him the first fruits of the choice things of the sons of Israel. But thou shalt be king of Jacob, and thou shalt be amongst them as the sea. For as on the sea, just and unjust are tossed about, some taken into captivity, while some are enriched, so also shall every race of men be in thee. Some shall be impoverished, being taken captive, and others grow rich by plundering the possessions of others. For the kings shall be as sea monsters, they shall swallow men like fishes. The sons and daughters of free men shall they enslave, houses, lands, flocks, money shall they plunder. And with the flesh of many shall they wrongfully feed the ravens and the cranes, and they shall advance in evil, in covetousness uplifted. And there shall be false prophets like tempests, and they shall persecute all righteous men. Chapter 22. And the Lord shall bring upon them divisions one against another, and there shall be continual wars in Israel, and among men of another race shall my kingdom be brought to an end, until the salvation of Israel shall come, until the appearing of the God of righteousness, that Jacob and all the Gentiles may rest in peace. And he shall guard the might of my kingdom forever. For the Lord sware to me with an oath that he would not destroy the kingdom from my seed forever. Chapter 23. Now I have much grief, my children, because of your lewdness and witchcraft, and idolatries which ye shall practice against the kingdom, following them that have familiar spirits, diviners, and demons of error. Ye shall make your daughters singing girls and harlots, and ye shall mingle in the abominations of the Gentiles, for which things' sake the Lord shall bring upon you famine and pestilence, death and the sword, beleaguering by enemies, and revilings of friends, the slaughter of children, the rape of wives, the plundering of possessions, the burning of the temple of God, the laying waste of the land, the enslavement of yourselves among the Gentiles. And they shall make some of you eunuchs for their wives, until the Lord visit you, when with perfect heart ye repent, and walk in all his commandments, and he bring you up from captivity among the Gentiles. Chapter 24. And after these things shall a star arise to you from Jacob in peace, and a man shall arise from my seed, like the Son of Righteousness, walking with the sons of men in meekness and righteousness, and no sin shall be found in him, and the heavens shall be open unto him, to pour out the Spirit, even the blessing of the Holy Father. And he shall pour out the Spirit of grace upon you, and ye shall be unto him sons in truth, and ye shall walk in his commandments, first and last. This branch of God most high, and this fountain giving life unto all. Then shall the scepter of my kingdom shine forth, and from your root shall arise a stem, and from it shall grow a rod of righteousness to the Gentiles, to judge and to save all that call upon the Lord. Chapter 26. And after these things shall Abraham and Isaac and Jacob arise unto life, and I and my brethren shall be chiefs of the tribes of Israel, Levi first, I the second, Joseph third, Benjamin fourth, Simeon fifth, Issachar sixth, and so all in order. And the Lord blessed Levi, and the angel of the presence me, the powers of glory, Simeon, the heaven, Reuben, the earth, Issachar, the sea, Zebulun, the mountains, Joseph, the tabernacle, Benjamin, the luminaries, Dan, Eden, Naphtali, the sun, Gad, the moon, Asher. And ye shall be the people of the Lord, and have one tongue, and there shall be no spirit of deceit, of Beliar, for he shall be cast into the fire forever. And they who have died in grief shall arise in joy, and they who were poor for the Lord's sake shall be made rich, and they who are put to death for the Lord's sake shall awake to life. And the hearts of Jacob shall run in joyfulness, and the eagles of Israel shall fly in gladness, and all the people shall glorify the Lord forever. Chapter 26. Observe therefore, my children, all the law of the Lord, for there is hope for all them who hold fast unto his ways. And he said to them, Behold, I die before your eyes this day, 119 years old. Let no one bury me in costly apparel, nor tear open my bowels. For this they who are kings do, and carry me up to Hebron with you. And Judah, when he had said these things, fell asleep, and his sons did according to all whatsoever he commanded them. And they buried him in Hebron with his fathers. The end of the Testament of Judah. The Testament of Issachar, the fifth son of Jacob and Leah. The copy of the words of Issachar, for he called his sons and said to them, Hearken, my children, to Issachar your father. Give ear to the words of him who is beloved of the Lord. I was born the fifth son to Jacob, by way of hire for the mandrakes. For Reuben my brother brought in mandrakes from the field, and Rachel met him and took them. And Reuben wept, and at his voice Leah my mother came forth. Now these mandrakes were sweet-smelling apples, which were produced in the land of Haran below a ravine of water. And Rachel said, I will not give them to thee, but they shall be to me instead of children. For the Lord hath despised me, and I have not borne children to Jacob. Now there were 2 apples, and Leah said to Rachel, Let it suffice thee that thou hast taken my husband. Wilt thou take these also? And Rachel said to her, Thou shalt have Jacob this night for the mandrakes of thy son. And Leah said to her, Jacob is mine, for I am the wife of his youth. But Rachel said, Boast not, and vaunt not thyself, for he espoused me before thee, and for my sake he served our father 14 years. And had not craft increased on the earth, and the wickedness of men prospered, thou wouldst not now see the face of Jacob. Chapter 2. Then appeared to Jacob an angel of the Lord, saying, 2 children shall Rachel bear, inasmuch as she hath refused company with her husband, and hath chosen continency. And had not Leah my mother paid the 2 apples for the sake of his company, she would have borne 8 sons. For this reason she bare 6, and Rachel bare the 2. For on account of the mandrakes the Lord visited her. For he knew that for the sake of children she wished to company with Jacob, and not for lust of pleasure. For on the morrow also she again gave up Jacob, because of the mandrakes. Therefore the Lord hearkened to Rachel. For though she desired them, she eat them not, but offered them in the house of the Lord, presenting them to the priest of the Most High, who was at that time. Chapter 3. When therefore I grew up, my children, I walked in uprightness of heart, and I became a husbandman for my father and my brethren. And I brought in fruits from the field, according to their season. And my father blessed me, for he saw that I walked in rectitude before him. And I was not a busybody in my doings, nor envious and malicious against my neighbor. I never slandered anyone, nor did I censure the life of any man, walking as I did in singleness of eye. Therefore, when I was 35 years old, I took to myself a wife, for my labor wore away my strength. And I never thought upon pleasure with women, but owing to my toil, sleep overcame me. And my father always rejoiced in my rectitude, because I offered through the priest to the Lord all first fruits, then to my father also. And the Lord increased 10,000-fold his benefits in my hands. And also Jacob, my father, knew that God aided my singleness. For on all the poor and oppressed I bestowed the good things of the earth in the singleness of my heart. Chapter 4. And now, hearken to me, my children, and walk in singleness of your heart, for I have seen in it all that is well-pleasing to the Lord. The single-minded man coveteth not gold, he overreacheth not his neighbor, he longeth not after manifold dainties, he delighteth not in varied apparel, he doth not desire to live a long life, but only waiteth for the will of God. And the spirits of deceit have no power against him, for he looketh not on the beauty of women, lest he should pollute his mind with corruption. There is no envy in his thoughts. No malicious person maketh his soul to pine away, nor worry with insatiable desire in his mind. For he walketh in singleness of soul, and beholdeth all things in uprightness of heart, shunning eyes made evil through the error of the world, lest he should see the perversion of any of the commandments of the Lord. Chapter 5. Keep, therefore, my children, the law of God, and get singleness, and walk in guilelessness, not playing the busybody with the business of your neighbor, but love the Lord and your neighbor. Have compassion on the poor and weak. Bow down your back unto husbandry, and toil in labors in all manner of husbandry, offering gifts to the Lord with thanksgiving. For with the first fruits of the earth will the Lord bless you, even as he blessed all the saints from Abel even until now. For no other portion is given to you than the fatness of the earth, whose fruits are raised by toil. For our father Jacob blessed me with blessings of the earth and of first fruits. And Levi and Judah were glorified by the Lord, even among the sons of Jacob. For the Lord gave them an inheritance, and to Levi he gave the priesthood, and to Judah the kingdom. And do ye therefore obey them, and walk in the singleness of your father. For unto Gad hath it been given to destroy the troops that are coming upon Israel. Chapter 6. Know ye therefore, my children, that in the last times your sons will forsake singleness, and will cleave unto insatiable desire, and leaving guilelessness will draw near to malice, and forsaking the commandments of the Lord, they will cleave unto Beliar, and leaving husbandry, they will follow after their own wicked devices, and they shall be dispersed among the Gentiles, and shall serve their enemies. And do you therefore give these commands to your children, that, if they sin, they may the more quickly return to the Lord, for he is merciful, and will deliver them, even to bring them back into their land. Chapter 7. Behold, therefore, as ye see, I am 126 years old, and am not conscious of committing any sin. Except my wife, I have not known any woman. I never committed fornication by the uplifting of my eyes. I drank not wine to be led astray thereby. I coveted not any desirable thing that was my neighbor's. Guile arose not in my heart. A lie passed not through my lips. If any man were in distress, I joined my sighs with his, and I shared my bread with the poor. I wrought godliness all my days, I kept truth, I loved the Lord. Likewise also every man with all his heart. So do you also these things, my children. And every spirit of Beliar shall flee from you, and no deed of wicked men shall rule over you, and every wild beast shall ye subdue, since you have with you the God of heaven and earth, and walk with men in singleness of heart. And having said these things, he commanded his sons that they should carry him up to Hebron, and bury him there in the cave with his fathers. And he stretched out his feet and died, at a good old age, with every limb sound, and with strength unabated. He slept the eternal sleep. The end of the Testament of Issachar. The Testament of Zebulun, the sixth son of Jacob and Leah. The copy of the words of Zebulun, which he enjoined on his sons before he died, in the 114th year of his life, 2 years after the death of— And he said to them, Hearken to me, ye sons of Zebulun, attend to the words of your father. I, Zebulun, was born a good gift to my parents. For when I was born, my father was increased very exceedingly, both in flocks and herds, when with the straight rods he had his portion. I am not conscious that I have sinned all my days, save in thought, nor yet do I remember that I have done any iniquity, except the sin of ignorance which I committed against Joseph. For I covenanted with my brethren not to tell my father what had been done, but I wept in secret many days on account of Joseph, for I feared my brethren, because they had all agreed that if any one should declare the secret, he should be slain. But when they wished to kill him, I adjured them much with tears not to be guilty of this sin. Chapter 2. For Simeon and Gad came against Joseph to kill him, and he said unto them with tears, Pity me, my brethren, have mercy upon the bowels of Jacob our father. Lay not upon me your hands, to shed innocent blood, for I have not sinned against you. And if indeed I have sinned, with chastening chastise me, my brethren, but lay not upon me your hand, for the sake of Jacob our father. And as he spoke these words, wailing as he did so, I was unable to bear his lamentations, and began to weep, and my liver was poured out, and all the substance of my bowels was loosened. And I wept with Joseph, and my heart sounded, and the joints of my body trembled, and I was not able to stand. And when Joseph saw me weeping with him, and them coming against him to slay him, he fled behind me, beseeching them. But meanwhile Reuben arose and said, Come, my brethren, let us not slay him, but let us cast him into one of these dry pits, which our fathers digged, and found no water. For this cause the Lord forbade that water should rise up in them, in order that Joseph should be preserved. And they did so, until they sold him to the Ishmaelites. Chapter 3. For in his price I had no share, my children, but Simeon and Gad and 6 other of our brethren took the price of Joseph, and bought sandals for themselves and their wives and their children, saying, We will not eat of it, for it is the price of our brother's blood, but we will assuredly tread it under foot, because he said that he would be king over us, and so let us see what will become of his dreams. Therefore it is written in the writing of the law of Moses, that whosoever will not raise up seed to his brother, his sandal should be unloosed, and they should spit in his face. And the brethren of Joseph wished not that their brother should live, and the Lord loosed from them the sandal which they wore against Joseph their brother. For when they came into Egypt, they were unloosed by the servants of Joseph outside the gate, and so they made obeisance to Joseph, after the fashion of King Pharaoh. And not only did they make obeisance to him, but were spit upon also, falling down before him forthwith. And so they were put to shame before the Egyptians. For after this the Egyptians heard all the evils that they had done to Joseph. Chapter 4. And after he was sold, my brothers sat down to eat and drink, but I, through pity for Joseph, did not eat, but watched the pit, since Judah feared lest Simeon, Dan, and Gad should rush off and slay him. But when they saw that I did not eat, they set me to watch him, till he was sold to the Ishmaelites. And when Reuben came and heard that while he was away, Joseph had been sold, he rent his garments, and mourning said, How shall I look on the face of my father Jacob? And he took the money, and ran after the merchants, but as he failed to find them, he returned grieving. But the merchants had left the broad road, and marched through the troglodytes by a short cut. But Reuben was grieved, and eat no food that day. Dan therefore came to him and said, Weep not, neither grieve, for we have found what we can say to our father Jacob. Let us slay a kid of the goats, and dip it in the coat of Joseph, and let us send it to Jacob, saying, No, is this the coat of thy son? And they did so. For they stripped off from Joseph his coat when they were selling him, and put upon him the garment of a slave. Now Simeon took the coat, and would not give it up, for he wished to rend it with his sword, as he was angry that Joseph lived, and that he had not slain him. Then we all rose up and said unto him, If thou givest not up the coat, we will say to our father that thou alone didst this evil thing in Israel. And so he gave it unto them, and they did even as Dan had said. Chapter 5. And now, my children, I bid you to keep the commands of the Lord, and to show mercy to your neighbors, and to have compassion towards all, not towards men only, but also towards beasts. For all these things' sake the Lord blessed me, and when all my brethren were sick, I escaped without sickness, for the Lord knoweth the purposes of each. Have, therefore, compassion in your hearts, my children, because even as a man doeth to his neighbor, even so also will the Lord do to him. For the sons of my brethren were sickening and were dying on account of Joseph, because they showed not mercy in their hearts. But my sons were preserved without sickness, as ye know. And when I was in the land of Canaan, by the sea coast, I made a catch of fish for Jacob my father, and when many were choked in the sea, I continued unhurt. Chapter 6. I was the first to make a boat to sail upon the sea, for the Lord gave me understanding and wisdom therein. And I let down a rudder behind it, and I stretched a sail upon another upright piece of wood in the midst, and I sailed therein along the shores, catching fish for the house of my father, until we came to Egypt. And through compassion I shared my catch with every stranger. And if a man were a stranger, or sick, or aged, I boiled the fish, and dressed them well, and offered them to all men, as every man had need, grieving with, and having compassion upon them. Wherefore also the Lord satisfied me with abundance of fish, when catching fish. For he that shareth with his neighbor receiveth manifold more from the Lord. For 5 years I caught fish, and gave thereof to every man whom I saw, and sufficed for all the house of my father. And in the summer I caught fish, and in the winter I kept sheep with my brethren. Chapter 7. Now I will declare unto you what I did. I saw a man in distress, through nakedness in winter time, and had compassion upon him, and stole away a garment secretly from my father's house, and gave it to him who was in distress. Do you therefore, my children, from that which God bestoweth upon you, show compassion and mercy without hesitation to all men, and give to every man with a good heart. And if ye have not the wherewithal to give him that needeth, have compassion for him, in bowels of mercy. I know that my hand found not the wherewithal to give to him that needed, and I walked with him, weeping for 7 furlongs, and my bowels yearned towards him in compassion. Chapter 8. Have therefore yourselves also, my children, compassion towards every man with mercy, that the Lord also may have compassion and mercy upon you. Because also in the last days God will send his compassion on the earth, and wheresoever he findeth bowels of mercy, he dwelleth in him. For in the degree in which a man hath compassion upon his neighbors, in the same degree hath the Lord also upon him. And when we went down into Egypt, Joseph bore no malice against us. To whom taking heed, do ye also, my children, approve yourselves without malice, and love one another. And do not set down in account, each one of you, evil against his brother. For this breaketh unity, and divideth all kindred, and troubleth the soul, and weareth away the countenance. Chapter 9. Observe therefore the waters, and know, when they flow together, they sweep along stones, trees, earth, and other things. But if they are divided into many streams, the earth swalloweth them up, and they vanish away. So shall ye also be if ye be divided. Be not ye therefore divided into 2 heads. For everything which the Lord made hath but 1 head, and 2 shoulders, 2 hands, 2 feet, and all the remaining members. For I have learnt in the writing of my fathers, that ye shall be divided in Israel, and ye shall follow 2 kings, and shall work every abomination, and your enemies shall lead you captive, and ye shall be evil entreated among the Gentiles, with many infirmities and tribulations. And after these things ye shall remember the Lord, and repent, and he shall cause you to return, for he is merciful and compassionate, and he setteth not down in account evil to the sons of men, because they are flesh, and the spirits of deceit deceive them in all their deeds. And after these things there shall arise unto you the Lord himself, the light of righteousness, and healing and compassion shall be in his wings. He shall redeem all the captivity of the sons of men from Beliar, and every spirit of deceit shall be trodden down. And he shall bring back all the Gentiles into zeal for him. And ye shall return unto your land, and ye shall see him in Jerusalem, for his name's sake. And again, through the wickedness of your works shall ye provoke him to anger, and ye shall be cast away by him unto the time of consummation. Chapter 10. And now, my children, grieve not that I am dying, nor be cast down that I am coming to my end. For I shall rise again in the midst of you, as a ruler in the midst of his sons, and I shall rejoice in the midst of my tribe. As many as shall keep the law of the Lord, and the commandments of Zebulun their father. But upon the ungodly shall the Lord bring eternal fire, and destroy them throughout all generations. But I am now hastening away to my rest, as did also my fathers. But do ye fear the Lord our God with all your strength, all the days of your life. And when he had said these things, he fell asleep at a good old age, and his sons laid him in a wooden coffin. And afterwards they carried him up, and buried him in Hebron with his fathers. The end of the Testament of Zebulun. The Testament of Dan, the seventh son of Jacob and Bilhah. The copy of the words of Dan, which he spake to his sons in his last days, in the 125th year of his life. For he called together his family, and said, Hearken to my words, ye sons of Dan, and give heed to the words of your father. I have proved in my heart, and in my whole life, that truth with just dealing is good and well-pleasing to God, and that lying and anger are evil, because they teach man all wickedness. I confess, therefore, this day to you, my children, that in my heart I resolved on the death of Joseph, my brother, the true and good man. And I rejoiced that he was sold, because his father loved him more than us. For the spirit of jealousy and vainglory said to me, Thou thyself also art his son. And one of the spirits of Beliar stirred me up, saying, Take this sword, and with it slay Joseph. So shall thy father love thee when he is dead. Now this is the spirit of anger that persuaded me to crush Joseph as a leopard crusheth a kid. But the God of my fathers did not suffer him to fall into my hands, so that I should find him alone and slay him, and cause a second tribe to be destroyed in Israel. Chapter 2. And now, my children, behold, I am dying, and I tell you of a truth, that unless ye keep yourselves from the spirit of lying and of anger, and love truth and long-suffering, ye shall perish. For anger is blindness, and does not suffer one to see the face of any man with truth. For though it be a father or a mother, he behaveth towards them as enemies. Though it be a brother, he knoweth him not. Though it be a prophet of the Lord, he disobeyeth him. Though a righteous man, he regardeth him not. Though a friend, he doth not acknowledge him. For the spirit of anger encompasseth him with the net of deceit, and blindeth his eyes, and through lying darkeneth his mind, and giveth him its own peculiar vision. And wherewith encompasseth it his eyes, with hatred of heart, so as to be envious of his brother. Chapter 3. For anger is an evil thing, my children, for it troubleth even the soul itself. And the body of the angry man it maketh its own, and over his soul it getteth the mastery, and it bestoweth upon the body power, that it may work all iniquity. And when the body does all these things, the soul justifieth what is done, since it seeth not aright. Therefore, he that is wrathful, if he be a mighty man, hath a threefold power in his anger. One by the help of his servants, and a second by his wealth, whereby he persuadeth and overcometh wrongfully. And thirdly, having his own natural power, he worketh thereby the evil. And though the wrathful man be weak, yet hath he a power twofold of that which is by nature. For wrath ever aideth such in lawlessness. This spirit goeth always with lying at the right hand of Satan, that with cruelty and lying his works may be wrought. Chapter 4. Understand ye, therefore, the power of wrath, that it is vain. For it first of all giveth provocation by word, then by deeds it strengtheneth him who is angry, and with sharp losses disturbeth his mind, and so stirreth up with great wrath his soul. Therefore, when any one speaketh against you, be not ye moved to anger, and if any man praiseth you as holy men, be not uplifted. Be not moved either to delight or to disgust. For first it pleaseth the hearing, and so maketh the mind keen to perceive the grounds for provocation. And then being enraged, he thinketh that he is justly angry. If ye fall into any loss or ruin, my children, be not afflicted. For this very spirit maketh a man desire that which is perishable, in order that he may be enraged through the affliction. And if ye suffer loss voluntarily or involuntarily, Be not vexed, for from vexation ariseth wrath with lying. Moreover, a twofold mischief is wrath with lying, and they assist one another in order to disturb the heart, and when the soul is continually disturbed, the Lord departeth from it, and Beliar ruleth over it. Chapter 5. Observe therefore, my children, the commandments of the Lord, and keep his law. Depart from wrath, and hate lying, that the Lord may dwell among you, and Beliar may flee from you. Speak truth, each one with his neighbor. So shall ye not fall into wrath and confusion, but ye shall be in peace, having the God of peace. So shall no war prevail over you. Love the Lord through all your life, and one another with a true heart. I know that in the last days ye shall depart from the Lord, and ye shall provoke Levi unto anger, and fight against Judah. But ye shall not prevail against them, for an angel of the Lord shall guide them both. For by them shall all Israel stand. And whensoever ye depart from the Lord, ye shall walk in all evil, and work the abominations of the Gentiles, going a-whoring after women of the lawless ones, while with all wickedness the spirits of wickedness work in you. For I have read in the book of Enoch the righteous, that your prince is Satan, and that all the spirits of wickedness and pride will conspire to attend constantly on the sons of Levi, to cause them to sin before the Lord. And my sons will draw near to Levi, and sin with them in all things, and the sons of Judah will be covetous, plundering other men's goods like lions. Therefore shall ye be led away with them into captivity, and there shall ye receive all the plagues of Egypt, and all the evils of the Gentiles. And so when ye return to the Lord, ye shall obtain mercy, and he shall bring you into his sanctuary, and he shall give you peace. And there shall arise unto you from the tribe of Judah and of Levi the salvation of the Lord, and he shall make war against Beliar, and execute an everlasting vengeance on our enemies. And the captivity shall he take from Beliar the souls of the saints, and turn disobedient hearts unto the Lord, and give to them that call upon him eternal peace. And the saints shall rest in Eden, and in the new Jerusalem shall the righteous rejoice, and it shall be unto the glory of God forever. And no longer shall Jerusalem endure desolation, nor Israel be led captive, for the Lord shall be in the midst of it, living amongst men, and the Holy One of Israel shall reign over it, in humility and in poverty, and he who believeth on him shall reign amongst men in truth. Chapter 6. And now, fear the Lord, my children, and beware of Satan and his spirits. Draw near unto God, and unto the angel that intercedeth for you. For he is a mediator between God and man, and for the peace of Israel he shall stand up against the kingdom of the enemy. Therefore is the enemy eager to destroy all that call upon the Lord. For he knoweth that upon the day on which Israel shall repent, the kingdom of the enemy shall be brought to an end. For the very angel of peace shall strengthen Israel, that it fall not into the extremity of evil. And it shall be in the time of the lawlessness of Israel, that the Lord will not depart from them, but will transform them into a nation that doeth his will, for none of the angels will be equal unto him. And his name shall be in every place in Israel and among the Gentiles. Keep, therefore, yourselves, my children, from every evil work, and cast away wrath and all lying, and love truth and long-suffering. And the things which ye have heard from your father, do ye also impart to your children, that the Saviour of the Gentiles may receive you. For he is true and long-suffering, meek and lowly, and teacheth by his works the law of God. Depart, therefore, from all unrighteousness, and cleave unto the righteousness of God, and your race will be saved forever. And bury me near my fathers. Chapter 7. And when he had said these things, he kissed them, and fell asleep at a good old age. And his sons buried him, and after that they carried up his bones, and placed them near Abraham, and Isaac, and Jacob. Nevertheless, Dan prophesied unto them that they should forget their God, and should be alienated from the land of their inheritance, and from the race of Israel, and from the family of their seed. The end of the Testament of Dan. The Testament of Naphtali, the 8th son of Jacob and Bilhah. The copy of the Testament of Naphtali, which he ordained at the time of his death, in the 130th year of his life, when his sons were gathered together in the 7th month, on the first day of the month. While still in good health, he made them a feast of food and wine. And after he was awake in the morning, he said to them, I am dying. And they believed him not. And as he glorified the Lord, he grew strong, and said that after yesterday's feast he should die. And he began then to say, Hear, my children, ye sons of Naphtali, hear the words of your father. I was born from Bilhah, and because Rachel dealt craftily, and gave Bilhah in the place of herself to Jacob, and she conceived and bare me upon Rachel's knees, therefore she called my name Naphtali. For Rachel loved me very much, because I was born upon her lap. And when I was still young, she was wont to kiss me, and say, May I have a brother of thine from mine own womb, like unto thee. Whence also Joseph was like unto me in all things, according to the prayers of Rachel. Now my mother was Bilhah, daughter of Rotheus, the brother of Deborah, Rebekah's nurse, who was born on one and the selfsame day with Rachel. And Rotheus was the family of Abraham, a Chaldean, God-fearing, free-born and noble. And he was taken captive, and was bought by Laban. And he gave him Una his handmaid to wife, and she bore a daughter, and called her name Zilpah, after the name of the village in which he had been taken captive. And next she bore Bilhah, saying, My daughter hastens after what is new, for immediately that she was born, she seized the breast, and hastened to suck it. Chapter 2. And I was swift on my feet like the deer, and my father Jacob appointed me for all messages, and as a deer did he give me his blessing. For as the potter knoweth the vessel, how much it is to contain, and bringeth clay accordingly, so also doth the Lord make the body after the likeness of the Spirit, and according to the capacity of the body doth he implant the Spirit. And the one does not fall short of the other by a third part of a hair, for by weight, and measure, and rule was all the creation made. And as the potter knoweth the use of each vessel, for what it is meet for, so also doth the Lord know the body, how far it will persist in goodness, and when it beginneth in evil. For there is no inclination or thought which the Lord knoweth not, for he created every man after his own image. As a man's strength, so also is his work, and as his mind, so also is his skill, and as his purpose, so also is his achievement, and as his heart, so also is his mouth, as his eye, so also is his sleep, as his soul, so also is his word, either in the law of the Lord, or in the works of Beliar. And as there is a division between light and darkness, between seeing and hearing, so also is there a division between man, and between woman and woman. And it is not to be said that the one is like the other, either in face or in mind. For God made all things good in their order, the 5 senses in the head, and he joined on the neck to the head, adding to it the hair also for comeliness and glory, then the heart for understanding, the belly for excrement, and the stomach for grinding, the windpipe for taking in the breath, the liver for wrath, the gall for bitterness, the spleen for laughter, the reins for prudence, the muscles of the loins for power, the lungs for drawing in, the loins for strength, and so forth. So then, my children, let all your works be done in order, with good intent in the fear of God, and do nothing disorderly, in scorn or out of its due season. For if thou bid the eye to hear, it cannot. So neither while ye are in darkness can ye do the works of light. Chapter 3. Be ye therefore not eager to corrupt your doings through covetousness, or with vain words to beguile your souls. Because if ye keep silence in purity of heart, ye shall understand how to hold fast the will of God, and to cast away the will of Beliar. Sun and moon and stars change not their order. So do ye also change not the law of God in the disorderliness of your doings. The Gentiles went astray, and forsook the Lord, and changed their order, and obeyed stocks and stones, spirits of deceit. But ye shall not be so, my children, recognizing in the firmament, in the earth, and in the sea, and in all created things, the Lord who made all things, that ye become not as Sodom, which changed their order of nature. In like manner the watchers also changed the order of their nature, whom the Lord cursed at the flood, on whose account he made the earth without inhabitants and fruitless. Chapter 4. These things I say unto you, my children, for I have read in the writing of Enoch, that ye yourselves also shall depart from the Lord, walking according to all the lawlessness of the Gentiles, and ye shall do according to all the wickedness of Sodom. And the Lord shall bring captivity upon you, and there shall ye serve your enemies, and ye shall be bowed down with every affliction and tribulation, until the Lord have consumed you all. And after ye have become minished and made few, ye shall return and acknowledge the Lord your God, and he shall bring you back into your land, according to his abundant mercy. And it shall be, that after that they come into the land of their fathers, they shall again forget the Lord and become ungodly. And the Lord shall scatter them upon the face of all the earth, until the compassion of the Lord shall come, a man working righteousness and working mercy unto all them that are afar off, and to them that are near. Chapter 5. For in the 40th year of my life I saw a vision on the Mount of Olives, on the east of Jerusalem, that the sun and the moon were standing still. And behold, Isaac, the father of my father, said to us, Run, and lay hold of them, each one according to his strength, and to him that seizeth them will the sun and moon belong. And we all of us ran together, and Levi laid hold of the sun, and Judah outstripped the others, and seized the moon, and they were both of them lifted up with them. And when Levi became as a son, lo, a certain young man gave to him 12 branches of palm, and Judah was bright as the moon, and under their feet were 12 rays. And the two, Levi and Judah, ran and laid hold of them. And a bull upon the earth with 2 great horns, and an eagle's wings upon its back. And we wished to seize him, but could not. But Joseph came, and seized him, and ascended up with him on high. And I saw, for I was there, and behold, a holy writing appeared to us, saying, Assyrians, Medes, Persians, Chaldeans, Syrians, shall possess in captivity the 12 tribes of Israel. Chapter 6. And again, after 7 days, I saw our father Jacob standing by the sea of Jamnia, and we were with him. And behold, there came a ship sailing by, without sailors or pilot, and there was written upon the ship of Jacob. And our father said to us, Come, let us embark on our ship. And when he had gone on board, there arose a vehement storm, and a mighty tempest of wind. And our father, who was holding the helm, departed from us. And we, being tossed with the tempest, were borne along over the sea. And the ship was filled with water, and was pounded by mighty waves, until it was broken up. And Joseph fled away upon a little boat, and we were all divided upon 9 planks. And Levi and Judah were together, and we were all scattered unto the ends of the earth. Then Levi, girt about with sackcloth, prayed for us all unto the Lord. And when the storm ceased, the ship reached the land as it were in peace. And our father came, and we all rejoiced with one accord. Chapter 7. These 2 dreams I told to my father, and he said to me, These things must be fulfilled in their season, after that Israel hath endured many things. Then my father saith unto me, I believe God that Joseph liveth, for I see always that the Lord numbereth him with you. And he said, weeping, Ah me, my son Joseph, thou livest, though I behold thee not, and thou seest not Jacob that begat thee. He caused me also, therefore, to weep by these words, and I burned in my heart to declare that Joseph had been sold, but I feared my brethren. Chapter 8. And lo, my children, I have shown unto you the last times, how everything shall come to pass in Israel. Do ye also, therefore, charge your children that they be united to Levi and to Judah. For through them shall salvation arise unto Israel, and in them shall Jacob be blessed. For through their tribes shall God appear, dwelling among men on earth, to save the race of Israel, and to gather together the righteous from amongst the Gentiles. If ye work that which is good, my children, both men and angels shall bless you, and God shall be glorified among the Gentiles through you, and the devil shall flee from you, and the wild beasts shall fear you, and the Lord shall love you, and the angels shall cleave to you. As a man who has trained a child well is kept in kindly remembrance, so also for a good work there is a good remembrance before God. But him that doeth not that which is good, both angels and men shall curse, and God shall be dishonored among the Gentiles through him, and the devil shall make him as his own peculiar instrument, and every wild beast shall master him, and the Lord shall hate him. For the commandments of the law are twofold, and through prudence must they be fulfilled. For there is a season for a man to embrace his wife, and a season to abstain therefrom for his prayer. So then, there are 2 commandments, and unless they be done in due order, they bring very great sin upon men. So also is it with the other commandments. Be ye therefore wise in God, my children, and prudent, understanding the order of his commandments, and the laws of every word, that the Lord may love you. Chapter 9. And when he had charged them with many such words, he exhorted them that they should remove his bones to Hebron, and that they should bury him with his fathers. And when he had eaten and drunken with a merry heart, he covered his face and died. And his sons did according to all that Naphtali, their father, had commanded them. The end of the Testament of Naphtali. The Testament of Gad, the 9th son of Jacob and Zilpah. The copy of the Testament of Gad, what things he spake unto his sons, in the 125th year of his life, saying unto them, Hearken, my children. I was the 9th son born to Jacob, and I was valiant in keeping the flocks. Accordingly I guarded at night the flock, and whenever the lion came, or the wolf, or any wild beast against the fold, I pursued it, and overtaking it, I seized its foot with my hand, and hurled it about a stone's throw, and so killed it. Now Joseph, my brother, was feeding the flock with us for upwards of 30 days, and being young, he fell sick by reason of the heat. And he returned to Hebron to our father, who made him lie down near him, because he loved him greatly. And Joseph told our father that the sons of Zilpah and Bilhah were slaying the best of the flock, and eating them against the judgment of Reuben and Judah. For he saw that I had delivered a lamb out of the mouth of a bear, and put the bear to death, but had slain the lamb, being grieved concerning it, that it could not live, and that we had eaten it. And regarding this matter, I was wroth with Joseph until the day that he was sold, and the spirit of hatred was in me, and I wished not either to hear of Joseph with the ears, or see him with the eyes, because he rebuked us to our faces, saying that we were eating of the flock without Judah. For whatsoever things he told our father, he believed him. Chapter 2. I confess now my sin, my children, that oftentimes I wished to kill him, because I hated him from my heart. Moreover, I hated him yet more for his dreams, and I wished to lick him out of the land of the living, even as an ox licketh up the grass of the field. Therefore I and Simeon sold him to the Ishmaelites for 30 pieces of gold, and 10 of them we hid, and showed the 20 to our brethren. And thus, through covetousness, we were bent on slaying him. And the God of my fathers delivered him from my hands, that I should not work lawlessness in Israel. Chapter 3. And now, my children, hearken to the words of truth, to work righteousness, and all the law of the Most High, and go not astray through the spirit of hatred, for it is evil in all the doings of men. Whatsoever a man doeth, the hater abominateth him. And though a man worketh the law of the Lord, he praiseth him not. Though a man feareth the Lord, and taketh pleasure in that which is righteous, he loveth him not. He dispraiseth the truth. He envieth him that prospereth. He welcometh evil speaking. He loveth arrogance, for hatred blindeth his soul, as I also then looked on Joseph. Chapter 4. Beware, therefore, my children, of hatred, for it worketh lawlessness even against the Lord himself. For it will not hear the words of his commandments concerning the loving of one's neighbor, and it sinneth against God. For if a brother stumble, it delighteth immediately to proclaim it to all men, and is urgent that he should be judged for it, and be punished, and be put to death. And if it be a servant, it stirreth him up against his master, and with every affliction it deviseth against him, if possibly he can be put to death. For hatred worketh with envy also against them that prosper. So long as it heareth of, or seeth their success, it always languisheth. For as love would quicken even the dead, and would call back them that are condemned to die, so hatred would slay the living, and those that had sinned venially it would not suffer to live. For the spirit of hatred worketh together with Satan, through hastiness of spirit, in all things to men's death. But the spirit of love worketh together with the law of God, in long-suffering, unto the salvation of men. Chapter 5. Hatred, therefore, is evil, for it constantly mateth with lying, speaking against the truth, and it maketh small things to be great, and causeth the light to be darkness, and calleth the sweet bitter, and teacheth slander, and kindleth wrath, and stirreth up war and violence, and all covetousness. It filleth the heart with evils and devilish poison. These things, therefore, I say to you from experience, my children, that ye may drive forth hatred, which is of the devil, and cleave to the love of God. Righteousness casteth out hatred, humility destroyeth envy. For he that is just and humble is ashamed to do what is unjust, being reproved not of another, but of his own heart, because the Lord looketh on his inclination. He speaketh not against a holy man, because the fear of God overcometh hatred. For fearing lest he should offend the Lord, he will not do wrong to any man, even in thought. These things I learnt at last, after I had repented concerning Joseph. For true repentance after a godly sort destroyeth ignorance, and driveth away the darkness, and enlighteneth the eyes, and giveth knowledge to the soul, and leadeth the mind to salvation. And those things which it hath not learnt from man, it knoweth through repentance. For God brought upon me a disease of the liver, and had not the prayers of Jacob my father succoured me, it had hardly failed, but my spirit had departed. For by what things a man transgresseth, by the same also is he punished. Since therefore my liver was set mercilessly against Joseph, in my liver too I suffered mercilessly, and was judged for 11 months, for so long a time as I had been angry against Joseph. Chapter 6. And now, my children, I exhort you, love ye each one his brother, and put away hatred from your hearts. Love one another in deed and in word, and in the inclination of the soul. For in the presence of my father I spake peaceably to Joseph, and when I had gone out, the spirit of hatred darkened my mind, and stirred up my soul to slay him. Love ye therefore one another from the heart, and if a man sin against thee, cast forth the poison of hate, and speak peaceably to him, and in thy soul hold not guile, and if he confess and repent, forgive him. But if he deny it, do not get into a passion with him, lest catching the poison from thee, he take to swearing, and so thou sin doubly. Let not another man hear thy secrets when engaged in legal strife, lest he come to hate thee, and become thy enemy, and commit a great sin against thee. For oft times he addresseth thee guilefully, or busieth himself about thee with wicked intent. And though he deny it, and yet have a sense of shame when reproved, give over reproving him. For he who denieth may repent so as not again to wrong thee. Yea, he may also honor thee, and fear, and be at peace with thee. And if he be shameless and persist in his wrongdoing, even so, forgive him from the heart, and leave to God the avenging. Chapter 7. If a man prospereth more than you, do not be vexed, but pray also for him, that he may have perfect prosperity. For so it is expedient for you. And if he be further exalted, be not envious of him, remembering that all flesh shall die, and offer praise to God, who giveth things good, and profitable to all men. Seek out the judgments of the Lord, and thy mind will rest and be at peace. And though a man become rich by evil means, even as Esau, the brother of my father, be not jealous, but wait for the end of the Lord. For if he taketh away from a man wealth gotten by evil means, he forgiveth him if he repent. But the unrepentant is reserved for eternal punishment. For the poor man, if free from envy, he pleaseth the Lord in all things, is blessed beyond all men, because he hath not the travail of vain men. Put away therefore jealousy from your souls, and love one another with uprightness of heart. Chapter 8. Do ye also therefore tell these things to your children, that they honor Judah and Levi, for from them shall the Lord raise up salvation to Israel. For I know that at the last your children shall depart from him, and shall walk in all wickedness and affliction and corruption before the Lord. And when he had rested for a little while, he said again, My children, obey your father, and bury me near to my fathers. And he drew up his feet, and fell asleep in peace. And after 5 years they carried him up to Hebron, and laid him with his fathers. The end of the Testament of Gad. The Testament of Asher, the 10th son of Jacob and Zilpah. The copy of the Testament of Asher, what things he spake to his sons in the 125th year of his life. For while he was still in health, he said to them, Hearken, ye children of Asher, to your father, and I will declare to you all that is upright in the sight of the Lord. 2 ways hath God given to the sons of men, and 2 inclinations, and 2 kinds of action, and 2 modes of action, and 2 issues. Therefore all things are by twos, one over against the other. For there are two ways of good and evil, and with these are the two inclinations in our breasts, discriminating them. Therefore, if the soul take pleasure in the good inclination, all its actions are in righteousness, and if it sin, it straightway repenteth. For having its thoughts set upon righteousness, and casting away wickedness, it straightway overthroweth the evil, and uprooteth the sin. But if it incline to the evil inclination, all its actions are in wickedness, and it driveth away the good, and cleaveth to the evil, and is ruled by Beliar. Even though it work what is good, he perverteth it with evil. For whenever it beginneth to do good, he forceth the issue of the action into evil for him, seeing that the treasure of the inclination is filled with an evil spirit. Chapter 2. A person may then with words help the good for the sake of the evil, yet the issue of the action leadeth to mischief. There is a man who showeth no compassion upon him who serveth his turn in evil, and this thing hath two aspects, but the whole is evil. And there is a man that loveth him that worketh evil, because he would prefer even to die in evil for his sake. And concerning this it is clear that it hath two aspects, but the whole is an evil work. Though indeed he have love, yet is he wicked who concealeth what is evil for the sake of the good name, but the end of the action tendeth unto evil. Another stealeth, doeth unjustly, plundereth, defraudeth, and withal pitieth the poor. This too hath a twofold aspect, but the whole is evil. He who defraudeth his neighbor provoketh God, and sweareth falsely against the Most High, and yet pitieth the poor. The Lord who commandeth the law he setteth at naught and provoketh, and yet he refresheth the poor. He defileth the soul, and maketh gay the body. He killeth many, and pitieth a few. This too hath a twofold aspect, but the whole is evil. Another committeth adultery and fornication, and abstaineth from meats, and when he fasteth, he doeth evil, and by the power of his wealth overwhelmeth many, and notwithstanding his excessive wickedness, he doeth the commandments. This too hath a twofold aspect, but the whole is evil. Such men are hares, clean, like those that divide the hoof, but in very deed are unclean. For God in the tables of the commandments hath thus declared. Chapter 3. But do not ye, my children, wear two faces like unto them, of goodness and of wickedness, but cleave unto goodness only, for God hath his habitation therein, and men desire it. But from wickedness flee away, destroying the evil inclination by your good works. For they that are double-faced serve not God, but their own lusts, so that they may please Beliar, and men like unto themselves. Chapter 4. For good men, even they that are of single face, though they be thought by them that are double-faced to sin, are just before God. For many in killing the wicked do two works, of good and evil, but the whole is good, because he hath uprooted and destroyed that which is evil. One man hateth the merciful and unjust man, and the man who committeth adultery and fasteth. This too hath a twofold aspect, but the whole work is good, because he followeth the Lord's example, in that he accepteth not the seeming good as the genuine good. Another desireth not to see a good day with them that riot, lest he defile his body and pollute his soul. This too is double-faced, but the whole is good. For such men are like to stags and to hinds, because in the manner of wild animals they seem to be unclean, but they are altogether clean, because they walk in zeal for the Lord, and abstain from what God also hateth and forbiddeth by his commandments, warding off the evil from the good. Chapter 5. Ye see, my children, how that there are two in all things, one against the other, and the one is hidden by the other. In wealth is hidden covetousness, in conviviality, drunkenness, in laughter, grief, in wedlock, profligacy. Death succeedeth to life, dishonor to glory, night to day, and darkness to light. And all things are under the day, just things under life, unjust things under death. Wherefore also eternal life awaiteth death. Nor may it be said that truth is a lie, nor right wrong, for all truth is under the light, even as all things are under God. All these things, therefore, I proved in my life, and I wandered not from the truth of the Lord, and I searched out the commandments of the Most High, walking according to all my strength with singleness of face unto that which is good. Chapter 6. Take heed, therefore, ye also, my children, to the commandments of the Lord, following the truth with singleness of face. For they that are double-faced are guilty of a twofold sin. For they both do the evil thing, and they have pleasure in them that do it, following the example of the spirits of deceit, and striving against mankind. Do ye therefore, my children, keep the law of the Lord, and give not heed unto evil as unto good, but look unto the thing that is really good, and keep it in all commandments of the Lord, having your conversation therein, and resting therein. For the latter ends of men do show their righteousness or unrighteousness, when they meet the angels of the Lord, and of Satan. For when the soul departs troubled, it is tormented by the evil spirit, which also it served in lusts and evil works. But if he is peaceful with joy, he meeteth the angel of peace, and he leadeth him into eternal life. Chapter 7. Become not, my children, as Sodom, which sinned against the angels of the Lord, and perished forever. For I know that he shall sin, and be delivered into the hands of your enemies. And your land shall be made desolate, and your holy places destroyed, and ye shall be scattered unto the four corners of the earth. And ye shall be set at naught, in the dispersion vanishing away as water, until the Most High shall visit the earth, coming himself as man with men, eating and drinking, and breaking the head of the dragon in the water. He shall save Israel and all the Gentiles, God speaking in the person of man. Therefore do ye also, my children, tell these things to your children, that they disobey him not. For I have known that ye shall assuredly be disobedient, and assuredly act ungodly, not giving heed to the law of God, but to the commandments of men, being corrupted through wickedness. And therefore shall ye be scattered, as Gad and Dan, my brethren, and ye shall not know your lands, tribe, and tongue. But the Lord will gather you together in faith through his tender mercy, and for the sake of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Chapter 8. And when he had said these things unto them, he commanded them, saying, Bury me in Hebron. And he fell asleep, and died at a good old age. And his sons did as he had commanded them. And they carried him up to Hebron, and buried him with his fathers. The end of the Testament of Asher. The Testament of Joseph, the 11th son of Jacob and Rachel. The copy of the Testament of Joseph. When he was about to die, he called his sons and his brethren together, and said to them, My brethren and my children, hearken to Joseph, the beloved of Israel. Give ear, my sons, unto your father. I have seen in my life envy and death, yet I went not astray, but preserved in the truth of the Lord. These, my brethren, hated me, but the Lord loved me. They wished to slay me, but the God of my fathers guarded me. They let me down into a pit, and the Most High brought me up again. I was sold into slavery, and the Lord of all made me free. I was taken into captivity, and his strong hand succored me. I was beset with hunger, and the Lord himself nourished me. I was alone, and God comforted me. I was sick, and the Lord visited me. I was in prison, and my God showed favor unto me. In bonds, and he released me. Slandered, and he pleaded my cause. Bitterly spoken against by the Egyptians, and he delivered me. Envied by my fellow slaves, and he exalted me. Chapter 2. And this chief captain of Pharaoh entrusted to me his house, and I struggled against a shameless woman, urging me to transgress with her. But the God of Israel, my father, delivered me from the burning flame. I was cast into prison, I was beaten, I was mocked, but the Lord granted me to find mercy in the sight of the keeper of the prison. For the Lord doth not forsake them that fear him, neither in darkness, nor in bonds, nor in tribulations, nor in necessities. For God is not put to shame as a man, nor as the Son of Man is he afraid, nor as one that is earth-born is he weak or affrighted. But in all those things doth he give protection, and in divers ways doth he comfort. Though for a little space he departeth to try the inclination of the soul. In 10 temptations he showed me approved, and in all of them I endured. For endurance is a mighty charm, and patience giveth many good things. Chapter 3. How often did the Egyptian woman threaten me with death? How often did she give me over to punishment, and then call me back and threaten me? And when I was unwilling to company with her, she said to me, Thou shalt be lord of me, and all that is in my house, if thou wilt give thyself unto me, and thou shalt be as our master. But I remembered the words of my father, and going into my chamber, I wept and prayed unto the Lord, and I fasted in those 7 years, and I appeared to the Egyptians as one living delicately. For they that fast for God's sake receive beauty of face. And if my Lord were away from home, I drank no wine, nor for 3 days did I take my food, but I gave it to the poor and sick. And I sought the Lord early, and I wept for the Egyptian woman of Memphis, for very unceasingly did she trouble me. For also at night she came to me under pretense of visiting me. And because she had no male child, she pretended to regard me as a son. And so I prayed to the Lord, and she bare a male child. And for a time she embraced me as a son, and I knew it not. But later she sought to draw me into fornication. And when I perceived it, I sorrowed unto death. And when she had gone out, I came to myself and lamented for her many days, because I recognized her guile and her deceit. And I declared unto her the words of the Most High, if haply she would turn from her evil lust. Chapter 4. Often, therefore, did she flatter me with words as a holy man, and guilefully in her talk praised my chastity before her husband, while desiring to ensnare me when we were alone. For she lauded me openly as chaste, and in secret she said unto me, Fear not my husband, for he is persuaded concerning thy chastity. For even should one tell him concerning us, he would not believe. Owing to all these things, I lay upon the ground, and besought God that the Lord would deliver me from her deceit. And when she had prevailed nothing thereby, she came again to me, under the plea of instruction, that she might learn the word of God. And she said unto me, If thou willest that I should leave my idols, lie with me, and I will persuade my husband to depart from his idols, and we will talk in the law of thy Lord. And I said unto her, The Lord willeth not that those who reverence him should be in uncleanness, nor doth he take pleasure in them that commit adultery, but in those that approach him with a pure heart and undefiled lips. But she held her peace, longing to accomplish her evil desire, and I gave myself yet more to fasting and prayer, that the Lord might deliver me from her. Chapter 5. And again, at another time she said unto me, If thou wilt not commit adultery, I will kill my husband by poison, and take thee to be my husband. I, therefore, when I heard this, rent my garments, and said unto her, Woman, reverence God, and do not this evil deed, lest thou be destroyed. For know indeed that I will declare this thy device unto all men. She therefore, being afraid, besought that I would not declare this device, and she departed, soothing me with gifts, and sending to me every delight of the sons of men. Chapter 6. And afterwards she sent me food mingled with enchantments, and when the eunuch who brought it came, I looked up, and beheld a terrible man giving me with the dish a sword, and I perceived that her scheme was to beguile me. And when he had gone out, I wept, nor did I taste that, or any other of her food. So then, after 1 day, she came to me and observed the food, and said unto me, Why is it that thou hast not eaten the food? And I said unto her, It is because thou hast filled it with deadly enchantments. And how saidst thou, I come not near to idols, but to the Lord alone. Now therefore, know that the God of my father hath revealed unto me, by his angel, thy wickedness, and I have kept it to convict thee, if haply thou mayest see and repent. But that thou mayst learn that the wickedness of the ungodly hath no power over them that worship God with chastity. Behold, I will take of it, and eat before thee. And having so said, I prayed thus, The God of my fathers, and the angel of Abraham be with me, and ate. And when she saw this, she fell upon her face at my feet, weeping. And I raised her up, and admonished her, and she promised to do this iniquity no more. Chapter 7. But her heart was still set upon evil, and she looked around how to ensnare me, and sighing deeply, she became downcast, though she was not sick. And when her husband saw her, he said unto her, Why is thy countenance fallen? And she said unto him, I have a pain at my heart, and the groanings of my spirit oppress me. And so he comforted her who was not sick. Then accordingly, seizing an opportunity, she rushed unto me while her husband was yet without, and said unto me, I will hang myself, or cast myself over a cliff, if thou wilt not lie with me. And when I saw the spirit of Beliar was troubling her, I prayed unto the Lord, and said unto her, Why, wretched woman, art thou troubled and disturbed, blinded through sins? Remember that if thou kill thyself, as Teho, the concubine of thy husband, thy rival, will beat thy children, and thou wilt destroy thy memorial from off the earth. And she said to me, Lo, Then thou lovest me. Let this suffice me. Only strive for my life and my children. And I expect that I shall enjoy my desire also. But she knew not that because of my Lord I spake thus, and not because of her. For if a man hath fallen before the passion of a wicked desire, and become enslaved by it, even as she, whatever good thing he may hear with regard to that passion, he receiveth it with a view to his wicked desire. Chapter 8. I declare therefore unto you, my children, that it was about the 6th hour when she departed from me, and I knelt before the Lord all day, and all the night, and about dawn I rose up weeping the while, and praying for a release from her. At last, then, she lay hold of my garments, forcibly dragging me to have connection with her. When, therefore, I saw that in her madness she was holding fast to my garment, I left it behind, and fled away naked. And holding fast to the garment she falsely accused me. And when her husband came, he cast me into prison in his house. And on the morrow he scourged me, and sent me into Pharaoh's prison. And when I was in bonds, the Egyptian woman was oppressed with grief. And she came and heard how I gave thanks unto the Lord, and sang praises in the abode of darkness, and with glad voice rejoiced, glorifying my God that I was delivered from the lustful desire of the Egyptian woman. Chapter 9. And often hath she sent unto me, saying, Consent to fulfill my desire, and I will release thee from thy bonds, and I will free thee from the darkness. And not even in thought did I incline unto her. For God loveth him who in a den of wickedness combines fasting with chastity, rather than the man who in king's chambers combines luxury with license. And if a man liveth in chastity, and desireth also glory, and the Most High knoweth that it is expedient for him, he bestoweth this also upon me. How often, though she was sick, did she come down to me at unlooked-for times, and listen to my voice as I prayed. And when I heard her groanings, I held my peace. For when I was in her house, she was wont to bare her arms, and breasts, and legs, that I might lie with her. For she was very beautiful, splendidly adorned in order to beguile me, and the Lord guarded me from her devices. Chapter 10. Ye see, therefore, my children, how great things patience worketh, and prayer with fasting. So ye too, if ye follow after chastity, and purity with patience and prayer, with fasting and humility of heart, the Lord will dwell among you, because he loveth chastity. And wheresoever the Most High dwelleth, even though envy, or slavery, or slander befalleth a man, the Lord who dwelleth in him, for the sake of his chastity, not only delivereth him from evil, but also exalteth him even as me. For in every way the man is lifted up, whether in deed, or in word, or in thought. My brethren knew how my father loved me, and yet I did not exalt myself in my mind. Although I was a child, I had the fear of God in my heart, for I knew that all things would pass away, and I did nor raise myself against them with evil intent, but I honored my brethren, and out of respect for them, even when I was being sold, I refrained from telling the Ishmaelites that I was a son of Jacob, and a great man, and a mighty. Chapter 11. Do ye also, my children, have the fear of God in all your works before your eyes, and honor your brethren. For every one who doeth the law of the Lord shall be loved by him. And when I came to the Indocalpite with the Ishmaelites, they asked me, saying, Art thou a slave? And I said that I was a home-born slave, that I might not put my brethren to shame. And the eldest of them said unto me, Thou art not a slave, for even thy appearance doth make it manifest. But I said that I was their slave. Now when we came into Egypt, they strove concerning me, which of them should buy me and take me. Therefore it seemed good to all that I should remain in Egypt, with the merchant of their trade, until they should return bringing merchandise. And the Lord gave me favor in the eyes of the merchant, and he entrusted unto me his house. And God blessed him by my means, and increased him in gold and in silver, and in household servants, and I was with him 3 months and 5 days. Chapter 12. And about that time the Memphian woman, the wife of Pentephere, came down in a chariot with great pomp, because she had heard from her eunuchs concerning me. And she told her husband that the merchant had become rich by means of a young Hebrew, and they say that he had assuredly been stolen out of the land of Canaan. Now, therefore, render justice unto him, and take away the youth to thy house. So shall the God of the Hebrews bless thee, for grace from heaven is upon him. Chapter 13. And Pentepherus was persuaded by her words, and commanded the merchant to be brought, and said unto him, What is this that I hear concerning thee, that thou stealest persons out of the land of Canaan, and sellest them for slaves? But the merchant fell at his feet, and besought him, saying, I beseech thee, my lord, I know not what thou sayest. And Pentephris said unto him, Whence then is the Hebrew slave? And he said, The Ishmaelites entrusted him unto me until they should return. But he believed him not, but commanded him to be stripped and beaten. And when he persisted in his statement, Pentephris said, Let the youth be brought. And when I was brought in, I did obeisance to Pentephris, for he was third in rank of the officers of Pharaoh. And he took me apart from him, and said unto me, Art thou a slave or free? And I said, A slave. And he said, Whose? And I said, The Ishmaelites. And he said, How didst thou become their slave? And I said, They bought me out of the land of Canaan. And he said unto me, Truly thou liest. And straightway he commanded me to be stripped and beaten. Chapter 14. Now the Memphian woman was looking through a window at me, while I was being beaten, for her house was near. And she sent unto him, saying, Thy judgment is unjust, for thou dost punish a free man who hath been stolen, as though he were a transgressor. And when I made no change in my statement, though I was beaten, he ordered me to be imprisoned, until he said, The owners of the boy should come. And the woman said unto her husband, Wherefore dost thou detain the captive and well-born lad in bonds, who ought rather to be set at liberty, and be waited upon? For she wished to see me out of a desire of sin, but I was ignorant concerning all these things. And he said unto her, It is not the custom of the Egyptians to take that which belongeth to others before proof is given. This, therefore, he said concerning the merchant, but as for the lad, he must be imprisoned. Chapter 15. Now after 24 days came the Ishmaelites, for they had heard that Jacob my father was mourning much concerning me. And they came and said unto me, How is it that thou saidst that thou wast a slave? And lo, we have learnt that thou art the son of a mighty man in the land of Canaan, and thy father still mourneth for thee in sackcloth and ashes. When I heard this, my bowels were dissolved, and my heart melted, and I desired greatly to weep, but I restrained myself, that I should not put my brethren to shame. And I said unto them, I know not, I am a slave. Then, therefore, they took counsel to sell me, that I should not be found in their hands, for they feared my father, lest he should come and execute upon them a grievous vengeance. For they had heard that he was mighty with God and with men. Then said the merchant unto them, Release me from the judgment of Pentephris. And they came and requested me, saying, Say that thou wast bought by us with money, and he will set us free. Chapter 16. Now the Memphian woman said to her husband, Buy the youth, for I hear, said she, that they are selling him. And straightway she sent a eunuch to the Ishmaelites, and asked them to sell me. But since the eunuch would not agree to buy me at their price, he returned, having made trial of them, and he made known to his mistress that they asked a large price for their slave. And she sent another eunuch, saying, Even though they demand 2 minas, give them. Do not spare the gold, only buy the boy, and bring him to me. The eunuch therefore went and gave them 80 pieces of gold, and he received me. But to the Egyptian woman he said, I have given 100, and though I knew this, I held my peace, lest the eunuch should put me to shame. Chapter 17. Ye see, therefore, my children, what great things I endured, that I should not put my brethren to shame. Do ye also, therefore, love one another, and with long suffering hide ye one another's faults. For God delighteth in the unity of brethren, and in the purpose of a heart that takes pleasure in love. And when my brethren came into Egypt, they learnt that I had returned their money unto them, and upbraided them not, and comforted them. And after the death of Jacob my father, I loved them more abundantly, and all things whatsoever he commanded I did very abundantly for them, and I suffered them not to be afflicted in the smallest matter, and all that was in my hand I gave unto them. And their children were my children, and my children as their servants, and their life was my life, and all their suffering was my suffering, and all their sickness was my infirmity. My land was their land, and their counsel my counsel. And I exalted not myself among them in arrogance, because of my worldly glory, but I was among them as one of the least. Chapter 18. If ye also therefore walk in the commandments of the Lord, my children, he will exalt you there, and will bless you with good things forever and ever. And if any one seeketh to do evil unto you, do well unto him, and pray for him, and ye shall be redeemed of the Lord from all evil. For behold, ye see that out of my humility and long suffering I took unto wife the daughter of the priest of Heliopolis, and 100 talents of gold were given me with her, and the Lord made them to serve me. And he gave me also beauty as a flower beyond the beautiful ones of Israel. And he preserved me unto old age in strength and in beauty, because I was like in all things to Jacob. Chapter 19. Hear ye, therefore, my vision which I saw. I saw 12 hearts feeding, and 9 of them were dispersed. Now the 3 were preserved, but on the following day they also were dispersed. And I saw that the 3 hearts became 3 lambs, and they cried to the Lord, and he brought them forth into a flourishing and well-watered place. Yea, he brought them out of darkness into light. And there they cried unto the Lord, until there gathered together unto them the 9 hearts, and they became as 12 sheep. And after a little time they increased, and became many flocks. And after these things I saw, and behold, 12 bulls were sucking 1 cow, which produced a sea of milk. And there drank thereof the 12 flocks, and innumerable herds. And the horns of the 4th bull went up unto heaven, and became as a wall for the flocks. And in the midst of the 2 horns there grew another horn. And I saw a bull calf, which surrounded them 12 times, and it became a help to the bulls wholly. And I saw in the midst of the horns a virgin, wearing a many-colored garment, and from her went forth a lamb, and on his right was as it were a lion. And all the beasts and all the reptiles rushed against him, and the lamb overcame them and destroyed them. And the bulls rejoiced because of him, and the cow and the harts exulted together with them. And these things must come to pass in their season. Do ye therefore, my children, observe the commandments of the Lord, and honor Levi and Judah, for from them shall arise unto you the Lamb of God, who taketh away the sin of the world, one who saveth all the Gentiles and Israel. For his kingdom is an everlasting kingdom, which shall not pass away, but my kingdom among you shall come to an end as a watcher's hammock, which after the summer disappeareth. Chapter 20. For I know that after my death the Egyptians will afflict you, but God will avenge you, and will bring you into that which he promised to your fathers. But ye shall carry up my bones with you. For when my bones are being taken up thither, the Lord shall be with you in light, and Beliar shall be in darkness with the Egyptians. And carry ye up Asenath your mother to the hippodrome, and near Rachel your mother bury her. And when he had said these things, he stretched out his feet, and died at a good old age. And all Israel mourned for him, and all Egypt with a great mourning. And when the children of Israel went out of Egypt, they took with them the bones of Joseph, and they buried him in Hebron with his fathers, and the years of his life were 110 years. The end of the Testament of Joseph. The Testament of Benjamin, the 12th son of Jacob and Rachel. The copy of the words of Benjamin, which he commanded his sons to observe, after he had lived 125 years, and he kissed them, and said, As Isaac was born to Abraham in his old age, so also was I to Jacob. And since Rachel my mother died, and giving me birth, I had no milk, therefore I was sucked by Bilhah her handmaid. For Rachel remained barren for 12 years after she had borne Joseph, and she prayed the Lord with fasting 12 days, and she conceived and bare me. For my father loved Rachel dearly, and prayed that he might see 2 sons born from her. Therefore I was called Benjamin, that is, a son of days. Chapter 2. And when I went into Egypt to Joseph, and my brother recognized me, he said unto me, What did they tell my father when they sold me? And I said unto him, They dabbled thy coat with blood, and sent it, and said, Know whether this be thy son's coat. And Joseph said unto me, Even so, brother, the Canaanite merchants stole me by force, and it came to pass that as they went on their way they concealed my garment, as though a wild beast had met me and slain me. And so his associates sold me to the Ishmaelites. And they did not lie in saying this, for he wished to conceal me from the deeds of my brethren. And he called to him his brethren, and said, Do not tell my father what ye have done unto me, but tell him as I have told Benjamin, and let the thoughts among you be such, and let not these things come into the heart of my father. Chapter 3. Do ye also, therefore, my children, love the Lord God of heaven and earth, and keep his commandments, following the example of the good and holy man Joseph. And let your mind be unto good, even as ye know me. For he that hath his mind right seeth all things rightly. Fear ye the Lord, and love your neighbor. And even though the spirits of Beliar claim you to afflict you with every evil, yet shall they not have dominion over you, even as they had not over Joseph my brother. How many men wished to slay him, and God shielded him? For he that feareth God, and loveth his neighbor, cannot be smitten by the spirit of Beliar, being shielded by the fear of God. Nor can he be ruled over by the device of men or beasts. For he is helped by the Lord through the love which he hath towards his neighbor. For Joseph also besought our father, that he would pray for his brethren, that the Lord would not impute to them as sin whatever evil they had done unto him. And thus Jacob cried out, My good child, thou hast prevailed over the bowels of thy father Jacob. And he embraced him, and kissed him for 2 hours, saying, In thee shall be fulfilled the prophecy of heaven, concerning the Lamb of God, and Saviour of the world, and that a blameless one shall be delivered up for lawless men, and a sinless one shall die for ungodly men, in the blood of the covenant, for the salvation of the Gentiles and of Israel, and shall destroy Beliar and his servants. Chapter 4. See ye, therefore, my children, the end of the good man? Be followers of his compassion, therefore, with a good mind, that ye also may wear crowns of glory. For the good man hath not a dark eye, for he showeth mercy to all men, even though they be sinners. And though they devise with evil intent concerning him, by doing good he overcometh evil, being shielded by God. And he loveth the righteous as his own soul. If anyone is glorified, he envieth him not, and if one is enriched, he is not jealous. If any one is valiant, he praiseth him. The virtuous man he laudeth. On the poor man he hath mercy. On the weak he hath compassion. Unto God he singeth praises. As for him who hath the fear of God, he protecteth him, as with a shield. Him that loveth God he helpeth. Him that rejecteth the Most High he admonisheth, and turneth back. And him that hath the grace of a good spirit he loveth as his own soul. Chapter 5. If, therefore, ye also have a good mind, then will both wicked men be at peace with you, and the profligate will reverence you, and turn unto good. And the covetous will not only cease from their inordinate desire, but even give the objects of their covetousness to them that are afflicted. If ye do well, even the unclean spirits will flee from you, and the beasts will dread you. For where there is reverence for good works and light in the mind, even darkness fleeth away from him. For if any one does violence to a holy man, he repenteth, for the holy man is merciful to his reviler, and holdeth his peace. And if any one betrayeth a righteous man, the righteous man prayeth. Though for a little he be humbled, yet not long after he appeareth far more glorious, as was Joseph my brother. Chapter 6. The inclination of the good man is not in the power of the deceit of the spirit of Beliar, for the angel of peace guideth his soul. And he gazeth not passionately upon corruptible things, nor gathereth together riches through a desire of pleasure. He delighteth not in pleasure. He grieveth for not his neighbor. He satieth not himself with luxuries. He erreth not in the uplifting of the eyes. The Lord is his portion. The good inclination receiveth not glory, nor dishonor from men, and it knoweth not any guile, or lie, or fighting, or reviling. For the Lord dwelleth in him, and lighteth up his soul, and he rejoiceth towards all men alway. The good mind hath not 2 tongues, of blessing and of cursing, of contumely and of honor, of sorrow and of joy, of quietness and of confusion, of hypocrisy and of truth, of poverty and of wealth. But it hath one disposition, uncorrupt and pure, concerning all men. It hath no double sight, nor double hearing. For in everything which he doeth or speaketh, or seeth, he knoweth that the Lord looketh on his soul. And he cleanseth his mind, that he may not be condemned by men as well as by God. And in like manner, the works of Beliar are twofold, and there is no singleness in them. Chapter 7. Therefore, my children, I tell you, flee the malice of Beliar, for he giveth a sword to them that obey him, and the sword is the mother of 7 evils. First the mind conceiveth through Beliar, and first there is bloodshed, secondly ruin, thirdly tribulation, fourthly exile, fifthly dearth, sixthly panic, seventhly destruction. Therefore was Cain also delivered over to 7 vengeances by God, for in every 100 years the Lord brought one plague upon him. And when he was 200 years old, he began to suffer, and in the 900th year he was destroyed. For on account of Abel, his brother, with all the evils was he judged, but Lamech with 70 times 7, because forever those who are like Cain in envy and hatred of brethren shall be punished with the same judgment. Chapter 8. And do ye, my children, flee evil doing, envy, and hatred of brethren, and cleave to goodness and love. He that hath a pure mind in love looketh not after a woman with a view to fornication, for he hath no defilement in his heart, because the Spirit of God resteth upon him. For as the sun is not defiled by shining on dung and mire, but rather drieth up both, and driveth away the evil smell, so also the pure mind, though encompassed by the defilements of earth, rather cleanseth them, and is not itself defiled. Chapter 9. And I believe that there will be also evil doings among you, from the words of Enoch the righteous, that ye shall commit fornication with the fornication of Sodom, and shall perish, all save a few, and shall renew wanton deeds with women, and the kingdom of the Lord shall not be among you, for straightway he shall take it away. Nevertheless, the temple of God shall be in your portion, and the last temple shall be more glorious than the first. And the 12 tribes shall be gathered together there, and all the Gentiles, until the Most High shall send forth his salvation in the visitation of an only begotten prophet. And he shall enter into the first temple, and there shall the Lord be treated with outrage, and he shall be lifted upon a tree, and the veil of the temple shall be rent, and the Spirit of God shall pass unto the Gentiles, as fire poured forth, and he shall ascend from Hades, and shall pass from earth into heaven, and I know how lowly he shall be upon earth, and how glorious in heaven. Chapter 10. Now when Joseph was in Egypt, I longed to see his figure, and the form of his countenance, and through the prayers of Jacob my father, I saw him, while awake in the daytime, even his entire figure exactly as he was. And when he had said these things, he said unto them, Know ye therefore, my children, that I am dying. Do ye therefore truth and righteousness, each one to his neighbor, and judgment unto confirmation, and keep the law of the Lord and his commandments. For these things do I leave you instead of inheritance. Do ye also therefore give them to your children, for an everlasting possession. For so did both Abraham and Isaac and Jacob. For all these things they gave us for an inheritance, saying, Keep the commandments of God, until the Lord shall reveal his salvation to all Gentiles. And then shall ye see Enoch, Noah, and Shem, and Abraham, and Isaac, and Jacob, rising on the right hand in gladness. Then shall we also rise, each one over our tribe, worshipping the King of heaven, who appeared upon earth in the form of a man in humility. And as many as believe on him, on the earth shall rejoice with him. Then also all men shall rise, some unto glory, and some unto shame. And the Lord shall judge Israel first, for their unrighteousness. For when he appeared as God in the flesh, to deliver them, they believed him not. And then shall he judge all the Gentiles, as many as believed him not when he appeared upon earth. And he shall convict Israel through the chosen ones of the Gentiles, even as he reproved Esau through the Midianites, who deceived their brethren, so that they fell into fornication and idolatry. And they were alienated from God, becoming therefore children in the portion of them that fear the Lord. If ye therefore, my children, walk in holiness according to the commandments of the Lord, ye shall again dwell securely with me, and all Israel shall be gathered unto the Lord. Chapter 11. And I shall no longer be called a ravening wolf on account of your ravages, but a worker of the Lord, distributing food to them that work what is good. And there shall rise up from my seed in the latter times one beloved of the Lord, hearing upon earth his voice, and a doer of the good pleasure of his will, enlightening with new knowledge all the Gentiles, even the light of knowledge, bursting in upon Israel for salvation, and tearing away from them like a wolf, and giving to the synagogue of the Gentiles. Until the consummation of the age shall he be in the synagogues of the Gentiles, and among their rulers as a strain of music in the mouth of all. And he shall be inscribed in the holy books, both his work and his word, and he shall be a chosen one of God forever. And through them he shall go to and fro, as Jacob my father, saying, He shall fill up that which lacketh of thy tribe. Chapter 12. And when he finished his words, he said, I command you, my children, carry up my bones out of Egypt, and bury me at Hebron, near my fathers. So Benjamin died 125 years old, at a good old age, and they placed him in a coffin. And in the 91st year, from the entrance of the children of Israel into Egypt, they and their brethren brought up the bones of their fathers, secretly during the Canaanitish war, and they buried them in Hebron, by the feet of their fathers. And they returned from the land of Canaan, and dwelt in Egypt, until the day of their departure from the land of Egypt. The end of the Testament of Benjamin.